Welcome, one and all, back to the Four Nations by UKEL, the one and only place to catch your top tier UK League of Legends talent. I'm Dallas. I'm joined by two beautiful people. I'll introduce them one at a time, real quick. On my far left, I have effectively my boss for this production, so you can imagine I'm a bit worried. That's Temporal.
And hello, then good evening. Not sure about top tier talent, but here we are. Apparently, I'm the boss now. Very, very confusing.
Yeah, and then in between the two of us, I've got a man that I can only describe to. My only real experience has been that he loses hard to Neferi. That's Middlecott. Say hi, Middlecott.
Oh
no! Goodbye, everyone. No, it was wonderful.
I'd say
no,
catching
lovely,
strays,
lovely
but
time.
It seems the strays catch him.
Oh man, Todd, my boy. Why are you doing me like that, man? Come on! I was here to have some fun. I was here to have some relaxing vibes. You're bringing out the ARAM in-house storylines, man. They're not familiar. They don't know. No, it's always great to be back here on the Four Nations, watching some of the players that play League of Legends in the UK. Not sure about top tier, really. I mean, have you seen some of the guys on Ruddy? Don't know about those lot. But no, always good to be here. Always good to be back, and hoping for a great show.
We keep our expectations here as high as possible. And we're actually going to show you guys some of the history, some of the matches that have happened so far. Take a look back at how the standings are looking at the moment. Between our 8 teams, we do have 5 that have just gone completely one way or another with 3 different teams. Oh, wait, sorry. Complete liar. I guess the sheet I was looking at before was wrong. Lions Creed not dropping a game yet, but with Belfast, Paragon, and Verzik all only seeing losses so far. It's a really kind of like shifted spread, right?
I think this is not the correct.
I was going to say, this wasn't what I was looking at.
This isn't the standings. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of it. Top to bottom. First place, Lions Creed 3-0, Ruddy 3-0, Venom Crest 3-0, all in first. Middle of the pack, we only have 3 standings, so it's 1, 2, and 3. I hope you can keep that together. I'm struggling after a long day at work, so I completely agree. In second place, all at 1 win and 2 losses are Belfast, DMG, and the Nuclear Vikings. And then struggling for relevance, fighting away in third, Paragon and Verzik at 0 and 3.
Struggling for relevance. That's harsh, Temporal. But I mean, it is what we've been seeing right in this Four Nations tournament so far. It does feel like we've got a sort of very clear divide at present between the teams, obviously right at the top of the table, Lions Creed, Ready Painkillers, and Venom Crest, and kind of everyone else. And still a lot of time to go in the split, a lot of time for you to pick up those wins if you are in sort of the lower half of the table. But it does feel like we're already getting a pretty early picture of what playoffs are going to be looking like.
Yeah, now the question I want to bring to you two, because the upcoming match we're actually going to be watching is Ruddy Painkillers versus Paragon. Now, I was doing some looking at this, and Paragon, I've heard behind the scenes, is very much a team people expected to fly high this season. So seeing them sitting at the bottom of the roster at 0-3 at the moment is shocking. But looking across who it is they've lost to so far, 2 of their 3 losses have been to 2 of the undefeated Titans sitting at the top. Ruddy is the third one. Maybe we're going to be seeing a turnaround for Paragon soon, but I'm curious to get your guys' opinions on this. Is this Paragon not living up to the hype, or is it just a mean streak of bad matchups?
No, I think you can always look at it as a little bit of both, right? I think that the performances that Paragon are putting in are a bit below what they would have definitely expected from themselves. I think that maybe we shouldn't have been singing the praises of this roster too highly coming through. Obviously, the Ex-Machina are getting promoted up into the Four Nations for this split. You're always going to have a tough time when you go up that additional level. But yeah, having to play against sort of 2 of the top dogs right out the bat is always going to make your position in the standings maybe look a little bit worse than is actually reflected by your team's true skill. And then having to play against the third dog, the Cerberus head, if you will, that is dominating the Four Nations right now. Definitely going to be a tough task. I think there is the quality on this roster to start off their winning ways this season. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult job against this Ruddy squad.
Strength of schedule will get better for them. And then even when Paragon have fallen, we've praised their early games a lot better than some teams who've been smashed and stomped. So the signs of life, it's just not being converted into game wins. They've got to take that extra step, close out some wins.
Yeah, well, we've talked a little bit in depth about Paragon and their performance so far, but I think it's now time that we look at the rosters of this particular match that's coming up. We're going to kick it off with Ruddy Esports, and they actually have some interesting talking points in their team so far. We actually saw a lot of work be put in last game by Ketsuo. They showed up with a bit of a wild card pick, choosing to go for an Aatrox in mid lane. And, well, it worked out for the best. Do either of you two have any good ideas as to why they swung it and, well, hell, why it worked?
Go on. Go for it. Go for it. You got the boys.
Ketsuo is very much the sort of player that will play a single game of something in low diamond solo queue and think it is the greatest pick that has ever been created. I think this guy is confident above all else in his own ability, and that can always be a double-edged sword, much like Aatrox's blade itself, but that does mean that obviously he has that ability to pick out something a little bit weirder. So I think the Aatrox, whilst it was crazy, it is definitely not at the bottom of the barrel. We've still got loads of picks that he can go to.
Yeah, it's great on Azir. Great on anything that goes melee fighting in mid. Anything you'd be like, oh, it's kind of niche on top lane. He's like, yeah, I'll take it mid. I'll do it. Watch.
Now, this is exactly what we saw in this last game. You see them moving in with this Aatrox, pops the ult, moves in, and from what I remember, this actually wound up being a really big tide-turning moment. They pick up one kill here, and then the momentum just spirals, right? This was a very decisive dragon, and look at this Aatrox just tearing through the other team one at a time. Oh my god.
Yeah, a big setup. Belfast had not the greatest game, and it just won a fight, and it was like, oh, getting a bit even now, and Corki's a bit of a monster on the patch, so will this be Belfast swinging up? The Senna looked great, and it turns out when Aatrox breaks that position, gets into a chaotic fight, he can play through, keep swinging, and Belfast weren't much long for the world after that. It was a pretty swift takeover from Ruddy.
Now, hyper fast before we move on to the next roster, I want to ask, have any of you two got like a weird, wild pick that you think is crazy in a role that is undisputed? Quinn support, middle cut. Don't question me, just move on.
Shut up! No!
What's yours?
No,
What's
I'm
yours?
not
Quick.
engaging in this conversation. It's too silly. You've started
Temporal?
it off too silly. I can't take it anyway from here. No, I'm done.
Mid would
Incredible.
completely break UKL. I think it should have been played in competitive in 2 lanes already. The pick is absolutely absurd. Any AD carry that can build hubris should be played at this level of play right now. Jam it first, pick up 5 kills over the game, and eviscerate your opponents because it's untuned and it will be getting patched. And if it doesn't, I would like to submit my application for the balance team. Please do some numbers.
Udyr ADC. Screw it. We're just saying things now. I guess that's how this works.
I love this team. I love this team already. And speaking of teams we love, Paragon is up next on our chopping block to talk about. So their roster has been going through quite a few changes in these weeks so far. We've seen some people like bounce around different roles in different ways. And we are seeing, again, another substitute switch. Timotopper going from support to top lane, and then Drippy Darren moving in as the new PRG support. We said earlier that Paragon aren't really living up to what we expected them to do, but there was also a good point that was Paragon aren't like drowning, especially early game. I'm seeing them take these like big leads, but they seem to almost peter out. Have we got any kind of idea as to why that tends to happen?
I just want to say something. Drippy Darren, that sounds like a little pants username, if I'm going to be perfectly honest.
I
Like,
disagree.
Is that you, Mitchell? Is that you?
it's definitely Mitchell Clough here. But I think this is possibly a wider thing that can be applied to League of Legends generally at the moment. Is the game is very snowbally with objectives. If you're picking up a load of grubs, if you're picking up a load of dragons, it's difficult to sort of overcome that. And I think that for Paragon specifically, it's just about getting consecutive good decisions together, because this is a quality team. We know that this is a team that can do good things, but I think they have had some struggles in terms of that execution. And so I think all you really need for them is, hey, let's do the right thing 3 times in a row, and that should be enough in this meta to put you into a position where you don't actually end up falling down.
It should be enough. I think a few times they've had, like, you know, they've got the grubs together, they've got the first dragon together, they show up in siege at mid, and they lose 3 people. It's like making sure that third step, you know, you get the confidence after 2, still got to get the execution on 3, because you're not far enough ahead to just wash down the river. You do have to still do that right thing and push it forward. That's really important.
Now, it is also worth noting that these two teams have actually played before. Paragon and Ruddy, they have met each other at Insomnia last year, I do believe. And there is a little bit of history there. Were you two well versed in this? Because I'm seeing some smiles.
I was there.
You were there?
I was in the hall. Paragon not having the best result. Yeah, Ruddy and Cabbage Core had a fantastic tournament. They had a great time.
I've never been to Insomnia. It's
You'd
just
have to go to Birmingham, and I'd be
I
so
know!
sorry. No one should have to go to Birmingham. I'm not slating anyone. I'm just from there, and I know I know, unfortunately, that's the way things are.
We did actually catch, by the way, before we started, we caught that there was a tweet that came out about this event. Yeah, here we go. A tweet that came out from Ruddy about we got knocked out by 5 girls' best friends, accompanied by a picture of them all being diamond.
This is this is the Insomnia before last. I think I was there in September.
Gotcha.
But yes, I believe that
this
Insomnia Ruddy did go out. Paragon.
Hey,
different Paragon, different.
But
time,
I think I think the bigger discussion around this is that these are two orgs that do go to LANs, that do participate in not just the online UK League of Legends scene. No, a little bit of a
they're both quite new, and I care about them relatively compared to teams of this era so much more. And I love you all guys, but some of them are your favorite children, and there's no changing that.
Right, a little bit of favouritism coming out from the head of broadcast there. Maybe we need to get a little bit of a check on that. But no, I think fundamentally, what the whole point of this Four Nations, and it's why it's so good to have it back, is we want to be growing UK League of Legends. And I think these are two orgs, very, very different in terms of the way that they go about that. But fundamentally, I think they're pushing towards the same goal to make UK League of Legends great again.
Yeah, I could lead with a cheap joke about how it's all a conspiracy to get Middlecott into Birmingham, but it is quite important. It does matter quite a lot. Really proud of them. And, if Paragon were going to try and come on an upswing and make it matter, what better giant to fell than Ruddy themselves?
Of course. From what I'm hearing, this upcoming match is going to be a solid banger a third time. I believe that these two have clashed in that scenario then. Definitely some history. I'd even go so far as to say, like, bad blood between the two. And, like, if I'm these two, I'm playing hell for leather. I think I've got a lot to prove, especially if you're on the side of Paragon, right? Got 0-3 down, you've beat Ruddy before, you've lost to them before. Like that Ruddy is 3-0 up. You're hopefully trying to make yourself the underdog. You're trying to come up on the upswing, right?
But also there's that wider narrative in terms of the league, right? 0-3 is recoverable, right? 0-4, you start to have those questions come into your head, and 2 winless weeks back to back is the worst possible way to start your split.
We should be all good now, I believe, to kick it over to draft, where it is already locked in. And this is going to come with a little bit of a forewarning. We are having a couple of issues with the replay, with the spectator mode at the moment. So all drafts have been locked in advance, and we're going to be watching a replay of the match. But we are the first people who are going to be laying eyes on this. So do stay here. It's still basically live. But Ruddy Esports have locked in a ton of champs across different roles. I'm not going to list off everything on screen because I'm not the analysts here. I'm going to leave it to these two to pick out the oddities here. I'm already seeing a couple, but I'm curious as to what they think.
I like what Paragon are trying to do. If you're going to break a losing streak, you're not going to break it with like, oh, I'm going to do everything. I'm going to go through like silently into the night because my denial is strong and my ability to change is limited. Instead, we're going to like come out explosive, Hwei, long-range damage, Lucian, the ability to capitalize on long-range damage. We got a Jackson and Aatrox for significant all-in power. You want to get over the top, eviscerate your opponents, get up close, go fast. With the Milio to tie it together, that's going to be a rush forwards composition. I want to see a Shirelias in here somewhere. Some laners can build it at this stage. I don't know if it's totally suitable for Hwei. That's a bit of dark technology. But if Paragon are going to come through in this game, it's going to be explosive fast. And it's going to test some new skills they've not shown off this season.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at here is a comp that can very easily capitalize on any sort of little bit of poke. We're mentioning the Hwei being super long range. You've got the culling that can come down from the Lucian as well. And if that's getting someone to 50% HP, then the Jax, then the Aatrox are coming in, and those champs are absolutely ridiculous. I mean, we already know how ridiculous the Aatrox is. Ketzero got a bloody quadra-kill in it last week. But then over here on the side for Ruddy, I think this is a It's strange because I think it looks less standard, but I think it feels a little bit more standard in terms of the way that you want to be playing it outright. The Nocturne is super, super powerful, most likely coming out of the jungle. I'm imagining that's going to be Udi going into the top lane, Karma into the mid. I've just heard word from production that actually it's Udi mid lane. Okay, Ketsuo.
It's over. It's finished.
Like, like
Ketsuo, you must have seen Akers, who I think went like 7-0 before eventually falling to a Nexus tower on the Udyr, and just wanted some himself.
I mean, Middlecut, you mentioned Udyr ADC before we got into this. This is like this nearing it, right? To hopefully pull this to pull this conversation hopefully back from whatever the hell that is. I want to bring up the fact that I like looking at bans and trying to work out what teams were scared of. I'm looking over at Paragon side, and I'm seeing that they seem to be worried about being outpoked more than anything else, right? They've banned Ashe, Varus, Neeko, even like Yasuo to a degree. They are really worried about people having more range than what they're putting out. The ability to work past their Jacks, past their Aatrox, and go in on their backline. What they haven't accounted for is Ruddy kind of picking this composition, just like, we're big, we're bulky, we'll jump you. We are not going to poke, we are just going to dive full body first.
Some praise for Ruddy for absorbing 2 target bans in bot lane and then still picking like a top 3 carry on the patch in B5. That's quite nice. There's quite a lot of value you've generated there by not allowing your opponents selective picks. Those are 2 big Sin targets, the Varus and the Ashe. We know they're good, but in Sin's hands, very capable. And to still have a thematic AD carry that fits your composition is really well done.
I am a little bit worried for him though, because the inherent flaw that Miss Fortune has is very, very immobile, and beyond that, she doesn't have any CC of her own. The thing about the Varus, the thing about the Ashe is, yes, they don't have any dashes, but if someone is running at you, you can tell them to stop. And the Miss Fortune, you're kind of just running away, hoping that you can get on out of there. Obviously, you've got the backup of the Braum that can help disengage a lot of range and melee threats, and then Karma Shield's likely going to be coming down from Akers, so I think there are some tools there, but if Paragon find themselves in a situation where they can access Sin repeatedly, it could go pretty badly for Ruddy.
I want to see Nocturne ults come back towards the Fortune, ideally. You're not diving deep to, take out Milio here. It's not worth it.
Well, on that note, we have given you the lowdown on what you can expect to see, but we're going to throw it to the people that are going to see it in real time. Here's the casters and the live game.
Thank you very much. We're on here, Black Boxer, ready for the game. How are you doing today?
Super good. Really excited to be getting back into it with Ruddy and Paragon. I mean, these 2 teams, we've seen a lot of them if you've been involved in UK esports for a while. Ruddy have been looking pretty dang strong now, haven't they? Whereas Paragon, they're really stuttering, but after that draft, I don't know. I'm quite liking what Paragon's putting down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've only gotten I'm only here to really absorb the Britishness. I'm a Norwegian myself, and I got a little taste of what the British teams had to offer in the NLC RPS, and this looks like exactly what I expect from Ruddy, and it's to live and breathe for, and also to die for, because this is a very interesting play in getting this Udyr mid. Pretty much in any matchup they would have ended up in during the game.
Yeah, the Udyr into the Aatrox isn't great, to be fair, but into the Hwei, that just seems incredibly difficult, doesn't it? You can't really step up, you're going to get poked down immensely, and Hwei's really strong once you get into the late game. You like to bully this champion out early when he's not got all of that AP to be able to do such devastating amounts of damage, so all of a sudden, you can't really bully him out. He's quite safe sat in a ranged versus melee matchup. To be fair, I do prefer the Karma into the Aatrox. You're also in a ranged melee, you can sit back, got a lot of poke down, so I don't mind it from that top lane perspective, but I don't really know what you do as a jungler here, because you really need to get aggressive as Crisis. That's the way that you kind of have to play, and you can't really do that on a Nocturne when your lanes aren't winning if you don't have any push to actually play around.
Yeah, we've just been fixing some settings. Hopefully I'm correctly dialed in right now. Yeah, maybe people didn't hear what we said earlier, but or what I heard said earlier. But yeah, I completely agree with the analysis that you came into here. And it seems like just in general, the lopsidedness in both mid and the top topside range. Quite obvious, I think.
If you get pushed in just constantly by this way, maybe that does then open you up to being able to try to get some ganks down onto Eden. But we really are going to have to watch onto Crisis, because as the Nocturne, if you don't get that initial ultimate turning into at least a flash, if not a kill, you really need it to be a kill overall, then you're just in such a bad spot as the Nocturne. The Jax is going to be infinitely more useful in a team fight than a behind Nocturne. Of course, you clear really quickly as the Nocturne, and that gank setup you can bring with your ultimate is excellent. You can also control objectives really well with it, so you bring a lot to the table early, but you have to get those kills, you have to pay that off with kills, otherwise this Nocturne falling behind could be pretty devastating to Ruddy's chances of actually being able to get things done in the mid to late game around these objectives.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Well, slow early game. Right now, Eden is doing exactly what it's supposed to do versus versus Ketso. I, of course, have to point out the glaring issue in the top lane, which is the username, Erling Gnarland. As a Norwegian, I take this as a huge... it's horrible to see in every single way possible, and I hope there's some sort of a fine coming in for his sake. But here we see in the mid lane though, Ketso managing finally to at least reach Eden a little bit, but here comes the punishment to follow it. It doesn't have a flash, so we'll never actually be able to properly just disengage in case Eden goes super aggressive. But yeah, you see exactly what's going to be the struggle for this Udyr mid. Now, Snipex in the bot lane. Last bet goes on. Jamsu doing exactly what he needs to do. Doesn't reach with his counter strike, and gank is negated.
Yeah, not quite going to be able to get onto that gank, and it kind of puts him behind in terms of tempo. He's going to be able to pick himself up this bot lane Scuttle Crab, but you've already managed to get back to base and get out onto the map as Crisis. Nocturne in a really strong position, should be able to go top lane, split those Scuttle Crabs, and having this top lane Scuttle Crab is really useful, because at 5 minutes when those grubbies spawn, you are just so much safer with that vision. Just there, you can also speed yourself up, obviously. It's really good to have it, and I think that's part of the reason why we've been seeing a lot of junglers coming to the conclusion that you should start with your clear top side and work your way down towards the bottom lane, because if you can get that reset and go get onto that Scuttle Crab, having that control, having the respawning camps in the top side, bringing you up there naturally anyway, that can be just really good for the way that you want to play this one. You can see Crisis just sort of hanging around behind the turret of Timotopper. He is completely on vision though. We'll be able to nick away these Krugs, but that is full vision, and Snipex, who has now base, coming back with 2 longswords, so in a pretty strong position, will be able to find him. I think you're going to be able to get away those, Crisis.
Yeah, it doesn't really turn into a fight. Brexit, I mean Brexit Crisis has had a chance to maybe step in for some sort of dive attempt, but ill-advised after taking the golems, and now, yeah, Snipex is here. But I really like the tempo. Here comes the gank top lane though. Timotopper is low. Will he take enough damage? No! Part 2 of the W does not land. Yeah, has to flash out their Rackers to stay alive.
Yeah, but you have already seen the roam coming through from Jamsu, has immediately got himself up towards these grubs. They're going to be able to take away all 3 of these most likely. Snipex could jump into the pit. It would pretty much be throwing away his life for the possibility of picking up a grub. Isn't going to be able to do so, and because he was in this top side looking for that gank top lane, isn't going to be able to turn that straight back into a Drake. If you can get the Drake and those first 3 grubs, you're in an incredibly strong position as this Nocturne. That's exactly what you want to do as a jungler, so everything working out pretty dang well. Timotopper, he held his flash in that top lane play because he knew he had the support coming in from Snipex, but still, the amount of damage right there that Akaz was able to do to Timotopper, this Karma is having a really nice time in this individual lane. The thing is that good enough, really, to sacrifice the fact that your Udyr right now is down by 20 CS?
Yeah, Eden is having a field day in the mid lane. A complete dominance there, and I feel like Timotopper is doing a good job in terms of staying on par with CS. Of course, he's going to be a little bit behind, but you do see that Ketso is having a way worse time here. Though Snipex coming from the bot line. Is this time enough? Does not reach. Oh no! Just not in time for the stun, and now it's an easy time to kite away. Sin and Jamso is just again buying more time in the bot lane. Snipex really not making it happen, but here comes a collapse onto Ketsu. He has Ghost available, so yeah, he just runs away. This roam does not really lead to anything either, so we're still deathless in the game, but there's been some attempts and some near-death situations. Oh, we're not done just yet.
Ketsuo, though, he can turn this back around onto Snipex right now. He's in a much stronger position, has that level 6.
Flash of Flash, First Blood!
There we
That's
go.
just a perfect catch there from Ruddy.
Yeah, you're just getting a little bit over-aggressive right there as Snipex. You aren't in a position where you can actually fight up against this Udyr. Sure, you know, the Udyr hasn't been having a particularly good time in the individual lane matchup, but still, in a straight-up 1v1, that's where an Udyr can absolutely shine. That is also going to turn into a Drake as well. So Ruddy, they have had a pretty much perfect early game. Everything that they've been looking to get done has worked out, and not a single Snipex gank has worked, despite the fact that he's tried in pretty much all 3 lanes at this point.
Yeah, must feel a little disheartened by that, especially when he gets punished in this sense. I think maybe the Nocturne had 1 XP ago. He had the ultimate. He just went for it straight away. So the timing is just perfect in terms of what the strength of Nocturne is, and it is to collapse, join in on those skirmishes, and snowball into early leads. And yeah, this might just be the little bit extra that Ruddy needed in the early game to negate Ketsuo's disadvantage in the mid lane.
Quite possibly, and of course Ruddy Painkillers, they were one of our best squads in the last split as well, so no surprises that they're hitting the ground running, keeping all of the same roster as well. Just is always helpful when you can have players who know how each other wants to work so well, and they're really showing up right now. This would be a 4th win if they're able to close out what has been a strong early game. Obviously, we've got a lot of League of Legends left to play, but still, every single member seems to be doing really well for themselves. I'm looking at all of these lanes, and there's not really anywhere where I'm like, yeah, you're falling behind massively.
Absolutely not. Here the support has to flash out. Drippy Darren gets out. Ultimate used by Sin. And both of them just seems to be directed vaguely in the opposing direction. But here Dash in from the last bit. Here comes Jamsu. And the stun is enough with the Ignite. I do think they have it. No shield from Drippy Darren is going to keep him alive. Jamsu is low and they turn it around. Dash is after. Last bit just a little bit needed to get Sin. Auto attacks back. Sin gets it. And it's a 1-for-1 back at it. So gets a little bit back there, Sin. But a good play for the bot lane of Paragon.
Yeah, Paragon going to be pretty happy with that one. You obviously would have brothered both of those kills going over to last, but doesn't work out that way. All good. You managed to get a kill, and that's a lane that you really needed to get something going with, because the Lucian can be so strong, but not if you get out of lane just even. You need to get yourself a little bit of a lead. He doesn't scale quite so well into the late game. Plus, there was a bit of a CS lead as well.
Going top in. Lane. Oh, such a package to jump up, and this is gonna most likely lead to the Void Grubs too. Now joined in Snipex! They both go over the wall with the Blast Cone! Jamsu's bought enough time! And you couldn't be more in trouble than this Jax is right now! Jumps back out, but he is not going to be able to contest properly. Might though when Eden joins in. 4 of them picked up. Ult spent.
Got numbers.
Yeah, Jamsu just gets burned down by the Hui ultimate and smites away a Grub. Now they got disengaged, but here is Ketsuo! Slows him down with Empower ultimate. Eden does what he can to try to feel for his team, but they don't have the damage. It just seems like Ruddy are gonna win out on it. Snipex goes down, and at least here Ruddy can get the fifth Void Grub, which is so important to get that pushing power.
Yeah, they come out with everything they really wanted in that situation. It looked a little bit sketchy for a second there, but in the end, Ruddy, every single fight, they're just getting that little bit more for themselves. I was speaking about how we needed Crisis to be strong. He's in a really good position. Sin, though,
getting bursted down by Lastpair's ultimate, but Drippy Darren is just a little bit too far away. Can he CC enough for Lastpair to get that little bit of damage off? Does not, and here's Ketsuo, here's Jamsu, and Sin, he doesn't need to do anything else, the job is already done. Ketsuo is getting kinda low, but the shielding is just plenty enough. Sin walks back in! I told you didn't need to do anything else, but he just couldn't help himself. Now they do get the double kill onto Ketsuo. Sin inting just a little bit, but hey, they didn't lose out too much.
Really did not need to see that out of Sin, but it's fine. It's fine. Everywhere else is going just great for Ruddy right now.
Oh, here, Nocturne. This is so easy.
It's just dead.
Just one last auto.
Smite.
It doesn't have it. Ultimate. He's waiting for the ultimate. It's under turret. Was that on cooldown? Was that why he was waiting? Oh, he didn't just flex on him. No. Well, I guess sometimes the cooldowns work like that. And he does get the kill, gets out scot-free. Smite not needed, not available. Or else he might not have used the ultimate, because that was kind of risky with Drippy Darren right around the corner. Yep. But another kill from Ruddy. They're doing great.
Really strong start right now. This mid-jungle duo specifically are incredibly strong, and we were speaking about how we really didn't know about this Udyr mid, and it did not have a good time in the 1v1, but in these skirmishes, in these specific 1v1s with junglers, with other melee champions, that's where this champion is really popping off. Ketsuo doing an incredible job of just leaving the lane that isn't treating him well and getting into other lanes, making his impact felt around the Grubs, around the Drakes, and in the bot lane too. If he could keep this up right now, this Udyr can be far more impactful than some of the top lane ones that we've been seeing even.
Exactly. Here we see 4 members trying to deal with Ketsuo, but he is unstoppable.
He's so tanky.
Literally. And can't be slowed, can't be taken down. And yeah, exactly what you're saying. He's taking the lane away from mid lane. You see it in his itemization too. Frozen Heart completed. He doesn't want to fight Eden. He doesn't want to be strong into the Hui. He wants to be strong into everyone else.
Yeah, he's just not interested, and there's no reason to be.
Oh,
Drippy Darren.
patience coming up. Now, might gone a little too far. Flash out from the Nocturne. Drippy Darren goes down to Sin's ultimate, but here's a huge flank from Eden. Draws in 4 of them, and Slipex gets some kills along with the Aatrox. Now it's just running them down. Ketsu doing a lot in the backline, but not enough to really win it out for them. It's a huge fight from Prodigy, and that was Ruddy's initiative. They're not done just yet.
Ketsuo should be able to run away from this one, but it is going to be Paragon picking themselves up this Drake, stopping the bleeding in terms of objectives, and it was a gigantic crushing maw out of Eden, just pulling 3 members in. A little bit of over-aggression right there out of Ruddy. They wanted to get on top of Drippy Darren. Killing the support is great and all, but you can't step that far forwards, not up against a Jax who just counterstance, gets you all locked up pretty much immediately. And Sin, a couple of those ultis have just not been ideal, stepping up way too far, not using the full range of that bullet time, and instead getting himself caught out, bursted down.
Yep.
Still, this mid-jungle duo of Ruddy is looking really good, but the rest of the pieces haven't really been able to find their mark quite yet. Going in on Drippy Darren again, flashing. Okay, just gonna blow another flash. It looks like Drippy Darren is not allowed to have his flash up at any point during this entire game.
No, I feel like that might be the thing I'm thinking of about Ruddy too, is that Sin is also using his ultimate pretty much on cooldown himself, alongside Nocturne, so they're just putting on the tempo, and they might not lead to the optimal place, but it does seem like they are falling a little bit for it here, Prodigy.
Just
Paragon, of course, I mean.
bit.
And now we're on the Herald. So low, Smite goes to Ruddy, but the collapser is great from the red team, stuck in the pit here. Nocturne might not get out, but yep, actually with the movement speed he does. And here's Ketsu! At this situation, he is supreme, has to flash out Snipex. And they get the Herald, they get out with all 5 members alive. They almost got some kills back. Ruddy are looking great again.
Chasing
Every
onto
fight is just a little
Jansu.
stronger. Yeah.
Oh, okay, not gonna overcommit for that one. Paragon, they do lose out onto the Herald as
Timotopper,
Timotopper
double
goes
knockout!
flying in!
One more, but slowed down by the ultimate. Doesn't hit the artillery there, Eden. And yeah, Timotopper just doesn't really have that single bit of movement needed in the end. Oh, and they really wanted to. That's a flash spent. Such an
Yeah,
important
that's-
cooldown.
Big flash right there. Sure, you're managing to get everybody quite low on Ruddy, but you need that flash for repositioning as Aatrox. The fact that nobody died in that entire skirmish around that Herald is pretty insane.
Yep.
I mean, you really would have expected somebody to have gone down in that situation. Right now, we're sat with about a 3k gold lead for Ruddy. They're in a pretty good position. A couple of first items completed, plenty of components towards seconds as well. But right now, the item disparity is not huge, despite the fact that the early game is definitely favoured towards Ruddy. We'll have to see around these next objectives. 1 Drake apiece means that we're not likely to see a Elder unless this game goes ridiculously long, but these Drake fights are going to continue to be massive.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I feel like Paragon. They need to be a little bit sharper with their plays. I feel like the margins have been against them, but it's also because Ruddy has been playing just a little bit better. Here we see another fight. Eden throwing the ult onto the Gnar land. Akers flashes out. Snipex doesn't catch up. But again, Summoner's forced. He's low. He has to back out. But it doesn't really lead to anything else at this moment.
No, there's been a lot of situations where we've had blinking health bars, but not actually kills going over. It could be a very different game if some of those kills had actually been completed. So we're just waiting right now on the next couple of objectives to spawn. Obviously the Baron's going to be a big one in 3.5 minutes time, but neither of these teams are going to have the quickest Baron take. It's relatively fast for Paragon, but still not going to be a lightning quick as we do with some drafts, so you're looking to get yourself a team fight first, get good vision set up rather than sneaking away any potential Barons. And right now the vision war has pretty much been won by Ruddy. That's part of why they've been doing so well for themselves. Got a lot of deep wards before these team fights coming through. Ketsuo getting set packing, but still not going down, and I just haven't been seeing really this Aatrox and Jax combo popping off like it sometimes does. You've got a lot of CC, a lot of slows between that combo. Sometimes you can see it really lock people down, but top lane.
Yeah, Crisis top, he has the Herald, goes hard onto the Hui, has the flash away, and now this chase is never gonna go your way as even.
Wait, the fear?
Unless it does, the fear is enough, gets help from Drippy Darren. I mean, there is a world where you overchase here, still has the Herald available, but didn't use the top lane, yeah, mostly because maybe the Karma can deal with it herself. Now, before this Drake, might be a timing to see him pop it, and try to divert Paragon away from the mid lane turret, or the Drake.
And you don't have that ultimate now onto Crisis. Has popped it, like you said, pretty much on repeat every single time it's been up so far, which is the correct way to play Nocturne in a lot of situations, but around objectives it can be so huge for just taking away vision. Plus it's got a pretty short cooldown. We're going to see that back relatively soon. Mid lane push priority being established right now by Ruddy. They want full access into this pit. They've got brilliant vision set up, plus that Scuttle Crab as well. So they're sat in a very strong position. Tipotopa did just base, does have the TP to rejoin if he wants to around this fight.
And here comes the TP, they gotta peel away, and they do, Ruddy. Takes a lot of damage on the Nocturne, but here they're going for the chase. Tipotopa gets a knock up onto Jamsu, but they're peeling well here, negating the first wave of Paragon. Let's see the second one. He uses his ultimate Ketsu. There's just a little bit of poke damage, but here comes the Herald. They charge it straight in. The first turret actually goes down before the charge goes through, so it's just gonna go past it, but might be a little bit stuck. He has the ult, trying to be away, but this ultimate from Sin is good. Peels away the rest of the team. They gotta be careful. Flag comes in from the Jax. Tipotopa tries to get the backline, but is flashed away from. The health bars are going slowly down. There's one kill for Ruddy, but look at the health bars of them. They have to run away. It's so close for both teams. I don't even know if they have the means to go for the Drake here already, but they might just try.
Yeah, they're just going to go straight for the Drake. They do have blinking health bars, but so did the rest of Paragon. In and amongst all of that, only one person ends up dying. It's Snipex, who ended up having to flash to get a double stun to save the rest of his team. It was a good death for Snipex, but Sin, after a couple of, I'd call dodgy ultimates, pops off with that one, manages to land it across multiple members, and it all came from what looked like a little bit of miscommunication, perhaps, on that Herald, as, hang on, Ketsuo and Tipotopa are going to go at it. I think the Ketsuo might win this one. He needs to dodge some of the knockups, though.
Yeah, Conqueror stacked for... yeah, here comes the teleport. Ketsu, no way, right? No way! Yeah, no way. Shutdown goes to Eden. I can't cast a curse just yet, but that was a little overzealous.
Yeah, just a little bit. Perhaps in the straight-up 1v1 you are able to win out on that one as Ketsuo, but not when you are up against the Hui as well. This Hui with 2 completed items, that Leandri is especially just going to be burning through for so much damage. It's really tricky to play up against a Hui. So many different abilities, the fear, that more that gets to pull everybody in, the CC that he provides, plus being able to do so much damage, it's just a little bit disgusting. But still, you've had a pretty good showing, I'd say, out of Ketsuo on this unconventional Udyr in the mid lane. Ruddy, they're in a strong position, but I'd say a lot of their champions are at their best during the early stages of the game. And Paragon, they've held on. They're not so far behind that they couldn't get back into this game, potentially. We'll have to see if they're able to do so, though. About a 5k gold lead to overcome.
Oh, here comes another Sin ultimate. Doesn't do much this time, but yeah, I agree with you in terms of not being too far behind here from Paragon. I do think the issue is with how clumped up these fights are. I have a feeling that Lasper, Delusion, is going to struggle to really get his money's worth in terms of how close he has to get. I don't know how much damage he did last fight either. I might be mistaken, but that seems to be such a big part of how they're gonna try to burn through Ketsu. That they're gonna struggle. Here, another ultimate from the Nocturne, and yeah, easy autos. Doesn't even take damage from the tower, it seems like. stays out of the tower range with the Karma, and that's as easy as it gets.
It's been an incredibly good game right now out of Crisis. He is easily one of the best junglers that we've got in the league, and showing off on this Nocturne is something you have to keep ahead with. Teleport coming in, so this is going to be a straight up Baron take right now, and Eden was the main source of damage that Paragon had. Without him available, I really don't see what it is that Paragon can do.
They're here in time. Snipex getting found out by the Karma, though the duel might go both ways. Here comes ultimate from Delusion, gets blocked out by Braum on top side though. Snipex goes in, smite goes to the Ud. No, that's not a smite, that's just damage. But he gets it. Timotopper is getting chased down by the Karma again. Gets a kill onto the Jax, and they get the Baron. They get one kill, and they don't need full aces here, Ruddy. They're just winning incrementally, and the Baron, that's a huge win.
Yeah, we've not really seen any team fights where tons of people have died. It's been 1 or 2 kills in almost every situation, and Ruddy just coming out on top again and again and again. They're up by a good chunk of gold at this point, around about 6,000. It's not insurmountable, but it is incredibly strong, and I think your point just before that Baron fight about this Lucian was incredibly correct. Lucian Milio is a powerhouse of a bot lane in that 2v2 bot, but unless you get a lot of kills and really get that rolling, yeah, you're so short-ranged, and versus a composition that is also pretty melee from Ruddy, if you do step up a little bit too far, you just get bursted down. What can you do when there's a 6-0 and 2 Nocturne in your face, who's now got 2 fully completed items and nearly onto that 3rd? We can see the gap in terms of jungle gold is gigantic, but there's kind of a gap everywhere.
Yeah, but they're definitely jungle and AD carry is where it's really showing up. Eden doing a good job keeping his lane at pace, but that should have been the case nonetheless. So yeah, I mean they have a strong position ready, and the tools, the win condition that that Paragon has to win are becoming less and less obvious.
Yeah, you really need to find one of these team fights where you could just get on top of Sin and take him out whilst not just getting shredded by the Nocturne and the Udyr. And even Aka's in the top lane, this Karma dealing surprising amounts of damage. Obviously the build is more damage orientated, but you never think of her as one of those big attack powers, but she really can do when you build like you have as Aka's. The Space Siege coming through, I don't know how you can really stop it as such a short-range composition as Paragon. It's just these Baron empowered cannon minions that are shredding these towers with no recourse for Paragon at all.
Yeah, they don't seem to be having options. They gotta try to catch someone out. The Timotopper tries, but you see how much control Karma brings into the siege. Inhibitor goes down. They're still sieging on the bot side. There's a lot of damage onto the Jax, but they're playing it very patiently here, Ruddy, and that's exactly what they need. Here comes the engage from Paragon. Ultimate from Sindo! It's shredding through the backline! And how are they gonna make this happen? Sin gets onto Timotopper, gets another one onto Snipex, and the patience pays off as they just await the oncoming opposition, and they just take down one after one. They flash after. Jamsu gets the slow onto Lastman, who gets taken down by Sin too, and they still got all 5 members alive. They might end it here and now. Sin is onto Eden. The Nexus, Fountain is healing him up, keep him in just barely alive, but in the meantime, Nexus towers are going down, and one measly champion with 100 abilities is not enough to save your Nexus from going down, and the victory goes over to Ruddy.
Wow, oh wow, Ruddy just with an absolute dismantling right there of Paragon. I had a lot of faith in this Paragon roster coming in. I'd been following these guys for a while, and I really liked what they had drafted for themselves in this game specifically, but it felt like they just didn't know what to do. There were a lot of ganks attempted out of Snipex, and none of them ended up coming off, whereas every single time it felt like an ultimate was pressed, Crisis got at least a flash, if not kills. It was what I was wanting from him. The whole Ruddy team played that one incredibly impressively.
Yeah, it felt like Ruddy just flew like a butterfly and stung like a bee. Every time Paragon tried to come onto them, they just peeled away and found the right moment to strike back. And I don't know if there's more than one team fight where it seemed like Paragon had the advantage coming out of it. And it's mostly due to just how Ruddy plays as a team and how they collectively choose to go for the engages.
They just are really nice with knowing when they can fight. I mean, there were a couple of iffy moments. Sin, a couple of odd ultimates that he absolutely made up for once we got later on into the game. Some of those ultimates in that last team fight especially was across all 5 members and just shredded half of the health bar down. It didn't feel like there was any point at which Paragon could really try to play, and even in the lanes where you weren't having such a good time, the Udyr not having a great time in lane versus the Karma, it's fine. Just sit back and don't try to press your advantage. Don't try to press forwards too far and get yourself killed, give over an advantage. Instead, wait for skirmishes where all of a sudden you are actually in the advantage, where you can get things done with your champion. Really well played out of Ruddy, and I'm excited to see them going forwards.
Absolutely. Fourth win of the season. We got to enjoy it. Let's see what the desk has to say. Yeah, we'll be back later. But the desk, take it away.
Get back, that is. Now, we were sitting there talking about the game as it happened. Definitely one of the games of all time. That Udyr mid pick, originally we kind of like were a little bit kind of like, where's this coming from? A bit skeptical. But we saw it had a lot of kind of roam power, a lot of sway in the game. Particularly like late game. It really stood on its own legs, right, guys?
On competitive pick. He certainly stood there. He did.
No, Temporal hasn't unmuted himself in Discord.
No,
I was gonna say,
not like this, not like this. Oh, what a disaster.
No, go on, just do the talking again. It's what you're here for, mate.
Just like you did, I'm just standing there, silently, staring ahead as my enemies are eviscerated, and the world continues to continue.
Yo, here we are. This is exactly what we were talking about. There was this kind of fight that happened, and if you keep your eyes on Ketsuo here, it was very much just a kind of like, I'm going to sit around, I'm going to absorb this damage, I'm going to put back all the damage that I am taking right back into the enemy team, and there's not really much you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, as someone that has played a lot of Udyr, both pre and maybe not as much post rework, this is exactly what Udyr does. He runs around doing nothing, absorbing time, absorbing cooldowns, and it baits Paragon into what's ultimately a really bad fight situation. And it never felt like there was a decisive ending fight here for Ruddy right until they got to the very, very end of the game. There were just continual team fights, skirmishes, where they got a couple of kills, a tower, an objective here or there, and it was 1k gold lead increasing to 2, increasing to 3, 4, and then eventually the enemy Nexus falls.
Would you say he was unbothered, moisturized, and sitting in his lane?
I can't imagine Ketsuo in that position. Now I'm just imagining Ketsuo's face photoshopped onto that guy, and it is not a pretty sight. I'm going to be real with you, dude.
I like
I was imagining Ketsuo just, in his swimming trunks in the bath.
I just thought that me and Middlecott haven't really interacted. Me and Middlecott haven't really interacted all that much. We pulled the exact same face at you when you said those words out loud as they passed through your head.
It's very justified.
You'll go far, mate. You'll go far, mate.
But Ketsuo isn't the only player that we had our eyes on that whole time. There was a few times that we kind of picked out Sin from the crowd. I kind of commented between the three of us. There's a couple of times where they swung some weird ults. But right near the end, there was a really good one used around the inhib that we actually commented on. It locked Paragon out of the fight really nicely.
Yes.
We're about to see it here. And you can see they kind of get that push back. They can't really interact here, and they're forced to bite on either saving Timotopper or, well, losing the fight. And they chose the right one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the right one that ultimately leads to their own Nexus exploding, so... But I think at this point, it's a catch-22 however you end up playing this out. But I think this is really one of the strengths of this competition is that maybe we didn't actually highlight as much during the Champion Select. The Paranoia combined with the Misfortune ult, not only have you got the lights out, where the heck is everybody from that Paranoia, that Vision Denial, but you've also got a huge amount of AoE damage that you're not necessarily sure where it's coming from. So you've got these great tools at splitting up these skirmishes, disrupting the teamfight composition that Paragon were running, and I mean, I think shout out to Crisis as well, Crisis. He was absolutely immense this game, and I've almost forgiven him for making me fall off a jump trap in Lethal Company because of that Nocturne performance. Not quite though, mate. Not quite though, mate. He's still in my bad books, but that is exactly what you want to be doing with a champion, right? He was constantly going to side lanes, being very, very aggressive with those ultimates, and building up leads for himself and for the rest of his team too.
Cool. Well, on that note, after one good game, we're about to throw it to the next. But first of all, we're going to be throwing it to a break. So stay where you are, stay seated, right exactly where you are. I mean, you got time to grab a drink. It's probably what we'll do. But we'll see you in just a few minutes.
I reinvest, stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest, stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Well, welcome back, one and all, to the Four Nations, and it does look like we're going straight into draft, it would seem.
No, we're not.
Never mind. You saw
You're wrong,
nothing.
Alex. Why would you even think
Nothing.
that?
Incorrect. Honestly, what is a draft? How about you guys explain what a draft is? Because I don't know. I've never seen one in my life.
It's the
no-
first form of a
please don't.
document that isn't
don't.
real and shouldn't be respected.
The
Like
Gale
all of my
Force
university
winds.
work.
The Gale Force winds blowing under my door into my room. That
Oh,
nearly
really?
gave me frostbite over the winter. Fun fact about that.
On that whirlwind of emotions, we're going to be talking real quick about the upcoming match. We've got Verzik coming up against, I believe it's Lions Creed. Yeah, it is. Cool. So first up, we're going to be talking a little bit about Verzik and their roster as we dive into this match. We've had a decent showing from them so far. However, that's been mere in terms of like how they've been performing in game. Their statistics don't really reflect that. They're currently sitting 0-3 down. It's incredibly rough for them. It's not they can't be feeling great. But it's the exact same stance that we saw Paragon in last time, right? I think there's a big play that comes to mental here. If you let the 0-3 get to you, you let it weigh you down, you go 0-4, that's another one of your lifelines cut away, and you're now like in a really bleak situation. You need to try and stay on top of this and manage your losses to turn them into victories. So, guys, how do you think you go about doing that?
Well, again, I think you've got to take the positives where you can find them. And because of that last game from Paragon, they're now 0-4. So Verzik, no longer bottom of the table, guys. Let's go. Second to last. This
On
is
the
where the
same
comeback
note as
starts.
Paragon, this will be them facing the third of the top 3 in 4 games.
Yeah.
So their strength of schedule will also grow easier, and hopefully as they grow stronger, they'll interface better with it.
Yeah, and I think that's what you've got to be sort of hanging on to here. Is like, actually, if you are going to have to go up against the strong teams, get them out of the way. Take the L. I think we've been seeing this a little bit in terms of the NLC Div 1 at the moment. There were a few teams there that performed quite poorly in week 1, but then have come through very, very strongly in week 2 and actually been able to get some scouts versus teams that they really shouldn't have done. And I'm a little bit hoping that it's going to be a similar situation here for Verzik. You train yourself up against the steel that are the likes of Lions Creed, that are the likes of Venom Crest Serpent. So then when you have to go up against like Talc or Chalk, your blade's a little bit sharper.
Yeah, it's the whole notion of like, what was it? Back in the day, people would like break their legs and their bone would heal stronger. So the next time you did it, it comes back again and again. I'm insane. Apparently, it's the
Medical
old martial arts
history
thing.
is not well documented.
No, it's an old martial arts thing.
Today.
Painful.
Guys, don't. I been breaking my legs for
Daleks,
nothing?
freelance, team physio.
Yeah, guys, my arm's not meant to bend backwards. This is not normal.
Challengers hate him with this one easy trick. Play 500 games of solo queue, man.
Look how much motion my arm has when it's no longer in the socket.
Anyway, pulling it back on topic. The roster for Verzik, there we go. Production's coming in clutch. Thank you, production. Look at this. We can now make structured points. We're seeing, I believe this is the same roster we've seen in every other week so far. Have there been any standout names for you guys so far?
Oh,
The
that's not a good
Verzik
sign.
roster coming together, I think is quite important. I think we've seen Shader a few times. I know we've seen Shader a few times in the UKL. And he's back sort of on his bruises on his fighters. Would be excited to see if they explore sort of more flanking style instead of a split push away. Strangler's been on these heavier carry picks, such as the Karthus, I believe, in their first game. That is from memory. Forgive me if it was another fragile glass cannon in the jungle. I want to see the style come together. That's the big thing for me with these 5 players.
Yeah, I think that on any team which is losing, I think step 1 is finding an identity. Because League of Legends isn't the sort of game where you have to play in a certain way. I think the meta is quite open in terms of that. You can be playing lots of bridge junglers, lots of pure carries. The role isn't really defined. Find the way that you want to be playing, and then just sort of stick to your guns on that. Because it's so much better to have a singular playstyle that defines you as a team than to try and play everything under the sun. You end up in a situation where you're trying to do too many things and it doesn't work. What do you want to play? What is your philosophy? What is the Verzik style? Yeah, you might lose this game. Yeah, you might lose a couple more. But if you find that, That's the first step to success for me.
Now, I have heard that we do have a replay to look at, which ties into their last match against DMG, which apparently, well, I personally didn't catch it live, but from the looks of things, it wasn't the strongest performance that Verziger put out. They had their moments that they were very much kind of like flash in the pan, and they just kind of constantly got caught out in these awkward situations, like right here. It just feels like unfortunate decision making back to back resulted in every fight being weighted against them. If there was something that they could improve on going forwards, what would you say it would going into this next match?
I hope they've been scrimming. I hope we've seen some practice, because we saw a little miscoordination, miscommunication perhaps early on. While Tycool gets in here, Strangler has to come in afterwards. Shieda wasn't able to fire away during. It's the little pieces coming together. We know that they're cooking with some technology. They're on the new competitive picks. They split with the Karma, with some other bits, with the Udyr. What I want to see is the humans execute it together, come together as a team, as a unit.
Yeah, especially in the clip that just kind of got shown off, I noticed there's that almost tiny bit of miscoordination, right? It's almost like we need to be hearing them talking and focusing on the right points together as a unit. Like, I was kind of watching Yone off the top, kind of like just slamming into a Northless while the rest of his team got picked off one by one. We've all been there, right? You see a kill and you're like, I've got it, but you might not necessarily will. So just kind of like getting that little bit more coordination on deck might be massive for them. Now, they're playing off against Lions Creed, who is one of the undefeated teams so far, one of the 3 Titans of the UKEL so far. And we got told that there's actually some interesting things to note about them, which once the roster kind of gets displayed, we can move on to. But Lions Creed has a very, very different kind of approach than some of the other teams so far. We've seen, like, Paragon especially, I've noticed when I'm watching their games, they kind of go all in at the start. They find early kills. They kind of get that momentum, the ball rolling. Lions Creed doesn't normally get that. How the hell do they keep getting away with stealing wins without getting snowballing leads?
Well, I think common denominator between 2 of our 3-0 teams, well, one of the teams is 4-0 now, not having a coach.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go the other way. There was a team that once was a core of Belfast Storm. It was called Lucent when it finished, and Hive when it started in the UKL. And with their coach, they mastered the style that just ends the game at 25 minutes because you just crush. Now, the early game before that, you could completely win. You could completely lose. You still crush at the same time. You come together, and that overwhelming momentum can end the game for you. It's not exactly how Lions Creed are ending, but it's pretty thematic that they start applying the pressure around the 28-30 minute mark, and it starts to overwhelm their opponents. It's not necessarily rooted in any one member. Porp normally hits every objective and comes to every lane assignment right at that time, and that's how Lions Creed get through. But in the minutes beforehand, I feel like they maybe deserve some criticism.
For me personally,
I knew I could get you with that. I knew I could get you with that one, Temporal.
Like, in all kindness, sometimes coaches need to facilitate more than they need to innovate or overwrite a player's learned behavior. That's not always, and the mark of a good coach is knowing when to back off and when to push.
Yeah, and I think for Lions Creed, I think this is a fairly experienced roster. So if we are talking about learned behaviors, right, Spark, the Heathen, QCar, these guys all have been around for a while, and I think Porp too. Like, he's maybe not played as much comp as he could have done. I
He's
think
the 11th best jungler in first div, I'll have you know.
But that's to my point. Like these are players that like understand how League of Legends needs to be played, and I think that is part of why they're able to recover and win even without getting these big aliens, is because they just know what to do. And I think at this level, that is a very, very powerful tool to have in the back of your mind, knowing that, hey, we don't need to be mechanically executing everything perfectly, because come a certain point of the game, we just understand the steps that a team needs to take better than our opponents.
Yeah, I think just to cap that one off, the LAN experience, this is Lions Creed come from Cabbage Corp, come from Cabbage Family, that have won, I think, 3 or 4 Insomnias now in a row. They can do it. They can do it on a rainy day in Birmingham. transferring that to a rainy day in your bedroom is normally normally that's the other way around. Normally we're not doing it this way. You know, you're scaling up, you're playing loads of League, and you got a LAN. They've already won the LAN. Now they've just got to make sure they get through the split, and maybe this is their comfort way. Maybe Lions Creed are just getting started.
Now, I was told to that there was one player that we were specifically wanting to take a look at being QQR on the side of Lions Creed. Something of a behemoth so far. Like average KDA 7.6 to 1.6 is nuts. They are kind of going around there. They're taking up all that kind of objective. I think my favorite part of this diagram is champion all. We didn't know what to put, so we said yes.
Yeah,
QQR, like that's probably my favorite Huey combo right now at the moment as well. So maybe teasing out that's something they're going to be playing a lot over the coming days.
Who knows? It's a very strong line of stats. I think over this season, we've sort of seen a little discoupling where we would traditionally see gold and damage. And to see that the damage keeps going up without the gold here, even though, you know, maybe the objectives are leaning you into more gold, and that sort of disconnection can occur. This is still a promising line for a mid lane player who just smashes anyway.
Yeah, well, it does sound like we've got draft ready to go, so let's go see. I've got eyes on what QQR's locked in today, considering that it could be literally anything on the roster. Never mind. I am a big liar, apparently, and we aren't going to draft yet. So production exists.
I can't believe you betray the trusting audience of the Four Nations by UKEL like that.
I simply exist to get their hopes up and crush them back down. That's like my existence. That's my whole MO. Like, your pain is my enjoyment. It's that simple.
Cheers.
Evelyn vibes. That's...
Cheers to that. I knew I was going to say something, but it slipped my mind for a second. That was it. I actually remember, because it was a point I wanted to make, but then we kind of like whisked away on from Lions Creed. I think Lions Creed was one of the first matches that I commentated in week 1. And I did notice, because you guys mentioned that they kind of had this like crush culture of like, we hit a point, bam, like we just suddenly pivot into a win. I noticed that their play around Baron was actually like amazing. I haven't been able to keep up with everything, but they like Baron came up and they were instantly seeking it out. They forced a fight. They picked off a couple of the opposing, I can't remember what team it was now, picked off a couple of them before they went in. So it was already a fight that was skewed into their favor, got Baron, and then just game was over. Didn't matter what time it was. They got that purple swirl and they knew exactly what they were doing.
That was something that always used to pain me about watching Korean teams at international events. It's like, the game's going well, but unfortunately this team's got Baron, and the game will be over in 2.5 minutes before that wears off.
It really is just being like receiving some news and just claps their hands and goes, well, you had your expectations, and now the crushing weight of reality has come. It's like, surprise, the Koreans have controlled the objective. Lions Creed have decided to end the game.
I think another thing as well, just while we've got the time to talk about it, I have been very like interested in how the actual just like the skew of character pools and like strategic choices has changed since we started this season of Four Nations. Because like we've transferred across different patches, right? Like I remember seeing day 1, we actually had that kind of the double support item meta that came up a couple of times. Now that's just gone. That's in the oblivion. That's lost to the ether. And like, yay, right?
Middlecourt, do you want to bash NA on this first, or shall I do it? I really want to do it.
Yeah, go for it, mate. No, you are more than welcome.
This excitement of live patch garbage that America claims to have invented in their latest fraudulent exercise from their freshly appointed commissioner, who I think is doing a great job, but this is a bit, so you're going to have to stick with me, was invented here in the UK. Tournament realms are located across the ocean on this island. We know not them. We simply have live. And we're going to do it live and ready for you tonight.
Everyone's in the same boat at the end of the day. And you know who else is? Everyone who's logged in the draft.
Channel.
Here we go. We're ready to rock finally. I am looking around these right now, and I am seeing some pretty scary picks. My attention instantly went over to the side of Lions Creed. I'm seeing that Corki. I'm seeing the Malphite. These are things that have had like pretty dominating presences over the course of season 2024 so far. But then on Verzik, we've got staples, right? We've got classics. We've got Renekton, Jace, Ezreal, things that normally get seen at this level.
What on
Temporal,
earth?
your-
You lock
your face is
guard on
betraying.
3 in this situation. There's a lot of freedom. Right, if Verzik win this, they know what they've done. They've decided early on, it was just like, there's a Varus over there, and that's meant to dominate lane. But instead, I want to put pressure on this lane. Then I want to start transferring. I want to start scaling. If we do see that Bard come to fruition, then this was likely planned, and it's likely an answer into saying Lion's Creed should not have that freedom in the early game they have become accustomed to or have exploited and gotten away with it.
I think to a degree, I think both compositions kind of want to be doing similar things. We've got double poke setups here for both of them, the Jason, the Ezreal for Verzik, and then the Corki Varus here for Lion's Creed. This is definitely going to be poke Varus. I think on here is just not really seeing as much play anymore. And then they've got complementary sort of abilities to actually get on top of that poke. Bardo, I think, is really, really good. I think when you're against Varus and Corki, you are just within that range of the Bardo, where the travel time is actually low enough that you can get caught. And then Lion's Creed, I just love this R4, R5. It's like, we've got long-range damage, but we also really want to kill these guys.
I like the Leona, if it comes about the Lion's Creed, just see Bard leave, and then just stack a wave. Ezreal cannot dodge Leona Q. It's not possible. You know, if she walks in there, what are you going to do? Not be in bot lane. There is an angle there to sort of overcome. It is risky though. The Bard should take an early lead, pre-level 4, especially. Both teams have that like overwhelming late game engage, like you mentioned. There's no counter to Malphite in your face, and especially if your flash is timed and countered. And it's very similar for Bard. I am slightly worried that both Brand and Viego, who are going to sort of be that play through multi-target damage, I'm coming in over this engage, and most of the pivotal part of that follow-up engage can both be broken by the engage of your opponent. So maybe whoever goes first loses, which is really risky and really not a great mid-game to play out.
I think the I think the sort of twist on that for me is that for Lion's Creed, it feels like they're a little bit more able to enable the Viego. The Verzik can enable the Brand, right? You've got that lockdown CC obviously coming in from the Leona Malphite. You've got set up from the Varus as well. But once you get that first kill, I think it's basically team fight over in favor of Lion's Creed Academy, and I think they've got a really good ability to do that. For Verzik, though, I'm looking at the Brand, and I'm thinking, okay, how are we going to be having these absolutely insane, like, 3-man passive procs coming off? I don't really see a need for that, or anything that's going to force Lion's Creed into those chokes like that. So
Yeah,
I'm kind of favoring
them. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm kind of favoring the Lion's Creed draft in that aspect, but then if Jace ever gets ahead, if Brand ever gets ahead, they just annihilate, man.
I'm ready to watch the second Malphite versus Jace solo kill in as many game days. Incredible matchup. Love it. Love it a bit.
Tons of fun. I will also say as well, to me, there's a bit of a telling story in Verzik's bans. Like, I'm looking at the Nox and the Xin Zhao, the Nautilus as well. They would literally go like, we want you to not stick to us. We want that freedom to be able to move and do whatever the hell we want, and we don't want you on us. And Lion's Creed looked at it, nodded, and went, okay, Viego, now fight Leona. We're gonna do it anyway. You can ban it out of us. Granted, we're not gonna have that kind of like Nox, and we're not gonna have the presence that it normally gives. But like, Viego can do a pretty consistently similar job, especially when partnered with that Malphite with the Leona. They're still playing into Verzik's weaknesses. Cool, and it sounds like just like that, we're ready to throw over to casters. So let's see if any of these predictions play out in real time. Take it away, our beautiful casters.
Thank you very much. We're closing on to the game here, Black Boxer, and the draft. I mean, it was a doozy, and it was really fun to hear the desk analyze it, because there is a lot to digest.
Yeah, there really is. They're very similar compositions with all of that poke, but I absolutely agree with what Middlecourt was putting down with how do you play around this Brand, because if you can get a big skirmish where the Brand's able to get a ton of burn damage off, awesome, but do you really have the composition that wants to set that up? You only really have the Renekton that wants that kind of fight, so we'll have to see how much it is that Strangler's actually able to get done on this Brand.
And of course, there is the low-level analysis of the Malphite just being an armor powerhouse, and if Strangler is taken down early in the fight and doesn't get the damage on, he will just reign supreme. He will run around. Of course, you can kill all the carries around him, and he'll be quite useless. But I do think that this Malphite was a very well thought out last moment. And yeah, if the plan from Versik was to try to not get stuck on 2, it does seem like Lions Creed, they really did step up and say, no, that's not going to be the case.
Indeed, and it's the sort of situation where when you have yourselves 2 poke compositions, whoever's able to get themselves a little bit of control around objectives, it just is so much easier, because who really wants to be stepping up face-checking a bush? Malphite and Renekton technically can in this situation, but you're still in a terrible position where if you lose all of your control around an objective, that just doesn't set you up well for these team fights at all, even more so than if you have an all-in composition, if you have a couple more tanks who don't mind face-checking a brush. The poke is a little bit more long-ranged out of Versik, so you know, they have a little bit more that they can play around, but still, it's, you know, not ideal for either of these teams to begin to fall behind, so we'll have to see once we get to objectives. For these individual lane matchups, I don't think that we're expecting to see too much explosivity in the top lane. I mean, you could step too far forwards, potentially Ashida, but I don't really think that's where we're going to be looking. These mid and bot lanes, though, there is potential for things to get quite explosive whenever you have a Leona in a lane. If the Leona wants to go in, then fights are abound.
Absolutely, and I do kind of feel like, let's see, we got a little bit of a skirmish early, but yeah, it's just it's standard damage. I kind of feel like Versik, I want him to go full throttle, try to snowboard early in the game, because I'm scared of them falling off.
Yeah.
I really am, especially in terms of, I mean, the brand will scale, but there is a lot of opportunities for this Lions Creed to just negate the damage if they play it carefully, because they can stay so far away. I mean, it's gonna be a point we're gonna drive home all day. Brand will struggle to get into the position where he deals the damage against the damage dealers of Lions Creed.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're in a pretty good position. Oh, as
There we
Heathen
go.
goes in.
Gets stunned onto the Bard, but they call it quits after a little bit of damage. And I mean, they don't have too much more to show for. Also, we do see the runes. Spark goes for that. Most likely here goes for the poke, as was mentioned.
Absolutely. When you get the Hail of Blades, you definitely want to be going for that Lethality Varus. Otherwise, you're just not doing as much. And I mean, who are you really looking to on-hit your way through? The Renekton, I guess? No. Poke is definitely going to be the right way to go. As Strangler has managed to get himself into these bottom 2 brushes. There is a ward in the next one if he steps too far forwards, and he will be spotted out. But at the same time, his bot lane are pushing quite far forwards currently. There isn't really a gank opportunity to get there, whereas Porp just going to pick himself up that bot lane scuttle crab.
Oh, Shida goes hard, goes
Wait,
really
hang on.
hard. Sorry, got a call.
Whoa.
Yes, he gets the first blood! It's enough damage, just barely, and bust. Yeah, he goes all in, does not work. Here we see another skirmish in the bot lane. Strangler is close, but here comes
Pop.
the flag from Pop. He gets a kill, resets with his passive, gets the Bard abilities, but takes a lot of damage back. Strangler doing quite a lot. Heathen steps up, he's gonna die to the wave unless he flashes out. He does, but see Søren doing so much damage. He has no mana left. The portal does not save him, and Søren J gets the 2 kills. Flash
Whoa,
forward,
whoa.
one more auto. Is it gonna happen? No, Sidestep is there, but that's so close to a triple from Versik, and what a great start! Top lane, bot lane, every lane is theirs to grasp in the early game.
Oh, it looked like it was going fantastically right there for Lions Creed, and then all of a sudden, everything goes wrong. Top lane, I said I didn't expect it to be explosive, and I really didn't, but Boss just decided to all in for no good discernible reason, and Shida is like, thank you very much, picks up that kill. And bot lane, a little bit of aggression, and it looked like Pop was going to get into the backline, pick himself up a kill and leave, but decided to stay in that Bard form for a really long time, which was an odd decision. He wasn't able to do very much damage with it. Instead, they were just getting chunked out. The Wave, absolute MVP in that fight, dealing so much.
Tycho, still stuck. Strangler's here, don't get the stun off, but there's so many Lions Creed members. Flash out from Tycho. Pop takes a lot of damage. Dokai has joined in. It's going to slow down Heathen just a little bit, but I don't think they will follow through here, Lions Creed. But I do think that Versik can go for the grubs.
They're going to be straight onto those grubs. They're not really going to have any contest right here from Porp. It's on full vision, but with all of his members chunked down to well below half health, there's no point in losing out anymore, not after the early game has gone just a little bit poorly so far for Lions Creed. Of course, as the desk were saying, Lions Creed do not care particularly about early games going badly. They will at some point snap their fingers, decide that they are gods, and just win the game anyway. Of course, the further you get ahead early, the less likely that is to happen. Potential dive right now would be really risky. Let's see it.
They're gonna try to get the sun up. The gang side up is there. Flash forward from Bust. He's not level 6 yet, so the burn might do it. Oh, there's level 6! And the last power shot is just in range! And you're right about it, it's risky. And Bust spends so much time flashing to kill minions to get level 6, and it pays off! What a great defense from the top laner of Lions Creed.
Yeah, there we go. Lions Creed, they had a little bit of an iffy start, but they're going to be able to pull themselves back in this situation. The dive, it just was not in a good position. Sure, the Malphite does not yet have 6. It's really the last opportunity you would have to dive him like that, but you're level 4 as Strangler. You don't deal that much damage as the Brand this early, and as soon as that level 6 is got, which, like you said, brilliant from Bust to flash forwards, get minions to be able to grab that one, you're tanking up way too many turret shots, just going to lose out on that one. And now what was a good lane for you in the top lane gets a little bit more even. There is a decent gold lead as well. But this Brand jungle not quite having the impact you would have wanted so far. And at this point, now that Bust has that level 6, has got himself those plated steel caps completed, it's going to be very tricky for Shida to be able to try to get a solo kill again. Obviously, once you get the Brand involved, there is not a lot of AP resistance. Porp is up there, though.
Yeah, we have a lot happening. Top lane is also a gank, so it's happening everywhere at the once. Shida is got out of the top lane, so we're gonna keep eyes on Strangler near bot. There's a lot of wards though. He's gonna get spotted out instantly.
Yeah. Strangler sat on multiple wards. He's gonna think he's cleared out the only ward in that bush. He is wrong.
It's that bait ward. So
yeah.
you put up a control ward and you have a secret hidden one underneath. Yeah, gets
Still?
the stun up though. Lots of damage onto Hedon. Ultimate from Soren J is just gonna add on to it, but I think the Leona will just play it defensively, and a dive here is going to be difficult without those flashes on the Brand.
No, it's going to be incredibly tricky. We've already seen how the Brand just doesn't give you that much in terms of CC and stuns underneath the turret. Same thing with the Ezreal not providing anything. The Bard not going to be the best for that either, so instead, just going to pick up this bot lane Scuttlecrab and continue on. There is a decent CS lead right now in this jungle. Porp has got himself a good amount of CS as well as that kill too, so Porp sat in a very strong position. Just Spark here. This could potentially have been a dive, but Porp is just waiting in the wings, taking his Gromp, making sure that his bot laner will survive.
We see this trap waiting around the blue buff. Dokai wants to get the stun off on Porp, but there are a lot of Lions Creed members available nearby. Yeah, they're just gonna call it quits. Dokai takes the portal out. It was a lot of time spent, but I'm at least happy that they managed to identify the fact that that was not going to pay off in the end.
Yeah, if they'd waited any longer, it would have been a lot to lose instead. Ooh, good, just gonna back off. And so after what was a pretty crazy early game, we can take stock right now. The team's pretty even in terms of gold, slight advantage to Verzik, but not a massive one, which is worrying. You want to get a big advantage against Lions Creed, because their late game team fights are always so impressive. And one of the main reasons behind that is QQR, who has not gotten involved in anything so far. Neither of these mid laners have. A little bit of posturing around the grubs has been their only real contribution so far. Both of them going to be giving a lot of poke around these objectives, but it's going to be on QQR and the package to really split up these fights, because if the Brand and Ezreal are able to just stand there and deal their damage, then you're in a bad position as Lions Creed. But if you're able to get a big package through the backline, split them up, that's where you can isolate a member and burst them down. Use that all-in potential that you can get with the Malphite.
I couldn't agree more, and especially with the Brand wanting his ultimate to bounce, wanting the AoE. You can fight from every angle if you like as Lions Creed. The only thing you gotta be careful is getting run down by the Renekton and Jace. Apart from that, you might negate Strangler just by one single package. And here we see another attempt at grubs. The three first one went to Verzik, so for now it's LCA trying to negate.
Yeah, just trying to put it back to evens. Everybody gets the same amount. Porp has to flash.
Ultimate in from Bust, the follow-up from Heathen is great, they've already taken down the Jace, and here comes QQR, doing so much damage. Shida is in the middle of them, doing so much damage. Is it enough to heal? Is the last Q there? No, it's not! So, it's the Varus that gets to auto-attack, poke, and do the damage needed. Dukai tries to run away, he gets that meat, so he's gonna get out. A little overstep from Shida.
He's dead.
No, from Pop. It's actually the Viego, of course. Strangler gets one back. Of course, this means still a great team fight win for Lions Creed, but at least they got a little bit back in the end. I was very confused regarding champs there because, Viego thinks.
Yeah, Viego nicking away those champions. Brand picking up a kill in and amongst all of that skirmishing, and the amount of time that was just bought right there from Shida. He was able to sit in the backline for so long. Eventually,
yeah, so
down.
much. And if
Still
he had
one
more second in that fight, maybe half second, oh, let's see. Bust is here to make life difficult for Strangler, but Shida's here to help out. They really want to get just 5 of these. Dokai's here too. Heathen, do you have the damage? No, no way you take this last one, right? No way! Oh, they steal it away! Pop! And now the team fight is gonna go follow up. Strangler so low! He goes down to reset over. QQR dashes forward. Dukai is just stuck! And they hear her here in the last possible second. LCA to win out, teleport towards bot lane to make sure that SoRNJ doesn't get any free time in the bot lane. But they managed to stop that 5th grab from going through, and Pop was just barely in range to steal that away.
Oh, Pop just about managing to get in onto that one, nick that away. That should mean that they have... Oh, hang on. They get killed mid lane as well. Things are getting very explosive. The early game felt so good for Verzik, but all of a sudden, definitely going in the favour of Lions Creed right now. We've got another Drake available. Looks like Pop is going to head straight onto that one. We've nearly got teleports from Bust and Shida, so they could get involved potentially. I think Strangler's just going to put a bit of a ward onto this one, spot what's going on, but I don't see him going into the pit right now. It would be incredibly risky indeed. Yeah. No, just going to back off.
And they pull it out of the pit. This is the only danger they have is a stray, a fireball, or pillar, or something of the likes, and they take away every possibility of getting stolen. They get the second one, and here comes the mountains.
Lions Creed looking just so strong right now. The way that they teamfight and skirmish, incredibly impressive, although a little bit of over-aggression out of Porp occasionally. That's not something I'm ever going to be surprised by. Porp is, I think, easily one of the best players that the UK has produced. He made Warwick, the university squad, the best university squad that we've seen. The second he left, they've not been back to a title game since. He's won so many of those lands they were talking about as well. Incredible player, but with that comes a little bit of hubris occasionally. Does jump into the backline sometimes over-aggressive, but it works out more often than it doesn't. A lot of pings going on in the mid lane. Doesn't look like there's any real plays to be able to put down right now. We're waiting for a while until the next objectives. Instead, it's just about trying to get the last remaining turret plates that you possibly can, with about 40 seconds left until they go.
Verzik are pretty far up to try to get his platings. QQR available in case there's an attempt, but yeah, no, they're just gonna back off. Play it slow. The platings have 25 seconds left, but we see a gank top lane. Shida pretty low. Pop going to use the speed up. It's given, but you have to play this correctly. Yeah. They try to see if he's trying to bait them out, juke them in the bush, but no such thing happening, and the gank is negated. Here we see multiple members. Bot though gets onto one of them. Spark has to run away though. It's 3v2 even though they're close to the turret. Spark so low. Ultimate not available from the Ezreal, but Heathen goes down. And that's just Verzik, grabbing something that looks kind of free. Here's the ultimate. It's zoned Spark towards him, but he does have the movement speed, it seems like, to get out of that predicament.
Yeah, Spark was in a pretty much 1v1 right there with SoRNJ and was not having a good time, was just getting chunked out by this Ezreal. Already has got that completed Trinity Force, so is able to pop you for so much. 3 turret plates into this Ezreal, plus that full first tower as well. Leaves you in an incredibly strong position in the bot lane. That's being countered though right now by Porp picking himself up this Rift Herald. He's going to get spotted out by Shida, but it's not really anything Shida can do. Potentially could get collapsed upon as well, as Bust is in the area.
Yeah, Shida completely isolated, and he should be aware. Almost burst down. Pop though has to flash away. Here comes QQR, and this part of the damage is the struggle. Bust has an ultimate available. He's gonna try over the wall. He is, and the rocket is going to land. Not gonna get the kill with it, but hey, we'll call it like it is. That's an overstay from Shida.
It is, and it was actually the ulti over the wall rather than the flash from Porp, so still we'll have that for the next team fight as well. That's a huge flash to have, to be able to reposition on any of those stolen bodies, or just in order to get yourself that first initial kill to get those resets going. Now they're going to have a little bit of a Barney over this blue buff stolen, well, secured by Strangler, not going to let Porp walk into his jungle and just take his things. Instead, just going to shadow up. Oh, hang on, Heathen, what happened? He's super low.
Yes, there's so many members chasing, but they're lacking the tools to actually catch up right now. Pop is on the flank. QQR's poke is good, but he doesn't have any mana left. So this is not a fight the LCA can ever really try. Spark is nearby. He has flash available, but I thought they were just going to try to pop the Herald top lane, but that fight made it so that you had to peel away as Lions Creed.
Not sure if you really wanted to put that one down top lane. Securing that turret would have been useful, but at the same time, I think they were able to secure it even without, because all of the members were dragged down to that fight in the mid lane. Fortunately, we don't know the context for what ended up happening there. Even still, turrets, one apiece, you're in a perfectly strong position, I'd say, as the bot lane right now for Verzik, whereas it's the top side of the map that's really popping off, and these mid laners still haven't really gotten involved. Could have been a kill for QQR, wasn't quite able to grab that one. We're still really waiting for them to get to the point where you can actually be that main threat. 2-3 items, that's where these champions are really going to be beginning to pop off. 2 items has not been completed yet for anybody, so we're still waiting on that mark to come through. And have the next Drake spawning in just under a minute's time right now. The control is in the favour of Lions Creed, but it looks like Verzik are trying to establish their mid lane control right now in order to walk their way down. Bust is wandering over, not going to blow that teleport.
Ult from Sergeant J lands, here comes the ultimate. It does catch out Heathen. Not the target you want, but it's the target you get. The ultimate from LCA is really good. Teleport in. Shida is not really finding a carry to get onto. He's going to chase down by QQR, and there are only 4 members left. Pop is, just running around in his Renekton form. Poke is just so good from Lions Creed. And right now, they're looking to take the 3rd Drake. I don't know how much Verzik can do against it, but they might have to try.
The fact that that Malphite ultimate was flashed away from by multiple members, not flashed away from, I think Soren just jumped over the wall, but still was dodged by multiple members, and it didn't matter, Lions Creed was still able to come out on top. Strangler knows
available on the Drake. We gotta pay attention to the Drake.
Go. Is he gonna go?
Solo
He's
flashes
over the wall.
in, but doesn't get it! Forfeits his life for a failed Dragonsteel attempt. And now they might. We just see a chase. Yeah, they're flashing over the wall, Lions Creed. They're gonna make them pay for it. And catches the spear here, even Heathen. They're gonna get the Søren J2. And Lions Creed just getting what we would say in Norwegian, rubbelobit, in terms of every single kill and objective. And right now, Verzik are just looking a little bit in shambles.
Hey, Dogsider, I think Lions Creed might have decided to win. They've hit their point. They are done with this game. It was even for the first 5-6 minutes, and now Lions Creed have said nope, no more. They're in full control, looking to siege onto this mid lane right now. They've still got that Herald available. It can't have that much left on it until you need to place it down somewhere. With all of these outer turrets taken down, it's going to be an inner turret you can take with this one. They are in such a strong position. And there's still another 1 minute 30 seconds until the Baron spawns, which is going to be the next big objective for Lions Creed to try to play around. Shida's been getting into the backline and surviving for a decent amount of time, but the follow-up just isn't there. And what the desk and what we were talking about really has been coming true. This Brand isn't able to get his damage down onto enough members. These fights are not messy enough because you've got the poke from Lions Creed. They don't all need to go flying in until that Brand has popped his ultimate, and then at that point you can try to go in.
Absolutely, Lions Creed looking so strong, and there's a little bit of desperation from Verzik. They're waiting on multiple members. Ultimate from Heathen. They might have overstepped a little bit, but there are many members joining in. 4v5 seems to be in the favor of Lions Creed. Shida stuck in the middle of the opposing team with that stopwatch. Pop is in the front line, trying to find an angle with the Jace on the flank, but there comes the Malphite. Catches one member, but one seems to be enough as they're just chasing member after member down the portal. Views from Pop! He uses the Bard against the other team! The utility! The few moments of utility that Verzik actually has is used against them, and that is just painful. They snap their fingers again, Lions Creed. I can hear it all the way to Norway as they're pushing for Inhibitor.
Yeah, they're still going to have that full health, full charge of this Herald whenever they want it. I don't even know if they're going to need it to take out this turret. I think it will land onto this one, indeed. Just going to take this one down, the inhibitor as well.
Charge!
And you don't need to overpress. You
Charge!
can just... There we go.
That was anticlimactic. They got it, but it just went so slow, Bust. But hey, it did more damage for some reason. And now Baron is up.
It just doesn't look so good when it's charging about 3 feet in order to pop onto the inhibitor. Still though, they picked themselves up 2 turrets and an inhibitor in the mid lane, a turret in the top lane as well, and now they're going to be able to go back to base, spend all of their gold, and establish control around this Baron. You can see immediately, oh nice, to just delay these recalls. This is good because the health bars are low, the gold has yet to be spent. This could potentially be a window for Verzik to just try a Baron. It would be incredibly risky, but at this point, you're so far behind, 8,000 gold down, 3 Drakes to your opponents. You have to try something.
Yeah, and they're gonna have a split decision in a while too, because giving away a soul to this Lions Grid roster, this, not the roster itself, but the champions, is going to be very, very painful. Bust is just gonna become even more tanky, and he's already being a very harsh champ to take down. Heathen, I mean, sometimes they manage to catch on to this Leona, but they're gonna have even more of a trouble getting her down, so it's just going to be even harder if they give away soul. But the Baron is obviously something Lions Creed plays so well around, and you just can't give it away to them right now from the side of Verzik.
You really can't. When you've got poke compositions, the Baron is so huge because you can't step up to the wave. You're going to get poked down. That's the point of a poke composition. So once you've got Baron, you're able to just sit back and protect that Baron-empowered cannon minion so effectively and just have it whittle away at those turrets. It really is what you need to be able to clear out this game, as Lions Creed also playing into a poke composition. Really difficult for sieging without the Baron, but the objective is up. Team fights have not been going well for Verzik. I don't think Lions Creed are going to be too worried about starting this one up when they want it. Right now, though, seems like they have a little bit more focus on this. I was going to say on this Drake with multiple members, but... Nope.
That's just a little bit of pop as he ults to become unstoppable, stop the Bard ultimate from locking him down. And yeah, that's
nice.
Just such an important cooldown out of there.
Ult's just traded back and forth, to be honest. Not having that Brand ult isn't the end of the world yet. Not having that Viego ulti can be just a little bit more impactful. Now going to head down towards this Drake, see if they can pick this one up nice and cleanly. Shida is in the top lane, but does have himself a teleport. Could try to take this top lane turret, though, and just get them some gold back. Verzik needs something, anything.
I don't know if this turret is worth it, though. It's just so much momentum going Lions Creed's way, and giving away a soul to get some objective shutdown gold. They can even send Bust up now. He's not going to stop the turret from going down, but yeah, they are completely blind, Verzik. How are they going to step into this onto this Drake? The answer is they're not.
Bust? He's gone over the wall. There's a blast cone in the team there, though. Oh no.
There's so many members here. Bust might be in trouble. He's tanky, but how
so
tanky are you when the Brand gets to attack? But here comes the rest of the cavalry, and they have to run. QQR so quick! He has the package, and he splits up Strangler and Dukai, and they just collapse on it. Here comes the rest around. They're completely stuck. Shida is in a bad position, so is Tycho going down to Spark. They managed to keep one member alive, and it was the member that was top to take some shutdown gold. They teleported 2 members towards mid. They are planning to end the game. And with 20 seconds left on pretty much every death timer, I don't see much in the ways of stopping them.
The fact that it is in the end Shida who survives, who was the initial person targeted onto. It was absolute domination from Lions Creed. The first 5-6 minutes were pretty good for Verzik, but beyond that point it felt like there was absolutely nothing they could do. Lions Creed move to 4-0 right now. They're going to be joining with Ruddy in that 4-0 squad, and man, our top tier teams seem incredibly strong.
And I just feel like every description I heard of Lions Creed ahead of the series just went down to a T. You can definitely see their strengths, you can definitely see where their weaknesses are, but it just seems like they don't care about that phase of the game. They don't need it. They need to just get properly into that phase of the game where they feel comfortable, and then there's just no looking back.
They just wait through the early game. It seems to stem from the way that Porp likes to play. He doesn't want to get involved in loads of ganks. He would rather sit in his jungle, get himself a lead, join for the skirmishes, sure, but not gank. And so they fall behind a little bit if your enemy jungler is proactive, but that lead that he gets for himself individually then pops off because Porp is an excellent player once he gets into those skirmishes. He knows what to do, and Lions Creed at some point decide they're bored with the game, they want to go home, they want to eat their dinner. Let's just win it, and they do, so quickly.
Yeah, so very quickly, and yeah, it was a quick day for us in those terms. Both of the teams that are on the top of the table took their win, and yeah, on the other side we see 0-4 for both Versik and Paragon. The two of us are done for the day, but of course we're gonna see the analysis from the desk, and then more Four Nations after that.
So much to those two, Dogsledder and Black Bloxer, passing back to us. Incredible casting talent. Always a pleasure to be listening to them. And that was honestly quite a fun game to watch. We were sitting there talking about it. We started off with theorizing and theory crafting, and then I think the words "oh no" were said quite a few times.
Yeah.
I wanna call attention to the start. There was a very exact moment, Middlecourt, I think you said, where we saw Porp get like one kill, and I think your exact words were, "It's over." The moment that Viego picked up a kill.
Well, it's Port Viego. Like the guy,
Yeah.
the guy wasn't top 11 in NLC for no reason, you know. But like I think that this was a very clear illustration by Lions Creed, in a way that the Ruddy Paragon game most definitively wasn't. This was a very clear demonstration of what a better team versus a worse team looks like. I think that overall for Lions Creed, they were just better in each situation. I think there were definitely a few moments for Versik where you were thinking, okay, they've got a chance here. But as the game got later, it just looked like Lions Creed were a little bit more comfortable with their composition, with how they wanted to play it out, and especially just how they wanted to position on the map, looking for these fights around objectives.
Yeah, that one flame of hope, Soranjay's reversal in the early game. Pretty big point, I feel. I think maybe we can get a sneaky peek look at it. Maybe we can't. We'll be checking that in just a second. And it was something that, you know, at least Versik could rally around here in the bottom lane. In this case, Porp's in right behind, instantly cuts Dokai to pieces, and in the 2v3 with Viego being extra powered up, having that clone, probably should have dropped it a little earlier if he could. See Soranjay start to split his damage, start to look for the whole fight rather than a single target, and as people try and exit, Spark gets cut off. And this is a lot of strength. He then just about gets.
And then he gets it. And then he gets it with the last Mystic shot. And then he definitely.
It's painful. It was worth a pop. You definitely take the tower shots there and you go for it. And Soranjay, feel himself. That's kind of what the Ezreal can do with a support that can stand up in 2v2 right now, even to like lane dominant picks like the Varus. It was great to see Versik, pushed up against the wall and push back and give some back. Wasn't enough to quite transfer through the mid game.
Yeah, and speaking of the mid-game, we should hopefully have another replay lined up, which we'll cut to in a second, which did take place in kind of like the bot side jungle, and if I do remember this one as it was... Oh wait, this isn't the one I was thinking of at first.
This is a different one.
This is the Grubs. This is a pinch point. Versik is set up for this. Strangler has a huge moment to ult. He's still holding flash, and instead Azonya's here, and is set up where Bust goes off the map slightly due to Bard ultimate, I believe. Just means it's ineffective. QQR gets so much free time as the two tanks, the support and the top laner for Lions Creed, absorb so much pressure and then disappear themselves. Porp unfortunately does die, but this is a footnote.
Yeah.
What a shame.
That's happened in both of our clips so far. It's just like, and Porp does die. But I think it's also very telling that the first clip, when I said "oh no," was Porp like getting that kill where he just dies at the end of it.
Yeah.
And I think that we saw a few of the teething pains, the issues that Lions Creed can have, in terms of getting to that point where they are actually strongest on the map. But I think they executed the team fights very, very well. Corki looked I can't say the word that I was going to say, but very, very disgusting. And overall, I think it was a quite dominant performance from Lions Creed once it got going, as per usual.
Yeah, it definitely was. It once again, it felt like, to recap what we said beforehand, if people weren't here for that, it really did felt like we hit just a point and Lions Creed went, all right, we're winning now. This is the time that the brains like come together to make a hive mind. This is the push. This is the victory. Just like tower after tower, Inhib fell just the moment that they chose that it happened. I do think we've got one more clip coming up in just a second, so we'll start talking about that one when that one comes up. Oh wait, it comes up straight away. Yeah, it was this dragon fight in bot side that we also noted out being like very much a bit of a game changer.
I think this was where the final nail was put into the coffin. Strangler, I respect the attempt, bro, but I'm going to be real with you. That smite came in a little bit too early, and I think this was the aggression that we like seeing coming out from Lions Creed, recognizing that, hold on, actually, this isn't just one kill. This is 2 kills. This is 3 kills eventually when Dokai ends up getting run down at the end. And that killer instinct, that recognition of the game state and what you can do with it is why Lions Creed have been winning so many games. It's why they've been able to get these victories when they haven't necessarily come out of the early game in winning positions. And again, we see it on full display here.
There is one critical point to that teamfight middle cut. I don't know if you've watched any movie trailers recently, but there's something with a bit of a tagline that Bustin does make me feel good, and I think a top laner Malphite there did a real number on Verzik's attempt to stay stable in that team fight.
You're just like happy that you banana comboed. That's always it. You're like banana combo. Hey, banana combo.
You guys should have had the real pop up.
It is on
They got
Twitter.
me
So
too.
free to
Look,
go and
someone
like
did
it. My Twitter is right below my face, and we do love a good banana combo. And the Ghostbusters as well. Why not? And there is a new one out soon apparently, and I couldn't lift it up. Couldn't leave that on the table.
Well, Verzik vs. Lion Creed gave us a little bit of everything, it would seem. It gave us a lot of joy, it gave you guys hopefully a bit of entertainment. Everything you could ask for right there in one match. But that's not all that Four Nations is giving you today. There are still 2 more matches left up in this round robin set. 2 more coming up, but that also does mean a new host, a new panel of analysts, and a new couple of casters. So, Middlecott, Temporal, any last words before we sign off to them?
Dax, great job on the hosting today, by the way, bro. I know you said it was first time that you were doing it, and you've got all shy there a little bit.
These
That's
are your
good.
last words, not mine. Come on, like,
I just wanted to say, like, it's always fun coming back to the UKL, and it's always great to see like new casters, new faces here. I think this is a great broadcast for people to come through, get involved with League of Legends casting. I know you've done loads of stuff in the fighting game scene, but I want you to stay here. Like, bro, we love you, dude.
This is why I'm
Getting
always
claimed
stuck
by
here.
the
He said the
KL.
same to me. Do be wary. No, I'm kidding. No, you've smashed it. And great cast from Dog Sledder and Black Blocks as well. If I can get my tongue twister out. And you're going to be spoiled. I'm enjoying this sort of first half, second half dynamic we've got going on. You know, it's time to go get your oranges. Code, instead for tea, biscuits, or dinner if you're just perennially late like I am. And enjoy the second half of our evening's performance.
See you soon.
pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on free, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on free, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 got it.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worried about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. reinvest, stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest, stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Get the butts in seats. The intermission is over. Okay, second half is beginning. My name is Trajan, taking over as your host for the last two games, and I'm joined by Orbital and Black Bloxer on the desk to go through VNC versus DMG and BFS versus Nuclear Vikings. So, folks, let's talk first about DMG, because DMG, the Enigma, as they seem to always be, as soon as we think we've got a handle on them, they just bring a whole new roster in that we don't understand. But now we've been here a couple of weeks, we should have some understanding. That's my hope, okay? Here's the roster for everyone to remind yourselves. Bloxer, what is your take on DMG? What's the potential you think this roster has? And do you feel like you understand how they play the game yet?
No. No, I do not.
Oh, dear.
I would love to understand the way that DMG played the game, but some games, I feel like they're so coordinated. Everybody knows what they're doing. They are playing around Musen so well. And then other games, I have no clue what it is that they're doing. Their win versus Verzik was really impressive, but it isn't even that in their win, I was like, cool, and in their losses, it was bad. Even in some of the losses, the loss versus Belfast, you know, it was alright. The early game versus Lions Creed, we know that Lions Creed don't mind sacrificing early game, but even that, it looked really good from them, and then they just couldn't close that game out. This roster feels like they need time, which luckily we still are quite early on in the split, but it feels like they just don't know how to play around each other yet.
Yeah, it's not a dissimilar story to last split. As we say, completely new roster, but we also had on days and off days for the last iteration of DMG, and sometimes they'd come out and could take a win off anybody, and sometimes they'd just be kind of falling to pieces, 5 disconnected fingers not being a fist. Orbital, do you agree with this assessment? A little confusion in the ranks there, or do you think there is some strength that we've seen from DMG that we can look for?
The fact that some of these games can be so wishy-washy, I would consider a strength, right? That I would agree with, that there are some strengths in there. The reason being, if you have that baseline, you need the baseline to start. The idea that, hey, they have that strength already at the base, they have that individual strength, I do agree they need cohesion. They need time to actually gel, they need time to really figure out their own style. And I would agree that, yes, we're early on in the season. Unfortunately, this is group stage as well, so the fact of the matter is every win actually does count as much. And today's matchup is no slouch. Like, this is one of those times that we are praying that, hey, they had their stuff figured out and they got things under control, because if you are struggling to figure out your identity will be shredded by this upcoming team.
Yeah, they will not be given any quarter. There will be no mercy, I imagine, doled out from BNC when we get into the game. But we are going to take a brief detour here to discuss an element of the Rift that has been making some impact, not necessarily in a good way. We were all fearing this pick when we saw the patch notes a little while ago, and it has become quite a disruptive element. We're of course talking about Karma. And then, to talk about Karma, if we're going to discuss this, who better than to tee us up for this discussion? Who better than to really express our feelings as a talent team on this pick than our very own Doctor? So, I believe we have a clip from him. Let's pass it over to the man himself.
How do you feel so far about this season? Some exciting changes. Seeing Karma on the top lane. Doctor, how do you feel so far about this new season? How it's shaping up?
How on God's green earth are you going to say exciting things and Karma in the top lane?
Well, it is exciting. I haven't seen it in a while. Let's be fair.
Yeah, let's keep it that way. What is it?
Yeah, It is a bit obnoxious. I do agree. It is a bit obnoxious.
If I'm sitting there as Zyark and I'm looking at a draft, I'm like, oh, they've picked Udyr, man. Oh, well, there's no action can happen in the top lane, Ejun. Like, it's just not an option.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I can't disagree with you there, but there is a little bit of that.
Doctor, never change, man. Never change. I think I would like to draw everyone's attention to the fact that the game timer said 5 minutes at the end of that clip, and he was talking about it when they went into game. And we were still talking about it 5 minutes. So, Doctor's got some thoughts. They're not very positive. Folks, Orbital, are you on Doctor's train? Are you mad enough to rant for 5 minutes about this pick?
I'm happy enough to rant on the opposite side just to make him even worse. I mean, let's be honest. I love the champion. It's so, like, there's so much counterplay. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. There's so much available. You know, it's not like there's a bunch of shields, there's a bunch of healing, there's a bunch of damage that they literally just amped up. Nah. There is so much of the champion, and I digress. I hate the champion, mostly because I myself dislike the ability to flex the champion in so many different positions. Number one, it's in-game breaking. But to some of the major teams, I mean, you talk about flex champions available. The fact that you can now flex an AP range caster, it goes all the way back. I forgot what season it was, but a hatred of the top, you know, mid, support, and all that stuff. It is frustrating. Granted, I think it's always fun at the same time, because to watch someone like casters and players get pissed, like, there's both sides to it. Yeah. I love when people hate on a champion so much. I'm one of them, but I also hate whenever it really just makes everyone very upset on the Rift.
The only people who really have fun with this situation is the desk, because we don't have to cast it, we don't have to play it or against it.
We're
the only ones.
And the player.
Oh yeah, so
really
the
like
one player who takes it. You like it? Okay, Black Block, so give us the real argument for here. Just to tilt Doctor before
pretty much exactly the opposite of what you're saying there, Orbital. Like, I love flex picks. I think flex picks are the best. I adore getting into a draft, staring at it and going, I have no clue where these champions go. I think that's brilliant, genuinely. I think it gives so much extra creativity. as well as the fact that I just think the Karma is fun. I might be biased. I did a lot of casting on a patch where Karma was a flex pick between all 3 of the lanes, and I loved that patch. I thought it was a really fun patch, and we had some excellent Karma players on our teams. So I might be a little bit biased on this one, but genuinely, I think that the Karma is really good fun. She's been overbuffed, of course, but in terms of champions to get overbuffed, when they overbuff a Yone, you know, or even an AD carry or something like that, it's just infuriating. Whereas the Karma, you still have to play around it. There needs to be skill from your whole team, because the Karma cannot just be the one-shot. It can't be the solo carry. You have to play around that pick, and there does actually have a lot of skill from whoever's playing it needed too. So genuinely, I quite like it.
Yeah, I can accept the fact that even if this Karma is very broken, it's very rarely going to be 1v9ing, right? Just the design of the champion doesn't lend itself to actually ruining the whole game in a direct sense. It kind of helps everyone else ruin the game, you know? So, and again, it ruins your opponent top laner's lane specifically. They have no fun, but, you know, who cares about top laner's feelings anyway? So, we'll see if they want to be touching this one. We saw the clip there of Doctor's Rant had Sheeta picking it up, and we have seen, I believe, a couple of instances of this. Not too much success yet, but it certainly has been annoying. We can say this for sure. Now, whether or not DMG choose to pull this out today, they're gonna need something, because as you kind of teed us up for, Orbital, there's gonna be no mercy from BNC, and this is a very, very strong team. Let's pull the roster up for BNC, get reacquainted with them. One of our top contenders right now. And Black Bloxer, talk to me a little bit about this Venom Crest roster. What do you think it is that is so specifically strong about them in this iteration? Why do you think they are one of our top teams right now?
I mean, I feel like there isn't anything bad to say about this roster all of a sudden. Fastselect has been about for forever, same with Baltholdi, but every single member seems to be stepping up. And if we were talking about disjointed play out of DMG, the complete opposite is what you can say about Venom Crest. And this is something I feel like I am a broken record when I say a Venom Crest roster has brilliant map play and plays around them, their win conditions excellent. It's something about the entire organizations. They just hire coaches that seem to understand that as a rule. It's what they like to do. Every single Venom Crest roster that I've cast in the last 2 years has been just brilliant at recognizing a win condition and playing around it, and always having another member at a fight. You're never catching them where they have too few members to a team fight. Everybody is roaming up, moving around on objective timers, and it's always the most impressive thing about a Venom Crest roster, and I'm really glad that we're getting to see it from another one.
Yeah, I like the call out to the coaching staff to just say that these rosters and the rosters from this organization always seem to have just that extra little bit of macro level to them, right? They're not as disjointed as maybe some of the others. And right now at this level, I think at the grassroots regional level, there's a lot of mechanical players around here, right? A lot of players in that master tier and above, even in high diamond, that have the mechanics to compete, that need a little bit of help to get over that line into the competitive mindset. And Orbital, in terms of the coaching at this level, in terms of the amount that's being contributed to these players, I guess how important do you think that impact can be? Do you think the coaches are operating at a fairly basic level, pulling people just to row in the same direction? Or how much kind of depth do you think can be instilled at this level of competition?
So that's always a really interesting question that could almost be put on a podcast level, because you talk to any sort of team and there are so many different ways to coach. I mean, you talk about, you go over to the old T1 days of Coma. I think that had like a fairly decent hand in a lot of what went on with the draft, with all the practices and everything, and that's why Coma was seen as like this pinnacle of coaching at the time. And then you go talk to some of these, tier 2, tier 3, and they're like, hey, the coach is literally just there to feed us ideas, or just give us, hey, that remembrance, and the varying levels. And so I myself have not talked to the Venom Crest team. I have not been able to sit down and actually discuss, hey, like what your coaching staff is. However, for a team to be able to go 4-0, and in the fashion that they have done so, gives me great hope that the coach is understanding of the skill of the players. That is something that I think is very important, is how do you create strong points? How do you bring to light the skills of these players ever higher? And the fact that Black Bloxa was saying, hey, these players always feel like they're very coordinated, that they're very well in tune with each other, and they always are able to follow up. That leads me to believe that the coach is integral, but maybe not as high priority as you would see. It's the seamless glue that holds these players together, that reminds them, hey, do this, hey, do that. And that is sometimes the little voice in your head that you do need to, as you say, be that top level team.
Yeah, I love the fact that you mentioned being able to kind of harness and bring these very skilled players to bear, because before we get into the draft, we do want to highlight a player in particular from Venom Crest, and that is Roskilde in the mid lane. This guy has been going a little bit crazy in the first
Another champion pool.
It's still
Another
there.
one.
Yeah, champions.
I love it.
Every champ, 170 odd champions in the pool
Yeah.
right here. 17, 1 and 20 across 3 games. Black Bloxer, in terms of specifically Roskilde, from what you have seen of this player, I guess give me your thoughts on how he stacks up in this role in this league, right? Is this our best mid laner? Do you think that we've seen the likes of QQR going crazy just in that last match? You know, how impactful do you think this guy is going to be in terms of that mid lane as we roll forward into the late part of the season?
Oh, best mid laner is a hard sell in this league.
It is, isn't it?
Right now, Ketsuo, QQR, and Roskilde are absolutely in that conversation jockeying for position, and I hope that they all keep it up at this high level. But Roskilde seems more than the others to be a main focus point of the team. You know, those other mid laners I was mentioning are certainly integral and pop off maybe in the team fights, but aren't necessarily looking for solo kills or maybe in those gank situations in quite the same way that Roskilde seems to be going for it. It's just such impressive individual laning that then turns into a massive advantage later on. 3 deaths on average across all of these games that we've had so far is insane. Sometimes you get that kind of stat from an AD carry, but it's very difficult to do that on mid laners, especially the mid laners that are in the meta at the moment. Things like the Corki and the Azir, you inevitably end up jumping into the backline at some point, so to be able to do that so effectively and not be dying while still finding those great kills and assists is just incredibly impressive. And, you know, if this level is maintained, then there will definitely be an argument for the best mid laner in the UKEL at the end of the split.
Yeah, we'll keep track of Roskilde and see how he continues to develop, because as you say, QQR and Ketsuo, there's great arguments for them. We know these players. We've seen them before in various theatres in the UK scene, so he's got a tall order to try and take over that position, but we'll see if he can do it. For now, I think we could probably roll into the draft, because we are once again we're playing catch up here. We've got the draft ready, so let's see if production can just pull that one over for us. And to remind everybody, the picks will be all available at once, but they will be in pick order. We'll have that in front of you in just a couple of seconds. So as we're getting into that one, Orbital, maybe just a very quick before the draft appears, can you predict the B1 pick for me right now?
B1, but no, I cannot. Listen, I come from NA where I'm still learning to play on live patch. Listen, I think Temporal called me out on that a little bit ago, so you know I'm still a patch behind. I'm still working on that. But you know, with the versatility of the Karma, I think it is #1. At the same time, people have been putting a lot of emphasis on Brand. Of course, in the jungle has been a powerhouse. I don't think it's been nerfed just yet. I think they touched on it actually. I think because we're on live, there was a micro patch that came through.
It's still so strong.
The idea, it is. Yeah. At the same time, I've also seen in some of our in some of the NA areas, you know, Xin Zhao has been a high priority in the jungle for some players. It really depends on where these teams want to hard focus. I would expect Karma to be up there at the same time. If you want to just go ahead and grab a basic, I call it basic, please don't yell at me, the basic mid lane standard, you know, the Azir and Corki, you could run those if you so wish.
It's basic. You're right on the money.
Okay, I just want to make sure, listen, if I get crucified and you don't see me next season, that's fine, you know, whatever. But
I'll go down with you,
yeah, there's a lot of high priorities that these players and these teams specifically, and the reason I'm not sure is it's DMG, right? DMG, the fact that if they are on blue side, I'm scared. So yes, I want the meta. At the same time, I want to see some wackiness. At this point, you're playing up against the last 4-0 team that is looking to stay in the top seeds, by the way. All the other top 4-0s have gone 5-0 here today that we've seen so far. So it's like, you know they're going to come out with some heat. You got to bring something else to the table than just meta.
Yeah, you don't want to let all your peers, you know, start pulling ahead of you, right? You don't want to get embarrassed in the playground. Okay, they're all 5-0. You don't want to be slipping to 4-1, as we might have. I think we'll have the draft in just a few seconds. Black Bloxer, here we go, straight on there, and it's Karma R1.
Yeah.
But not B1. Close. Very close. Now, the Ezreal first pick. We have seen this Ezreal. We know this on these patches. Ezreal is a little bit crazy, right? The nerfs are coming through in the next patch. Black Bloxer, from what you can see right here across the bands, or maybe specifically on this first pick Ezreal, do you have any opening thoughts on this draft?
First pick Ezreal, I have no qualms with it. It's really good at the moment. The poke is something that you absolutely need because you can almost guarantee that if you haven't banned the Varus and you've taken the Ezreal, it's going to be the Varus back. You don't want to get yourself locked into a horrible matchup with the Kai'Sa or Xayah where you are just getting outranged massively. I mean, more importantly, I'd say than that is that's an Ivern. That's a straight up
there.
Ivern. I've not seen it that much on the recent patch, and I worry for it a little bit, because one of Ivan's best qualities is that he can just sit and farm and be a facilitator later on. But you're up against a Lilia, who is much quicker at just sitting and farming, and then can facilitate in kind of the same way with that lilting lullaby. So I worry a little bit for what Mewson is going to be able to do with this pick, but at the same time, if you're able to effectively support those carries from the backline, use Daisy as a little bit of extra frontline, then you can use that Ivern to great effect. Who are you getting on top of, though? Because the long range poke that you have on Venom Crest is insane. You don't have to get anywhere nearby.
Yeah, that is a very tough nut to crack, that Venom Crest roster. Jace, Varus, Karma in the backline, and then, you know, Maokai, Saplings, and ult to deal with. Lilia just dipping and diving, dancing around as well. Yeah. Orbital. I'm looking at this mid lane matchup particularly because Roskilde, we just got done gassing this guy up. He's playing, I presume, Jace. But surely it's
should
Jace,
be Maokai
right?
support.
No, it's Lilia. Listen, it's Lilia. Let me talk to you about. No. It could. Listen, we see some silliness, and either way, I think it still falls into the same vein of what Venom Crest are wanting to do, right? You look at DMG, they come out with a B1 Ezreal. You can see almost immediately Venom Crest look for the, we know what you're going for. DMG are immediately going for sack the bottom lane, keep the Ezreal alive in some sense, because you know that is most likely a roaming support. That has been the meta, by the way. That is understandable. However, the immediate lock-in of the Karma and Varus, honestly, to me, it wouldn't matter if it were Karma or Jace in the mid lane. It still follows that same vein of, we know you're sacking the bottom lane, we just want to get lane domination, and it only solidifies that DMG went that Ivern, went that Nautilus, and then, of course, the blind pick Orianna. These are all supportish of that either top lane value or the bottom lane value. Yes, Orianna is strong at points, but the Jackson Ezreal to me scream these are our main damage sources. So for Venom Crest, whether it's Jace, whether it's Karma, you are looking to just bully out the lane, ensure that these two specific champions do not have any value. And in that same, again, leaning back to Roski, just being like, yeah, this is going to go badly. I think Roski's going to have a very fun time.
Yeah, we have got confirmation because we are playing with a VOD right here. We have had confirmation from Zoe behind the scenes that it is Karma top, Jace mid, Maokai support. So Roskilde is going to Jace, and he's going to try and murder D-Will, I think is probably what's going to happen. Now, Venom Crest, they banned the basic picks. They took the Corki and the Azir away, and then we got the third most basic mid lane champion, Orianna, for D-Will.
Yep.
So, Bloxer, do you think there's any hope for D-Will in this mid lane? He's got the Ivern to back him up, or do you think Roskilde's going to go a bit crazy?
There is...
this game?
Okay, these are two separate things.
Wait, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I've been lied to by Zoe and Acid in the Discord. It's Karma mid Jace top. So hold that thought. I'm sure that point was going to be great, but I won't let you make the point falsely, and you can blame Zoe. So
the point can still stand.
Yes, go for it.
The point can still stand that I still think Roskilde could just pop off. Even on the Karma, it does a shocking amount of damage. Like, it feels like it shouldn't, but with the build that you end up going, you can deal a huge amount. You might want to go a more Liandry's-based burn build, potentially, with the quite tanky composition that DMG have picked up for themselves. But more than that, in this individual lane matchup, I think that there is definitely chances for DMG to be able to try to get things going early on, because Lilia does not want to get involved. She is not interested in getting involved pre-level 6. Around the objectives like the Grubs and the Drake, she will pop out of the jungle occasionally, but Lilia is much more interested in just power farming all the way to level 6, really only has slows to give to any potential fights, any potential ganks, whereas the Ivern is much, much better at ganking. That ability to throw out that route and then jump to it, really effective for trying to get involved in any of these fights. So pre-level 6, which is not a long window, you have to remember, that's 7-8 minutes maybe, but that is a long enough window for you to try to get some ganks going, because your lanes have lots of setup CC. Mid lane, a little bit tricky. Orianna doesn't give that much. You're really relying on the Ivern. But bot lane with the Nautilus, top lane with the Jax, those are lanes you can absolutely try to get things going in, and just see if you could build yourself up enough of an advantage to then survive the fact that Venom Crest, once the Lilia does escape the jungle at level 6, is going to get involved, is going to have a lot to say on the map. Plus that poke, I mean, I can't stop looking at it. The amount of poke on Venom Crest means that these objectives are going to be very tricky for DMG if they don't use that early window where the Lilia isn't on the map to get themselves a lead.
Yeah, they're not really going to have a lot of time to play with those objectives. You cannot be hanging around. I want to see if Muffin ends up in the mid lane before that level 6 mark. If he finds the time to roam, he does have the Ezreal. So, you know, I assume BBXN is going to be happy enough being left on his lonesome down there to play with the range of Mystic Shot offers. And I think, honestly, so I'd like to see them try to affect this mid lane with the Ivern Nautilus. That sounds good, Black Bloxer. But I have really been impressed with BBXN so far from the games I've seen and the gameplay. I think he's actually been remarkably impressive. So this is a champion that rewards impressive mechanics very heavily, especially in the early to mid game where we want them to be effective. So I'm not really upset with what DMG has done here. I think they've given themselves tools to try and destabilize Venom Crest, but Venom Crest do have Karma, they do have Lilia, they do have Varus. They've got some great champions there, and yeah, they're just really good. They're just really rather good at League of Legends.
They've picked good champions, and they're also really good. I feel like even if they pick bad champions, they just know how to play so well. Maybe they should be handcuffed, you know, given some bad champions. Here's your Teemo.
Yeah.
It has to go jungle. Have fun.
Yeah. Now, before we jump into the game, I believe I've forgotten what our lovely producer told me, but I believe I have the ultimate power to throw us into game. So, Orbital and Black Bloxer, I'm going to get predictions from you first before we do that. Orbital, seeing the drafts, feeling the spirits in the air, do you think DMG has it to take it over Venom Crest?
You know what? Sitting at 1 and 2, DMG, I'm going to sit there and be like, I got nothing. I'm sorry. Listen, I've seen Ivern a few times over in NA, and there are some times where I'm just like, it's amazing. However, the weak points are you are sacking a lot of early game damage. Like you are banking on this Jackson Ezreal and maybe the Orianna in the backline. But Venom Crest 3-0, they are undefeated in everything. I mean, they're following the top ranks, and they have every bit of utility to shut them down. So I think it is going to be DMG. Unfortunately, it'll look good. I think it'll look silly in the first early few minutes. I still think DMG are unfortunately going to falter here.
Bloxer, are we on the same page here? As the actual analyst here on the desk, we're both hosts. We ain't got brains.
I may be the analyst, and maybe I can make some big brain points. However, when it comes to predictions, whoever I predict immediately loses. So,
okay, you have a curse and a brain.
I do. So I'm going to use this curse for good and say I think Venom Crest win. I'm going to back that up with the real point, which is that you can't walk into an objective. If these poke champions are doing well, if you're not, I don't know, completely missing the Varus Qs or those accelerated shock blasts, if you're landing them, you don't get to walk into objectives. And with Grubs, Barons, Heralds, Drakes, they're all so important in the current meta. I don't think you get to play as DMG. However, I guess congratulations to GMG on their win, because I am so bad on predictions.
Yeah, okay, let's see if DMG can get the upset, if the power of the Bloxer curse is strong enough. And for now, we're going to pass it over to our casters, Milky Cereal and Doctor. I hope they're ready. I hope Doctor has another rant in the chamber. He's got another top karma to talk about. And we've already had word, you know, we were in the green room before. The guy is, he's a little bit crazy today. You know, even more on the Doctor scale. He's already been throwing out some crazy things in that green room. So let's see what he has for us today. And Milky Cereal, of course, happy to have him back. So over to you guys, casters. DMG versus Venom Crest Serpents, game 3. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that. And thank you as well to DMG Esports. I'm Milky Cereal. I'm joined by Doctor. Harry, just before we get in, would you humour me so that we can do a little warm-up before we head into game? All right, so repeat after me, Harry. I will not rant about karma. So it seems that Harry didn't turn on his mic, which is absolutely perfect. Is it? Are you sure?
I know.
Okay.
But it should be.
I think production just knew exactly what was coming. I was like, right, let's just mute the mic. But then they told you that it was
Mic go-
muted.
Is
so-
it on? Is it cooking? It's on now. I
Mum,
just
can you hear
reconnected.
me?
Okay, slay. Point is, Karma top spit, but it's not top this game. I don't mind Karma bot. That's fine. Karma top. Ugh.
Or Karma Jungle. Or
Karma Jungle is
Mid.
kind of goated, I'll be honest.
Karma Seraphine.
It's kind of a
bot to
power
come
move
through.
to slam that one in jungle. But we got away with it today. Didn't have to have that one fired up. We're all dodged, we're all safe. Instead, we have to deal with, well, still a rather disgusting comp in terms of the the old Jace, Varus, Lilia, Karma.
Yeah, Oriana can do a bit of poke. You got the Ezreal with the Mystic Shots. If BBXN can get ahead, those Mystic Shots can do work. And then, you get a little bit of engage there as well with the Nautilus and a lot of side lane pressure if that Jax can get ahead, get a few items, and just become a menace in the side lane after about 25 minutes.
I don't know if he's going to have too much of a chance to do that, though, because, looking at, it's Ivan up against Lilia, and something we've been seeing cooking up very recently. Oh, buddy. Oh, no.
Oh, no. They're killing the Karma for you, Doctor. First blood straight on in, and it goes over to the Jax as well.
Can't believe that worked. All right, easy. Nice.
I mean,
Take
that's
a
equivalent of just holding your
first
mouth open and waiting for the food to walk on in.
Kind of was. They're kind of just hanging out. just kick back, relax, put your feet up, wait for it to come in. But something that we've seen cropping up a little bit in the recent times is, fast clearing junglers. Go ahead and just start on your chickens or on your wolves and turbo clear your way to get to the.
No.
Nah, no, we're chilling.
It's a repeat. It's fine. Just go into lane as a support on half health. It's what I do in all of my games.
That
It's a
checks
free
out.
win for the DMG bot lane.
Sounds about right. I'm actually realizing now is that Bartoli is starting up on top side, so he's not doing the turbo grabs clear. Because
Okay.
I think that's something that Ivan would not be able to match at all. Is you just get to grabs 5 minutes in, you're like, hey, what are you going to do about this? If you do get here, you're going to be like, either waiting to pick up all your camps, and you're going to be missing like tons of health and XP. And so it's a pretty free grub pickup for Bartholdi. Instead, he's starting on chicken. I'm not sure what the. I mean, this is it's kind of the path, but it's not, because like going from chickens to blue, your wolves and your gromp are gonna spawn really late. They're not gonna spawn really late, but they're gonna spawn not like perfectly on time, and now you're gonna double back up towards top, sure, but then when you reset, you're gonna have just chickens, and then nothing's gonna be up. And you can't run bot to do Drake because nothing's gonna be up, and you're gonna be there too fast. And I don't really fully understand what the plan is for Bartholdi here, but I'm sure it will all come to light in a minute or two.
It will do, I'm sure. We'll figure things out. Unless, of course, teams just decide to randomly fight around stuff. And then we'll have no idea. But for now, we are a couple of minutes into the game. The first blood was picked up by DMG. If you missed it, Roskilde wanted to taste the Nautilus hook. Stepped into the open, grabbed a breath of fresh air, and then was sent back home to the base. And at the moment, a little bit of priority in the bot lane for the DMG bot side, but just mainly keeping an eye on the junglers, how they want to path, and whether we will get or see any early games.
See what the plan is for Meowson here. It's a little bit too fast on the clear, turning up before the crab even spawns. I'm thinking surely there's not a dive. Just going to go through, get some vision instead, as Legendary. Got to be a little bit careful up here. Taking a hefty bit of damage. And now we see what the plan is for Bartholdi. Is Bartholdi going to look for a gank here? Because you've done this full clear, and it's like, now what? Your camps are spawning in a really weird order. If you don't get this gank, you haven't really got anything. Like, all this has been for naught. Who does land a hook down in the bot lane, but
nice little
doesn't matter too much.
And BBXN can't really follow it. Just playing Ezreal, has to Arcane Shift away, and now might take a little bit of extra damage from the sapling. But it is Meowson making his way over. The root comes through onto a freebie. Root caller does land, and is straight onto the Maokai. Dash forward, flash forward. BBXN gets the kill.
That was a bit of a generous hitbox on the Maokai Q, but we take it. Not the Maokai Q, the Ivan Q. Same thing. They're both trees. Checks out. He comes on through. We pick up that one. Nevluk gets out on a minuscule amount of health, but that is really all he need. Meanwhile, Bartholdi walks into the other jungle. Hey, what do you know? It's an Ivan. Nothing's ever going to spawn when you expect it to. And then he turns around and comes back, and now he's on chickens, and now again the whole... I don't get it. I don't get what the point was. His cancel spawn. But is he now going to like reset and then run bot side? It doesn't really make sense. Unless the plan is to do the Drake at 5 minutes on spawn, I'm still confused. And if the plan is that, there's a better way to do that. Yeah, but maybe it's the plan. I don't know.
Look, I'm going to be honest. Ivan's been out for a long time. I still don't really get how Ivan jungle pathing works. I kind of just watch it. I nod my head. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool.
I want about Bartholdi. Yeah, I got no clue because Ivan, you just got crazy. I mean, look, I was the highest win rate Ivan on EUS probably for a bit, and it's still like
played Ivan?
I don't remember. No, it was like, you know, in OpenGG it says the top like 5 players on the server.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That was just based on rank and just playing enough games, and it was just it would just show who had the most games, and I was second. So I had the second most games of any like Ivan player above. I think it was like D3 or something like that. And I had a 1% higher win rate than the guy in first, who did have like 1,000 games more than me. So of those 5 people, I had the highest win rate. So I choose to believe that I was the best Ivan. Did not in any way, shape, or form screen cap it to prove it. But... oh no.
Nerd.
What was the plan here? What were we cooking, Bartholdi?
I don't know. I don't know. You're the analyst. You're meant to, you know, come up with the storyline, figure out what's going to happen, lead me. I just look at numbers. I'm like, Meowson, 30 CS, Bartholdi, 40 CS, Bartholdi good, Meowson bad. And that's about it for me. I'm like, Void Grubs are up, Meowson over on the top side. Maybe we'll see some skirmishing over it. Let's see what Bartholdi wants to do. Stealing away some chickens. Man likes his fried chicken.
Alright, walks on in, grabs this, might get the Krugs as well, if they know. I cannot imagine there's a world where Meowson is doing the grubs. We get a little look-see. We get a bit... Well, how is he soloing
Sorry,
the
what were you
grubs as
saying,
Ivan?
Harry? What were you saying?
He's soloing the grubs as Ivan without Daisy.
See,
it's going to take him 20
minutes.
minutes.
Don't expect it. Venom Crest don't expect it.
They don't expect it. I'll tell you that much for free. Venom Crest didn't expect this one. And they're not paying attention. Nobody's looking at the thing. You can see if the grubs are being done. If you press tab.
He's got 2, and now Kenji thinks, well, Meowson's got to go and get the 3rd. And Meowson says, no, I want a Jace. I want to make my Jax go 2 and 0. Kenji flashes away. Legendary jumps on in, but not enough damage to get the kill.
Ooh, it's not looking good for Kenji. Kenji, no flash, no TP, waving in an abysmal state. He is not happy. He's about to lose the entire lead that he has managed to accrue for himself, and impressively manages to get that lead, even though, obviously, Legendary came to lane with a bit of XP and with that extra Ruby Crystal. And now he's going to be in a bit of trouble. Legendary going to reset, come on back through with an even stronger buy. Go ahead and grab himself that Phage, just not actually that much stronger, but it's still something to work with. And sets up the wave very nicely to deny an absolute ton of creeps from Kenji.
Now, the only thing I want to see is Meowson coming back over to the top lane for another gank, but he's passing over on it to his bot side to pick up a few more camps. Bartholdi is over on the top side. This wave is going to crash in. Legendary, how many minions is he going to miss? 1, 2, will he get the 3rd? I think
he gets the XP. That's all that matters.
True.
You don't need like the CS itself. So true and real. I haven't played Skarner for so long. God, why do Riot keep nerfing my champion to ground? No, right now I'm on a 25% win rate KLark. I swear it's my team. I ran the numbers. I 10 games in a row got griefed. Sorry, no, 7 out of 10 games got griefed. Like not like, oh, someone played bad, but no, like someone just went AFK or ran it down or like.
I mean, I think Twitch chat will agree that Doctor, you 100% need to have your own podcast. It'd just be fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I love white guys with podcasts. I think they go really crazy.
God's sake. What?
I think we can talk about all the real issues.
I'm just going to ignore that. Legendary just starting to bully out Kenji a little bit now on the Jax. Has the Phage completed. Slight, tiny little item advantage. And is using that. We haven't seen any more action towards the Void Grubs since Meowson was on the top side. And while he was on the top side, Bartholdi was able to get the first Drake of the game. So 2 Void Grubs for 1 Drake.
Yeah, nobody's gone to pick up the 3rd grub yet. Nobody's...
Poor grub.
really too interested in that one yet. But you do want to get it eventually, just to make sure that it respawns. You can go get the 6th. Now Meowson can do it faster. If he wants to drop Daisy down there, he's going to be defined.
Yeah, but for one Void Grub, like, come on.
God, it's just the amount of time that he's there. I mean, at least for Ivan, downtime is still time that you're farming your camps, right? Like, because you mark the camp, walk over, kill this, and then go back and pick it up. But it still doesn't feel great, you know?
You're that kind of guy who just plays champions and then ults the wave because you can't be bothered to last it, aren't you?
I'm the kind of guy who'll never settle down.
What, in like a relationship way or
to
a
roam
League of
around
Legends way?
In the song from Fallout 4 kind of way.
I've not played out. I've got to be honest with you there.
It's in like the trailer or something. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I think it's a real song outside of that trailer, but that's the only way gamers are gonna know.
Fair enough. I'll take your word for it.
Still on the red buff. Oh, it's a kingdom. Wait, did they get rid of Ivan's thing?
What's this?
Where he shares buffs? I feel like they got rid of it and they were gonna like replace it with something, but I don't know.
No, they did. So when they brought the
did.
thing in where Ivan can share buffs, essentially what they did is they said, oh, we don't have anything to replace this passive of Ivan, so we'll just make him a lot stronger, and that's why Ivan came back into the meta. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of analysts starting to spam message me about how that's not what happened, but I'm just going to go with it because I can talk on the mic right now and they can't.
Yeah, I can. That's not what happened, bro.
Oh, is it not?
I don't think so. I don't know. You could be right about them buffing him, but I think that's the items that where it's all about.
Fair.
I don't know. Like items are not too bad for him right now.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know. Not played Ivan. We've got a Storm Surge completed for on the Orianna. Disgusting item.
We don't.
We don't? What?
We don't have a Storm Surge completed for Orianna.
Oh, sorry, it's a Luden's thing.
Just
I haven't
turning
got
up
used
and just
to the new
lying
graphics
on
yet.
the
That
internet.
makes more sense. I was thinking Storm Surge doesn't make sense on Orianna. Yeah, Luden's companion makes a lot more sense. Yeah, there we go. It's blue, and it's new.
Oh my god, he's got the Glock.
I don't think that's a Glock. That looks more like a Caitlyn ult rifle. Let's be honest.
I think it's a pistol. It's like a flintlock pistol type.
What does Orianna do with a pistol? Like, genuinely, why
Shoots
would you
people.
get
What
an
else are you
item
doing
for
with a
mages?
pistol?
No, but genuinely, why would we have an item for mages that we turn into a pistol? Engage coming through on the bottom lane. Venom Crest want this, and Venom Crest will get one kill. A freebie gets a free kill, and they're looking for NepLQ. 2 kills going the way of Venom Crest. They tie up the scoreboard, and Bartoldi once more needs to be careful. A lot of damage coming through, but nothing further. BBXN now in a 1v4. If Venom Crest want to go for the dive, and they absolutely do. The teleport is coming through. Can BBXN outplay this? Oh, he can't. He is smashed to the ground. Legendary will get one. Flashes forward, tries to get down some CC, but nowhere near enough. And Venom Crest end up getting 4 for 1.
Alright, a bit keen for Legendary at the end there, but you respect the attempt.
But it's still ultimately going to be quite a few kills going on over to Venom Crest, and they'll pick themselves up a Drake as well, firing us up onto a Chemtech Rift, and all in all, we're going to be pretty happy with that one as Venom Crest. You do kind of need to get ahead if you're DMG here, because, you know, as Bloxer was saying over in the desk, once you get this Venom Crest team is ahead, you know, you just cannot walk into them at all. So this is starting to get a little bit scary for the old DMG. Let's see if they can try and figure a way out of it.
I'll dare to do the unforgivable thing at start, which is talking about narrative. This is potentially as fast naked, not quite fast enough to catch up to Dwell. Oh, beautiful sidestep. But this might be a case of, again, this narrative point that we're talking about DMG coming into play. The fact that they are still a new roster, they are still starting to gel together, whereas for Venom Crest, they have kept a few of their cogs from last split, mainly being Bartoldi and a fast-legged, and maybe that experience coming in to play as Legendary, getting a little bit caught out. He'll be able to root down Bulbasaur, but now in a 1v2 jumping in, doesn't have anywhere near enough damage, and Kenji will get Venom Crest's 5th kill of the game.
Oh, I mean, Legendary's not having a great time up there, as he just sort of keeps getting a little bit gunned down.
Yeah.
Cheeky little Maokai run all the way up, picks him up, finishes him off, and we even managed to pick up a plate for Kenji there. Maybe he got 2, not quite sure. Fortunately, Whilst this is going on, kill gets picked up. That means that
Oh,
Butthole
that
can go
dredge
for...
line is
Oh,
beautiful.
God.
The arcane shift forward. And, well, unfortunately for a Skilder, that was just too aggressive for the target.
You know, I was going to say that Bartoli picked up the grubs, but he didn't.
No.
The Herald has now spawned. I don't know if they died whilst he was doing it, or how close he was, but they didn't manage to get any.
So you know with the Rift Herald,
Yeah.
they essentially thought it's not mystical enough, so they're going to add a horn to it to turn it into like a unicorn herald. True story.
Is that?
Yeah, I mean, have a look at Rift Herald. It's literally got a unicorn horn.
Is that why they gave it a unicorn horn, or did they give it a horn because it has a charge attack and that kind of makes sense?
I mean,
like
that ain't no
rhinos.
Nidoran.
Well, that would be copyright infringement.
It would be. Oh,
We can't
no,
get away
we'll
with
go
that
play
unless we're
Pokemon.
Pal World.
I mean, look, let's be honest. It's not like League haven't ripped off anything up. Dota.
It's not like
well,
League didn't take the website, the #1 fan site for Dota, and have it redirect to their sign-up page.
I don't know about that. That's a news story that I've not yet
No, that's
heard.
true. It was,
Is it true?
It was, yeah, Mark Merrill, what do you call it? Ryzen Tryndamere, they owned the... I don't think they owned it, or they were like admins or something, but they were involved with the #1
Anyway, we've
Dota
got to
fan
play,
site.
Doctor. We'll stop
I've got
talking
time
about
before the
Dota
Maokai
for
ult
now.
hits.
Oh, well, the Maokai
Look at that,
ult
didn't even
will
turn into
root down
anything.
a few people, but Venom Crest will not aggress any further. We have a Drake up in a couple of minutes' time. That would be Venom Crest's third Drake if they can secure it. And I love that in League of Legends, some things do change, but one thing that never changes is the bug around Kempic Soul and the fact that it still shows that there's another Infernal coming up on the spectator mode.
That and the one you ever have with Hex Drake or Hex Soul, where if you're holding space, the screen just like bugs when you're
see,
in like
the
the
producers
corners.
are highlighting the horn. Is that a rhino horn, guys, or a unicorn horn? Let us know in the chat. What I can say is that's a dead
chilling
Nautilus.
in the ocean, causing a commotion. You know that one? That one?
No.
And doing numbers with the kids. God, that's such a quirky song. That was the pinnacle of like quirky holds up sport era.
Oh, big thanks as well for Synergy with the big raiding party as well. I just spotted that one in the chat.
Don't encourage him.
What? To raid the chat? No, we do
Yeah,
wanna
imagine
encourage
he
that,
puts
Harry.
on the tournament and then he just starts streaming during the middle of it. You know, he's not even
Yeah.
watching his own tournament, man.
Well, maybe he
Kind
was
of-
like doing
kind of messed up.
What did they call it when like the
Open
streamers-
quals? No, I don't think he was doing that.
No, you know where streamers like broadcast the game and then they talk about the game and then people watch them instead of watching the actual broadcast.
Oh, piracy?
Pirates. No, but they're like allowed to do it, and it's like I don't know.
Yeah, one rule for thee and another for me. Am I right, guys?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I've been saying. We should rise up against the tyrannical reign of Synergy.
So for anyone tuning in, this is how any broadcast with Harry Dr. Evans goes.
Sorry that I'm a man of the people. Sorry that I want equity, fairness for the masses.
Yeah. You play League of Legends, we don't get fairness. What we do get, though, are Drakes. And we've got a Chemtech Drake for Venom Crest. It will be their third Drake of the game. The fast leg. It's just doing a little bit of zoning, but Venom Crest now back into the driving seat of this game.
What's about driving with you?
Through. Oh, is this a steal? He went for it. Fair play to Meowson. He went for it, but he couldn't quite steal it away.
But I can steal away the hearts and minds of the people.
God's sake.
And for just a measly donation of £5 each to my personal PayPal, we can all come together, rise up, and deal with the
Oh,
tyranny
dear.
that is Synergy.
The tyranny that is Kenji and Venom Crest in the bottom lane. Teleporting through. Beautiful flash into a two-man stun. The Maokai will buy some time. Out comes the Shockwave. Meowson gets a kill for the side of DMG. But there just aren't any objectives for damage to be able to get as a result of this.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good, but yeah, there's not really a lot going on afterwards. Bulbasaur, he's in a bit of trouble. He's
Depth,
Is he
charge, is there anything to follow? No, there's no dredge line. But look how much DMG used. They used the teleport, they used 2 flashes, they used 4 ultimates in that play. And all they got was a single kill. It wasn't even a shutdown.
But they look good doing it.
They did look
Isn't that
damn
what it's
good,
all
Doctor.
about? Oh wait, is someone cooking mid? Wait, are we cooking? No, we're not cooking. I thought someone maybe fishing for a little bit of a hook over there, but no.
Wait until you smell the food, Doctor, then talk about the cooking.
Well, if I'm not in the kitchen.
I was just wondering whether those.
I'm in the lobby of the restaurant. Like, if I'm in the main room of the restaurant, they got like the kitchen in the back.
Yeah.
We're on the internet. I only have like 2 senses available to me.
I have no idea where you're going with this, but I know where Meowson is
I'm
going.
saying I can't
with
smell
his
what they're
mate.
cooking
He's
because I'm
looking
watching
for
a
the gang.
stream.
Just hold the cooking for when there isn't a fight, Harry. Because Kenji's down, I thought Legendary would fall, and that time is a shutdown, and they didn't have to burn any flashes for it. Oh wait, they did. Meowson had to. But aside
Tell you
from
what,
that
no
one
burning in
flash,
my kitchen. Tell you that much for free.
No burn. That was
Because the microwave can't burn it. It's ready meals only.
I don't think you're utilizing a microwave to its full potential if you haven't burnt anything with a microwave yet.
Is burning
Well,
something
hold
its
it.
full potential? Like, just because I have it. Just because the option's there doesn't mean I should do it.
Well, it's not the full potential. You're only using it to the half potential. Venomcrest just searching for maybe a potential play. They might want to steal this blue buff away, but you can't really steal it. How? How do you miss the dredge line? You've got a feel for an FLQ. They call it the unmissable skill shot, but somehow that threaded the eye of the needle and missed Bartoldi. Poor guy.
Yeah, I miss her as well, so.
Oh.
You know, sometimes you think it's gonna hit, sometimes you think everything's gonna work out and it just doesn't. I understand how Nefel felt that.
Yeah, he thought that he might survive. He thought that his team might come, but his team were just watching him. A double kill for a freebie. There's a teleport through for Venomcrest as well, just in case DMG thought that they wanted to take on the all-in player. Now Venomcrest will be turning their attention towards the Baron Nashor, the all-seeing Baron Nashor.
Is that what this one is? I
Yeah,
don't know which one's which, and I don't know what they do. Riot made a really big
don't
deal
know.
out of this, and I got no clue what any of them do.
I think Medic calls this one the all-seeing because it's got like eyes to the side
It's like,
and like
there's
the
I know one's a hunter.
Mm.
I don't know which one it is. There's just a hunter one.
Okay, right. So, also, I just want to quickly point out, Medic, if you're watching this, this is me flaming you. So, Medic on his broadcast was talking about, like, oh, if the Baron Nashor is like, if it's got eyes on the side of its head, that means it's a prey. So, what hunts the Baron? Medic, we literally play a game where you've got teams of 5 people who kill the Baron. It's the players who are hunting the Baron. That's my run.
Here's the real question: what came first, Baron or the Scourge or whatever it's called in Legends of Runeterra?
Well,
God, what's it called?
It came out before Runeterra, didn't it? So then it'll be Baron.
There's a card in Runeterra, but it's like a celestial version of Baron, and it's like, did Aurelion
Is it?
Sol make the celestial thing because he had seen Baron, or was Baron a manifestation of that celestial thing?
You're going way too deep into lore, Harry, and I just cannot match your incredible understanding.
Yeah,
of,
neither can Riot. That's why they fired half of the team. Where are my Legends of Runeterra? Why are they ending Legends of Runeterra, bro? Bring it back.
I'm going to completely skip past that and
I
look
want
at
Legends of
Venomcrest,
Runeterra
who are
back,
charging
bro.
into the mid lane. Just play
That's
CFP.
crazy, but nobody even felt like holding that in here. But I was sort of like, really? I mean, is it? I guess, like, you can't, to be fair. But, like, we got 3 people who are doing the Drake?
Yeah, they're stealing it away. They're saying, Venomcrest, you can take out Inhibitor, you can get out Inhibitor Tower, we'll get a single Drake and stop you from getting sold. Big win,
Maybe it's
big
not
win.
that crazy. We're gonna take it back. Yeah, what were you gonna do? How are you gonna hold against this? We just have to wait for the Baron to end, don't we, lads?
Yeah. But this is where Venomcrest can start to utilize that really good poke that
Oh.
they have with Kenji. Very good dredge line coming through. Do they have the damage to burst down Kenji? Absolutely. And they still have a shockwave available. Venomcrest will retreat with their tails between their legs.
Alrighty, managed to get a nice little bit of a pick up there. Good job, Nep. Grab one on the way out, and anytime you can get a kill, slow this thing down, you're going to stop the Baron push. And that's very poggers, as we have just described. Can't really do a lot into this team when they have the Baron up, and that's why we TP straight back in. Don't want to let the pressure up for any longer than we have to.
Well, there is
Lilia
a
gaming.
potential flank coming in for Bartoli. He doesn't have the flash available though, so he can't go for one of those crazy flash Q into ult stopwatch or whatever Lilia does in these team plays. To be fair to DMG, they're not that far behind in gold, right? 4,000 gold at 24 minutes. They have delayed that potential soul, but still, there's a lot of damage coming through from a freebie on this Varus. 4, 0, and 3.
Oh,
Those piercing arrows do a lot as Duel very fast on the flash to get out of the chains of corruption, and that's a flash down as well for a freebie, which might make him a bit of a susceptible target, as Muel has to be Meowson has to be careful, but he is already bursted down. Just too much CC from Fox.
He's not making it out as, oh look, Karma's poking people, hey. Fun and pog. But actually I don't mind him, as mid is fine. As we wait for the wave to come on through, Kenji gonna go ahead and grab that one, clear it out, and the tier 2 should be going down. And again, if we're DMG here, we're just sort of sitting around and kind of waiting for it to end. I mean, at some point we've got to be able to put up a bit of a fight.
Okay, also that, now I am sure that is Storm Surge completed for me. I'm pretty sure that was the Storm Surge. Oh no, net missed the dredge line. He's pulled himself into his doom. Ooh. And, well, the end might be coming soon for DMG. If Venom Crest want to keep on charging in, they have to wait for their next wave, which will give DMG a chance, a little moment of respite.
It's actually pronounced respite.
No, it's not.
No, it actually is. I thought it was respite for like 25 years. It's respite.
I didn't even know you were 25 years old, to be honest.
I'm 26. I'm older than Biggie and Hackwell.
Oh, so you thought it was called respite from like the first year of your life?
Yeah, day one.
This is a lot of damage. This is a lot
first word.
This is going to be a lot of death. As Ingo
finish the turret, lads. Save him.
Legged is going to die.
Wait, is that who Bulbasaur is?
Yeah, Bulbasaur's fast-legged.
I've only just put that together. The Bulbasaur's on my... Oh, God.
Oh, a little bit too aggressive from Bartoli. Does go golden. Dredge line comes through. Is there enough damage? Never has to flash away. And the Mystic Shot will land. But Venom Crest want to keep on charging forward. They've got the damage. BBXN forced to dash out to safety. And Venom Crest will be able to get the kill. They'll be able to get the inhibitor as well. But they won't be able to get the game just now.
Alright, they're going to push back a little bit. It's close, though. They only managed to pick that one up. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Like, I knew that Fastlader was the Maokai in this game. I just didn't see the name at any point. Bulbasaur's on my friends list. I've been trying to figure out who it is for like months.
Oh, have you?
Tell me it's fast-legged.
I mean, just message him and go Bulba, see what he says.
He's busy playing a game. I can't interrupt him. He's tearing it up. What if I distract him during this important UK L4 Nations match?
I think that'd be the best thing. Just start spamming all of them. No, don't do that, guys. Because I think people will start to do
every
that.
single player.
Every single
do it like 3 days ago or whenever this was played. I got no clue when it was played.
Oh yeah, because it was a VOD, wasn't it? So there you go. You can message him. Hurry up.
Spoilers.
Well, no, because we don't know what the result is. You're the one saying that it's already been played. So.
One time.
One time?
One time for the one.
6k goal lead.
Yeah.
Go back to casting League of Legends, okay.
It's crazy this guy never wants to cast, man.
Oh, it's on me!
He wants to talk about anything and everything, bro. Look, there's a Baron turning up. Oh, look at that. Doors TP'd in.
Harry, how about you talk about the Baron setup or something? Like, do something useful.
Yeah, it's not the only thing that was a setup, bro. Set up in this conversation,
even the production's trying to help you. They're like, there's the Baron, Harry. Talk about it.
Zoe, don't tell me how to do my job.
They're going to start zooming in and out of the fight with the fight.
Zoe's going to miss 17 kills right now.
Production of the two, though. Well, Venom Crest will get that wave shoved in. Legendary has to go down bot side to catch the wave. So that means that there's only 4 of them at Baron now. You can play by play cast this fight, and Venom Crest are going to rush this down. Needs to be a big hook for net LQ.
Maokai setting out the ult, sending it on in. BBXN walking up, trying to get a steal with the Q, but it won't land. NFP, he's going to land the dredge line, going straight on in. And there's a bit of a split fight. Are we committing? Are we not? The Orianna Bull doing a bit of zoning as Meowson's walking on up. But Venomcrest seems to have disengaged. Will takes a little bit of damage on the poke, and the Bowling Ball just clips the edge of the wall, not going to be able to land a snow there. But watch Bulbasaur flashing on in for the engage as Legendary tries to trade it, but he goes down. Every member of Venomcrest still standing alive. Shields coming out left, right, and center like it's Pride Month as Bartoldi dashes on forward. He's going to pick up 1 kill with the help of his mid lane, and now Bulbasaur once again trying to sneak around the side. Doesn't have the flash for the re-engage as the health bars get low. BBXN, he's thinking about going, wait, hang about this with a TP end. Oh, Zoe, do your job. Why are you showing the team fight? Kenji's ending the game. Oh, look at that. How do I catch it? How do I do it? My map awareness is crazy. Kenji, end the game, man. I was doing a thing. I was at a whole, my camera's broken. What I was doing a whole thing. That's not me. That's XSplit. Anyway. Play-by-play's easy, bro.
Harry's camera's not the only thing broken in this game, and no, I'm not talking about his play-by-play casting. That was a game and a half. Venomcrest take a very good win. It was a good start for DMG. Had a lot of pressure in the lanes, got a couple of kills, but then Venomcrest were just a little bit better around some of the minor objectives. That was kind of the bit where I was going to throw over to you, and then, you talk about something. Okay, we can't hear Harry, which, let's be honest, might be a good thing. We're going to get his webcam mic in a second. So, you know what? I am going to do probably the smartest thing that I can, which is say, I'm going to save all of our viewers from our absolute ramblings and throw it on over to our wonderful hosting desk, who can hopefully talk a little bit more sense than myself and Doctor were during this game.
Thank you, Milky. Thank you, Doctor. That was a game. That was a cast. That was the Four Nations. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on that journey. Well, fellas, VMC W. Sadly, the curse was not strong enough. Black Bloxer. It was still a VNC win, despite from level 1 they had the first blood, and this game went a little bit cuckoo bananas, as we'll get into later on. So the first replay that I want to go into here, guys, was quite late on, when VNC had already taken control. I will have production shouting in my ear if we don't have it yet, but I'm just going to keep talking and hope we go into it. Was a bit of a macro play from VNC. Orbital, why don't you talk to us about this one?
Yeah. So, what you don't... There's a lot that you see and don't see right now.
Yeah,
you
that's
will
context.
notice a very distinct lack of enemy opponents right now. This is why. There was a party around the Dragon, so we were talking about it. We were like, we see the entirety, I believe, Venomcrest at mid of mid. I want to repeat, mid of mid, running a whole way down. They cleared a wave and started running. You see the entirety of DMG, just not a care in the world. All 5 members run from their bottom inhibitor straight over to Dragon through the lower side. There was not a detour, which goes back twofold to what I said. Number 1, you gotta have some balls. You gotta have some cojones, because you gotta bring something different to this game. That's not exactly what I meant. There was an idea. It was a 50-50 whether they're there or not. I know. They were all set, and it just like they showed up. They realized the fight got rescheduled to like 2 nights later, and it fell flat. But that was one of those moments that we saw DMG give it a shot, and Venomcrest, again, they had the right idea. The macro, we talked about it before. They know exactly what they want. The opponent's not going to deter them. If anything, the opponent has to play to them, and that's what you want to see out of a good team.
Yeah, there were certainly plenty of times where DMG tried to take the fight to Venomcrest in that game. We did see some decent picks out of them, and they got a fair number of kills on the board. But our second replay, we're skipping forward to the end of the game, and this one took a long time to resolve. Black Block, so I'll let you just run us through how this game ended up finishing.
So it ends up in a little bit of a brawl around the Baron. It's a huge shockwave. 4 members all get pulled in, just looking like it's a brilliant situation. Exactly what you want right there for DMG. But then they just start getting chunked out, taken down. And again, something you're not seeing right now is the fact that there's someone missing from this team fight, and they're missing because they're in the base finishing the game. BBXN feels himself, probably shouldn't have done, leaps in, gets himself killed, and there's just a lot of just missed spells, and the fact that DMG were just so ready to fight around these objectives and not really having the map control that they needed, because, like, the Jace is ending the game. Your Ezreal's leaping forwards, really feeling himself, trying to get some extra kills, but again, the Jace is in the base ending the game. And I think this really does highlight what we were talking about before, where Venom Crest, they know what they're doing as a team. They know where they are supposed to be. If they have less members at a team fight than you do, there is a very good reason for that. They are taking another objective somewhere else.
Yeah.
You don't end up with somebody just, oh, whoops, we forgot to bring our top laner with us. They don't do that. That's not how Venom Crest play. Whereas DMG, individually, some really great moments. That Orianna Shockwave was excellent. In a more even game state, that ends in a complete wipe of a team fight. You pick up a Baron, you end the game. Awesome. That's not the game state we were in, and they just weren't in the correct spots. They didn't have the map awareness, because, I mean, you've all been in that situation. You're mid-game, there's so much going on, you're playing so focused on pressing your buttons correctly that you haven't looked at the minimap in 30-40 seconds, and you've completely missed something. It happens, and you get that where the game is still feeling too fast for teams, where they haven't really settled into playing together.
Yeah, it does. It did feel like in that last fight particularly, you could really feel, I think, the pressure that DMG players felt like they were under when the skill shots start to missing. We see BBX take that kind of panic E forward to, I need to kill someone, I need to win the fight. Yeah, we can't lose that. We're slowly just being like, the pincers are closing over them with the Karma and the Varus, and you're just being forced back and back. It's hard to play, and also to be checking your minimap all the time in those circumstances to see the Jace's end of the game. So it really, I think, speaks to how well VNC controlled DMG in that last fight to push them around, and while also having the wherewithal to be splitting that focus and always getting the value across the map. So excellent play by VNC. We would expect nothing less. They move to 4-0. DMG still struggling. They will pick up another loss. They are now 1-3, but still, as we've said, there's something there. There is talent on this roster, and with a bit of more time to cook, we could see more out of them. For now, I believe we are going to a short break, and then we'll be back for our last game of the night, which is Belfast Storm versus Nuclear Vikings. You don't want to miss it, guys. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 4. Last game of the night, Belfast Storm versus the Nuclear Vikings. Now, we already have some big shifts in the Belfast Storm. They have been a roster and a team and an organization that we in the Four Nations are very familiar with. They've had their ups and their downs. They've not had the hottest start to this split with a lot of new names on this roster. However, we've got someone we might all recognize back on the roster now. We've got someone that can maybe bring a little bit of dynamism, a bit of championship quality into the Belfast Storm. Let's get the roster up. And Bloxer, we were both here last split. I'll let you take free reign on this one. Let's talk a little bit about Dunlossie subbing into the jungle. Talk to us about what this guy can add to a roster.
God damn, he's good. I mean, really, really good. In a way that a lot of our junglers haven't been so far. There's a lot of facilitators in the jungle pool that we've got in the UKEL. You know, you pick yourself up, whatever is good in the meta at the moment, and you work with your team. We've seen the Ivans, you know, things like that. Brilliant. Dunlossie does not like those kind of champions. Not saying that he can't pick those champions, but this man likes to carry solo as well, and can be so good at doing that. Sometimes you'll see him pick up things like the Viego, the Lee Sin, all of those kind of pickups, and then just absolutely wreck a lobby single-handedly. And I feel like that's something Belfast needed, because the rest of the composition isn't bad. This is not a bad comp that they've got for themselves. I like a lot of these players, even if they are quite new. But they needed a little bit of something extra, and I think Dunlossie may well be that spark that they needed to really get things off of the ground.
Yeah, for sure. Just to confirm for everybody, we have had small technical difficulties with our roster graphics. It's not Akkers and Sin, okay? They're still on Ruddy, don't worry about that. But we do have another new element in the top lane, which is Shin, subbing in here for Mr. Boonga, I believe was the guy's original name.
Yes, Mr.
Boonga. So we have, I can't say it with a straight face, but you know, it's the Four Nations, there's a lot of names like that. But we have Shin subbing in the top side. Now, Orbital, when it comes to the top lane right now, we have a sub coming in. It's been a tough lane we have to make the most impact in the past. How do you feel about top lane right now in terms of its ability to affect the game? Having a sub in that role, do you think this is something that could destabilize the roster? Or we're weak-siding and islanding them and just, you know, ignoring them?
So, I have had the extreme pleasure of over here in NA seeing teams have to field in subs last minute in the top lane, and it does tend to lean into that weak side king. Like, go Ornn, go Malphite, sit up there, wait for 20 minutes, and then fight onwards. However, I think top lane has a much better time nowadays actually having an impact, whether you are a solo player or if you're just slotting in, you know, or maybe you do play only tanks. Because of those grubs that are currently being fought over, it's now maybe not on the same level as a dragon, but it does draw a lot of attention, right? We're seeing the supports now roam up. You need a top laner that, even if you're playing weak, has a strong sense of neutral game. Like, you can match the opponent no matter what champion you're playing, and it doesn't matter if you're new. It doesn't matter if you're old. That's literally what top lane needs to do nowadays. If you're going to carry, that's great as well. But with the fact of a sub, I do believe there's more pressure now. To get to the main point, I do think there's a lot of pressure. If you are not up to snuff, basically, you can actually cause a lot of harm to your team right now. Losing those grubs early means not only do the rest of the opponents get that extra, you know, pushing value, but if you lose, you know, 5 or 6, all of a sudden you got the Voidlings and or Void Mites, and they're going to eat away at the towers. You have to be strong on any champion. You cannot sit there and go, I'm just going to play Ornn, wait it out. Maybe, obviously, Shin is a practice top laner, but in the team context, you need to be able to function with your jungler specifically, and then your support secondary for those objective roams. If you are not in tune, even as a sub, you're going to cause a lot of problems on that top lane that cuts away. If you're not in tune, you're going to cut away a lot of options for your team.
Yep. There has been a point of pressure before in the past, but now let's take a little look at the Nuclear Vikings, which, you know, on this subject of the top lane and the impact that it has, we've got the roster up here, and Bloxer, I want to focus a little bit on Dusty, because Dusty has had a pretty rough start to the split, finally getting onto the Rift after Wet Noodle subbed in straight away. So what is it, do you think, that Dusty is struggling with, or maybe that Nuclear Vikings are struggling with, that affects his performance? And then talk to me a little bit about what you think is going to go on in this top side. We have a sub on one side, we have a struggling player on the other. What's the best way to approach this for Nuclear Vikings?
There's the base way of approaching this, where you just look at it and you go, yep, we're just gonna see a tank fest, and that's all we get. And then on the other side, maybe you just decide to pick yourself up something a little bit more aggressive. I think the issue that we've been seeing from Dusty is that Fruity Carrots just really hasn't been focusing a lot of attention towards him. You can see, really, from Dusty that he just hasn't been able to get off of the ground. The KDA is fine, the gold's fine, the damage is middling. You know, there's nothing there that's terrible. It's not like I'm looking at this and going, God, he's not doing anything in these games.
Yeah.
It's instead just he's not been able to get anything really off of the ground, nothing rolling in a way that you really want from your top tier of the top laners that we've been seeing. Like Akers, you know, for Ruddy has been popping off in certain situations. But you also don't have to, I think, in the top lane at the moment. Like was being said, you can just sit on some tanks, but I hope that that's not what we see in this matchup. I hope that we just don't see an Ornn versus Malphite matchup, because I think as a struggling top laner, sometimes it's good to just get back to what it is that you are actually good at. I think a lot of these top laners that get labelled as, oh yeah, you're a tank player, is because that's what you needed for your team. But if you actually were to look at how these players got to the high ranks that they're at, they weren't tank players. They have their own individual pickups that they love, and a strong top laner on something that they're really good at can carry. We saw it last year with Verzik, where Lars on his Fiora, or really any of those split push carries, could absolutely take over. So if your top lane is struggling, don't say, well, we'll just give you tank duty. Ask him, hey, what do you play? What is it that you love? What do you think you can get for us? Even if it is something like a Fiora that maybe you didn't want to work into your team composition, you're struggling anyway, change something and try to get a spark going.
So Bloxy, you're telling me you don't want to see K'Sante Udyr for the 7,000th time on this patch? Is that what you're telling me? You don't like K'Sante versus Udyr?
I have some controversial opinions, but that's not going to be one of them. I'm not about to stand up and defend that.
Okay, sure. Well, let's move on then. Let's go to the actual draft. Before we get into the controversy, let's get the facts straight about this draft, okay? So, production, palm it over and let's see what the picks are going to be. Orbital, I could have punished you by trying to get you to pick the B1 last time. It's the tankiest of tanks first pick this time. It's a Sion, but it's not just straight tank matchup, I think, because we have a Trundle. So with Dunlossie, it could be different. It could be a Poppy top lane, which would be tank versus tank, but I would love for it to be the Trundle, honestly. And frankly, Orbital, I don't know if you agree, I feel like this pick, the Trundle, is remarkably underutilized as the anti-tank measure that can be so effective as, and we have had confirmed by production that it is Trundle top. So
I would agree. If there's ever a champion that you want to kind of throw up to the top lane right now, it would be the Trundle. The Trundle brings so much value whether you want it to or not, and it's a great segue. Again, we've been talking about this top lane. Hey, both of you are kind of still finding your leg. You gotta, I think Black Box said it best, right? It was you're doing fine. You're doing fine in the top lane. Right now, this league, though, for both of these teams, you cannot have fine. You need better than fine. You need almost an extraordinary moment. And with Trundle, you cut away a lot of the options, right? As soon as you play Trundle, and if you play it well, let's put it to what it is. If you play Trundle well, it becomes a threat now. Everyone on the enemy teams knows it. Now you have to worry about, hey, we can't just run a tank anymore. That's not going to work. I also, I do wish to get confirmation. These all look like they are in top 2 support roles, so I want to get confirmation that was the pick order as well. If it is, that brings a whole different variation as well. Either way, I expect the Trundle to come out as a... This is pick order.
They
wow,
actually picked.
I've not seen
that.
Yeah, like, I cannot remember the last time anyone's ever picked an order. If that's true, I want to talk to these players and go, why? Why? Okay. So, either way, it's understood that Shin is going on this Trundle, and I appreciate it. Not only is it a strong solo individual pick, you can split push if you wish. As soon as you join those team fights, you can be like, yo, I got this. I am ready to go. I got that subjugation. You immediately bring value to your team without having to coordinate a whole lot. Your job is very singular and one-dimensional, and that's exactly what you need if you want to have a very simplistic star performance.
Yeah, I think just before I ask you about something else, Black Bloxer, I think it is important to note how dirty Melvin Izzle has been done. By the last time he was on the desk with me, Ivern was being banned away, and now both of my games are Ivern games, and the man's not here. Really, very, very rude from the Four Nations players, and I want you all to think hard about this before you pick Ivern again when the man's not here to see it. So, with that aside, I want to talk a little bit about this mid lane, because we have the Hui in the mid lane. We've started seeing this in the Pro Divisions a couple times. Seemingly, we kind of forgot this pick. We didn't really touch it in the mid lane specifically for a while. There were a few supports and kind of weird bot lane iterations going around, but now people are pulling out in the mid lane, and this does a lot of damage, right? So Bloxo, tell me about this Hui in the mid and into the Azir as well, how you think this matchup might go.
So early on, he has okay poke, like, it's not terrible, but he's punishable.
Yeah.
Once you get like that first 2 items on this champion, he is one-shotting you from a screen away, but I think it's more than that. The damage that he deals, I think, is nice, but it's not the point of this champion, because he has so much CC, and it's so varied. That pull-in that he has, the grab that he can get on that EE, to just smash multiple people into each other and just stop them in their tracks is excellent, but then he also has a fear, and it's the way that when you're trying to weave around team fights, if you don't know where the Hui is at every given moment, your team just doesn't get to move in the same way. It's similar to an Azir, where you are always watching out for that Shurima Shuffle, but that's one ability. Hui can do that constantly on a rotation, plus he can use those Q starts to actually deal the damage as well. The ultimate really isn't the big damage dealing threat that I think it seemed to be when we first got that champion teaser. Instead, it just gets launched into the backline, and again, you're all slowed, and when you're in a team composition where you've got yourself a Malphite, a Poppy, sorry, not a Malphite, a Maokai, a Poppy, and a Trundle into the backline, where they could just sit on top of you, that's terrifying, and if you're slowed trying to dodge out on Varus Qs, that's no fun either. I really like the Hui as more of a facilitator than I think we were expecting, rather than just being a big damage carry, as I at least thought he was going to be.
Yeah, I swear that the slow is the most toxic thing about the champion, honestly.
It's
the ultimate slow is
so strong. Look,
it's
as a
like
Warwick main, I never want to see him again. I hate that champion.
It's like Nasus Wither. It's so frustrating to play with, I swear. But the last thing I want to ask about...
I'm running, I'm not moving,
I'm
even slightly.
Crawling, I am just scraping across the ground. Yeah, but the last thing I want to ask about before we pass over to the casters again is Orbital. Bloxo mentioned the Varus Qs, right? And the damage that Varus can do with these Qs. What do you think about on-hit Varus going into Ivern, Sion, Milio, kind of, and Daisy front line? Or do you think the poke is still apt here? Because they've got the Milio on one side and they've got this heavy front line. Do you think it's time for us to see a bit of DPS Varus, which we rarely see these days? Or do you think poke is still the way to go?
Are you talking about in a vacuum seal of just the Varus, or are you talking about in this composition? Because those are two, I feel, a little bit different things here.
Well, let's give it in context. You know, everything happens in context.
Yeah. I, for one, do believe that they need a little extra constant DPS. I do like on-hit Varus. I always love on-hit ADCs in general. I am a big fan. I've been playing, since Season 3, so I'm an old hand of just like, ADCs do one thing. They shoot and that's it. Don't use abilities, don't go crazy. I like the on-hit abilities. The other side is I have a slight feeling that poke is actually not going to stick as much as you would want against the side of, like, you look at the Ivern, you look at the Callista, look at the Milio. These are champions that have self-reliant healing. And then you look at the Sion as well. Sion, he gets tanky as heck. Unless you're going AP Varus Burst and you get 3 autos and then, the whole silly, major HP burst, you're not actually cutting through as easily. So if you're looking for early game and then maybe you go ahead and say, okay, actually the Trundle is going to be our main point of focus. Maybe the Hui is actually going really good burn damage. I don't see a constant DPS threat. I would like to see on hit a little bit closer. You had the front line to be able to do it without dying almost immediately. So I would like it here. Granted, I'm a gold player. Don't listen to me. Either way, I like on hit here in this team.
Okay, let's see if that's what TM wants to do, or if it is going to be poke down the stretch. For now, let's get into the game. Nuclear Vikings versus Belfast Storm. Milky Syrian Doctor, back over to you guys for the last game of the day. Let's make it a good one.
Thank you very much for that, Trajan. We are heading in to the final game of the day. Nuclear Vikings against Belfast Storm. Are you ready for this one, Harry?
Yeah. The
last game of the day, come on, it's a bit more excitement than that.
My energy is at an all-time high. I didn't sleep much, but I'll get there. We'll figure it out. What am I going to do? I'm going to sit here, I'm going to open a game, I'm going to watch Dunlossie just do nothing for 3. He's going full clear, and then he's going to turn up bot. He's going to get a
right, yeah,
kill.
it's Dunlosey who does the full clear, isn't it? And then
full clear, he's
he
going
does
to
the
turn
gank.
up bot. He's going to get a triple kill, fraudulent behavior, and win 7th UKEL he's ever won. It's going to be a whole thing.
You know, the last time I casted with you, I think it was a Dunlosey game as well. So I'm interested to see whether
That
if
fiend.
4 months later we see the exact same thing that happened.
He's a fraud.
Four
I haven't
Nations
seen
Winter.
him. I mean, I haven't seen him in current year in season 14. And
I mean,
he
let's be honest,
alleged.
Jungle never truly changes.
So true, so real. Jungle is exactly the same every 3 months, and it has never changed.
But they keep
they've
on
been
complaining
doing
about
the
it.
same thing. Yeah, it's so weird, dude. Like,
Yeah.
I don't get what's up with them. But I mean, actually, you know what? A joke for Jungle never changes. But I remember casting Diamond Brox in the
Right.
LCL,
Yeah.
and I'm watching
Nice
this man
flex.
queue up on Elise and do like
Don't say
red.
Elise.
Just do he
Elise.
does like red, blue, Gromp, mid, boom,
Yeah. Mm.
kill. And I was like, he's been doing the same. I mean, not the Gromp part, but other than that, he's been doing the same path for 12 years of just camp, buff, level 3, gag 2. Like, at some point, we have to have seen this one coming, lads. Like, really, at some point, like, I don't know. So maybe Jungle really does never change. But to Dunlosey's credit, well, no, actually, never to his credit. When I said he was a fraud last split, and he would just turn up and get free kills, I expected him to come to me and be like, actually, I'm coordinating with my team and we're diving and I'm making the plans, because that was what I was coping. I was coping that he was like the mastermind behind it all, because it couldn't keep happening. And he'd DM me, he was like, "No, bro, team diff, you're spot on." I just turn up. I'm like, he might be right. He might be telling the truth on that one. So. What a fiend.
So apologies for the delay getting into game, just having a few technical issues. Now, I don't know if you can clarify this one for me. I was thinking like, what? I'm pretty sure I did my research beforehand and they were 1 and 2, but I'm glad that here on this screen it does say 1 and 2. My research was not in vain. We are heading on to game for the final time today. Our fourth game.
It's Kalista versus Varus.
Yeah, I know. And the Poppy should have been support as a counter for the Kalista.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to see.
Yeah. I don't know what the pick order was, but it doesn't really matter. Like, well, unless it was like last pick way or something. Well, no, yeah, you could just... There's no watch yours. Yeah, okay. It could have been.
It could have been. It should have been. As one of my friends would have said, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Which friend was that?
A friend at university that would go to a bar called Kuda. So it'd be like, no matter what happens, you should have gone to Kuda. And
What's their name? I might know.
What? No, you won't know them.
I might.
They're a dirty Urgot Ilawi player.
You don't know that I don't know him.
At Labras.
Maybe.
Shout out to Labras. Okay, fair enough.
I love to say every time when someone's like, "Oh, I went to this uni," and I know like one person who went there like 5 years ago. Now I'll take the one.
Oh, you wanted their actual name?
Yeah.
I was giving their in-game name. Oh, okay, no, because like I don't know anyone who's called
Labras is a real
IRL.
name. No, that's alright. It's like a Greek name. No, I think I've known people called
Weirdly enough, my friend's actually Turkish.
that. Yeah.
So
yeah. So okay. So I always take that 1 in a million shot, right?
Yeah.
And just like, what's the worst that can happen? I ask. The other day, I'm at the tube, getting on tube, bump into a guy. We're going to do the little whole sidestep thing. Had a social interaction. It was awful. Hated it. Didn't say a word.
Yeah.
As he walks off, I go, "Hey, that kind of looks like my best friend's from back home's brother." And so I text them. I'll take the 1 in a million shot. They're older brother who I haven't seen in like 10 years. And I message them. I'm like, "Hey, where's Johnny right now?" They're like, "Nottingham." I'm like, "Check again." He's lying to you. Crack open the Find My Friends. He's at London Bridge. They crack open the Find My Friends. He was at London Bridge. It was him. I'm like, oh! Didn't say a word to him. We walked past each other. We did not have an interaction. Fundamentally, nothing happened in this story.
Yeah.
But
everything happened.
But everything happened, exactly. I was like, ooh. Well, hey.
Fair enough.
So, never let it be said that I don't have good stories, bro. Don't let anyone tell you that I don't know how to live.
Yeah. We
Hey, look
know
at
that you
Poppy
can truly
invaded.
live.
That's crazy.
Speaking of living, I'm looking over to our junglers on different sides of the map.
Yeah.
Jarvan. Jarvan likes ganking, and we've got what is it that they call this? Vertical jungling or something like that. Not
Everything I
good for
do is
short
vertical, bro.
champions like Poppy. Poppy's bad at vertical jungling because she doesn't have the height for it.
She is 3'2". Actually, she might be less. But she got the hammer, which goes up. Think about it.
Or a lollipop. When a lollipop's bigger than you, you know it's going bad.
When Lollipop's bigger than me, someone's getting diabetes.
It depends if you do your exercise along with it. Okay, so we've got vertical jungling, we've got proxy farming. What is going on? See, while you were telling your little story about sidestepping someone in the underground, right?
I didn't
all
sidestep
kinds
him, that
of
was the problem.
crazy
Someone, you
things.
clearly weren't listening. I
No,
didn't
I wasn't.
sidestep him, because I walked into it. That was the problem.
Ah, okay. Right.
God, just inconsiderate, really. My
What,
God.
You or me?
But him, to be honest. He said he didn't recognize me. He said he was like, oh, I didn't see Harry. I was like,
Rude. I mean, you're just not that memorable, to be fair.
so true, so real.
By
Well,
the way-
I'm sure something really exciting is going on here.
I mean, we could make it exciting, you know? Be like vertical jungling, maybe we'll get a gank, build up
90
the
gold lead.
tension. Yeah, 90 goal lead. That's almost 100. That's almost triple digits.
Wow.
4 minutes in, game breaking.
Getting there. I thought there might be something going on when Dusty got the Scion very, very low up in the top lane, but then nothing happened. They both instead got every single CS, and here we are. So nothing's really happening yet. Nothing can have happened yet from how people are playing. There could be a little something happening
I
here.
love the
Kiana-
caster curse there. Flag and drag. Kiana will flash out of it, but is there the damager from Limsey? Because Fruity Carrot makes his way over, and the junglers will just have to back away from one another. But exciting here, Harry, right? Flash has been used. Ooh.
Oh, I see a frozen domain.
Okay,
Ooh.
no, like
Oh, he's
here,
not
nothing will happen. Nothing will happen, right? It's
he's
jungle.
level 5.
He's
Well,
not level 6.
no.
He'll beat him with a club, and the Zion will go back under his tower for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the second that Dusty hits 6, though, he does just pop, goes pop.
Sure, but he's not level 6 yet.
He's thinking about it.
I mean, he can think about it all he wants. He's not level 6 yet.
He's he's not manifesting. He's left. He is not in the lane. But bit of pressure top. We get the old grubbers. Not 100% sure why Kiana walked out, but he lost flash, so it is what it is.
Oh, Dusty wanted to steal some camps away, but Dunlosey says, I have this thing called Smite. Also, Dunlosey hasn't done a full clear into bot lane gank to get first.
Let's be clear. He's been clearing.
He has
And that
been
bot
clearing.
lane is pushing. Wait, is it pushing? I can't tell because there's how many minions around the back scoreboard.
I mean, he
It
can
might not be
die
pushing.
this right now.
That bot lane's not pushing. Wait, no, it's pushing his way, yeah. It's cooking. Oh!
Very nice. Empress Divide into the flag and drag. Kiana, though, on the run. No flash available. That's enough of a slow. Flash forward from
Fear?
Dunlosey. Where's the flag and drag? A little bit of CC. Kiana, though, can knock it out of this. However, first blood picked up by Dusty. That was a clutch and a half from the Nuclear Vikings top laner.
How did Shin get there? Oh, I was watching the mid fight. Alright,
You
okay.
see the back doors in the previous game, but you don't see Dusty making the plays in this one.
No, I was trying to see if Kiana had the movement. I was trying to see if he could get his way out of that one. He did not have the movement. Didn't have the flash because he lost that one earlier. Unlucky. But
Also,
he did manage to
Dusty
buy a
did
fair
got-
bit of time.
I mean, as you said before, Dusty got level 6. He popped the ghost, and he killed Shin.
Well, Shin got it. I don't know how. Shin was ulting at some point. I did hear that much.
He was. I mean, they
I don't know how he
both-
got there.
I mean, they probably both got 6, but I'm going to guess in a 1v1, the Trundle ultimate is a little bit better than Cyanol.
Yeah, we do now have a slight problem.
Do we?
In that Shin has Bammies and he's got a couple of levels. He's got ult. So if he can get the proxy to stick, now for Dusty, you're like, hang on, I picked this whole Trundle thing. I was going to be a lane bully. I don't know why he's got the tabby. That's not going to help him out here. And Shin has a world where he can just now ignore top lane, right?
Okay. I love
still a
it
bit
when
risky.
top laners do that.
Oh, me too. I love doing it. But now it's a bit of an issue, because if you're Dusty here, you're like, fellas, I'm kind of big. You know, I should win this 1v1. I'm Trundle, I have ult versus melee, it's tank, and he's just gone. He's going to go proxy.
Yeah.
I will never get a plate. I will never get to do Trundle things. And it's not really like Fruity Carrot can turn up and, you know, kill Bastion in the proxy at any stage. So, sucks to be NUC right now. The top side of the map not looking very accessible, and the bot side of the map not looking great either, because the Drake is being yoinked away from under them.
Indeed it is. So, a nice lead for Belfast Storm, about 1,000 gold ahead of Nuclear Vikings. And there goes Shin. Not even between the outer tower and the inner tower. He's going all the way up towards the inhibitor tower to steal this away. But here comes the Goon Squad. Can Shin outplay this? I don't think
He's got ult.
can. Yeah, but where's he going to go? Into the Trundle? Kiana is blocking
Yes.
the ult.
Yeah,
Now,
exactly where he's
here we go. Is it Scion drift time? Because he's ulted away, but now he's quite low. Is he just good? No. No way he gets away with this. Does nobody want to kill the Scion?
He doesn't get... Well, they all assume that he's recalled. So he's just like, a free wave. Surely he dies after this one. Because...
Dusty cancelled his recall. Dusty's on the way.
Yeah, like, surely he has to die here because Shin's too... not Shin, Fruity's too close. Shin can't look for an execute here. He's level... I mean, he can. He's level 8. It's a bit nicer if you die at level 7. Doesn't look like he's just going to do it again. At this point, you're just giving XP over to Fruity, though.
It's going to be a flashy.
I don't think he has to flash, but it is just XP to Fruity that didn't really have to get handed over. But he'll at least get the wave. It's a bit of a dive.
Lane, as out comes the Cataclysm. Bit of damage onto the NUC bot lane. How much damage does Saber Avalon have? As Alawe trying to go in for a play. I think he's just going to get absolutely popped. Flag and drag onto the back line. Brody is low. One more auto. There it is. Saber Avalon gets the kill. Right side. What killed him?
He jumped, minion auto. He jumped the wrong
Minion auto.
Yeah. The turret hit him, and then there was like single cast of minion auto.
Wait, he has barrier.
He does have barrier. I think he thought he was.
No.
Oh yeah, no. You should just barrier the turret. I mean, unless you think that turret is extremely ramped, you can barrier it. I guess he misread it. He thought he was like, oh, I'm definitely gonna live this, or I'm definitely gonna die to
The tower
it.
shot didn't kill him.
It did not. It put him on
10 HP.
1 health. Yeah. Maybe he thought he was going to come out on more. Maybe he smurfed. He's like, this carrot shit is good. This turret hit is going to leave me on exactly 1 HP, and then he just doesn't think about the minion. Who's to say? Who knows?
Saber Avalon. I think we should have an interview with him after the game. 30 CS lead though for Saber Avalon. Very far ahead on the Callista into Varus matchup. Things are going relatively well for Belfast Storm at the moment. He's for a nice, healthy 1,000 gold.
Let's see what we can spin that one up into. Shin. We're going to gank
There is no Scion ult.
he might be able to live long enough to get it back up. No, he's
He
not.
might
He's getting
actually,
trundled.
But his path out
He's got a
has
W.
been blocked.
Oh, so close. Just need a couple seconds for that one.
To be fair,
be
though,
able-
where was he going to ult? Through...
Oh, straight down the lane. Yeah.
Yeah, but then he'll just die to the second tower shot. Or
Yeah,
even
but he gets the
first.
wave on the way there. Oh, no, yeah, no. He needed it. If he's going to die to... Yeah, exactly. He needs it like a few seconds earlier. So he's higher health when he does it. But he should be fine. He can just
0-3.
ult back to lane. 0-3.
Inking side.
Everything's going according to plan.
It is. Now some tower plates being picked up by the side of Nuclear Vikings. There are some grubs as well. So Fruity Carrot able to pick up. How many grubs do you need to get the little annoying
guys?
pesky things? Is it
5 or 6. It's 5 for 1, 6 for 2. As... Oh, the
Hello.
movement!
Hello,
The dodge.
Shin.
Hello,
Very
Dunlossie.
nice movement. And Dunlossie looking for another play on the bot side of the map. But there is no wave for Saber Avalon and the... Oh my god, what's it? Milio. Yeah.
That Fruity Carrot build's kind of based.
Is it? What's he going for?
Just
Ooh,
bam these
lock
into
it
a
straight up.
locket. Just send it.
Where's
Kind
the
of
knife?
huge. I try that. Locket's kind of broken. Oh, hang about.
Chains of Corruption, that's a lot of damage onto
Oh, no,
Dunlossie. Forced to flash away. Shut down, picked up by Kiana, but here comes the rest of Belfast Storm. Playing in now a 3v4 on the back foot. Fruity Carrot taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful because Saber Avalon can definitely turn this fight around. But Nuclear Vikings will force Belfast Storm out of the river and they'll happily take the single kill and a single shutdown.
Meanwhile, Atop's still fighting. What's going on up there? I thought Shin was looking for a little something, and he was. And he ends up just picking up the wave, and now Dusty. Is he going to stick around,
Dusty
or is
ulted.
he going to finish? Oh?
And Saber Avalon getting caught out somewhat. Flash
Oh, Poppy!
Carrot wants the play, will find it, grounds him, locks him down, kill picked up for Brody. And now it's Nuclear Vikings who find themselves with a goal lead.
Oh, Shin desperately trying to grab himself a plate here. Oh, one auto away. He's not going to get it. He's got another minute to finish it off, though. Now he gets to crash in a cheeky little cannon wave. Dusty, with the TP coming up, well, will be able to get back and get it in time. So Shin wants to make sure Verdi cannot recall. Go ahead, cancel that one out. And now, can we commit to a dive or not? What's going on here? Because I think that Trundle is back up. Yes, it is. And he has enough mana for it. So Shin's getting a bit baited here. I don't think Shin's in any real danger because of this. Yeah.
Oh my god, what is that healing? Where does it all come from? Shin, you messed up, boy. Forcing Flash over the wall. Yeah, I can't take it back.
Trundle moment for you. Yeah. He kind of does that sometimes.
You know that moment where you think you've killed the Warwick, and then Warwick's like, no, you've activated my trap card.
You've mistaken me for a man who has ever in his life nearly killed his lane opponent.
Yes.
That's not how we operate around here.
I actually want to quote our analyst desk, because Black Blocks said something, I think, like, absolutely magnificent, which is, as a struggling player, just get back to what you're good at, which in the case of you, Doctor, is absolutely nothing. We've now got a Drake that's been started up. It's been taken by our Storm. One kill going the way of each team. Dalnosi taking a lot of damage. Flagger drags out, but dies anyway because Hui does certain things. 2 kills going over to the side of Nuclear Vikings. And I'm very sorry, Doctor, that was...
Where were you going with that one? Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
You say Hui does certain things. What things does Hui do?
Kill people and...
What are his abilities?
In ways that I do not understand.
Curious.
I still can't recognize when, like, the Anivia Ultra Storm thing is around someone.
That's also not an ability.
I think she's got like a Swain W, but it
does
more damage.
Oh, he does, you're
and
right.
It casts faster and you can never dodge it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like lingering. It's just like fears you if you walk on it or something. I don't really know. Good thing it's not my job to know. That would be rough.
Well, Dusty's making his way back over to the top side. He does have his ult available in just a couple of seconds.
Cowards.
Yeah, what a coward. Oh, look, there's a minion wave that he just instantly destroyed. Fair enough. Laoway has been caught out. Nice little Emperor's divide, but maybe pushing the Maokai out to safety. First tower has been picked up, but it will be Limsey who gets the kill. Now 1,000 gold ahead of Nuclear Vikings. All the while, Fruity Carrot pushing up the Rift Herald.
Fruity making a good job of just trading objectives across the map whenever something's going on, but unfortunately those objectives have not been Drake's, which are being stacked on up. So let's get the Herald, but we'll have to see if that can actually crack anything open. If we get a little bit extra gold for the team, if we can funnel that turret maybe onto Trundle, we can crack open 2 at once. I mean, at the same time, Trundle doesn't even need for Herald to take out a turret, so maybe there's better ways to do it, but that's 700 gold waiting for somebody to pick up.
Ooh, a lot of damage on to Limsey. But there's a Cataclysm. Kiana will flash over the wall and out to safety. Limsey just about surviving. Also looking to the bot lane. That's a 40 CS lead for Saber Avalon, who's now looking for the potential play on to Kiana. Fruity Carrot is here, but Nuclear Vikings do not want to make the play. But as I was saying, Saber Avalon, 40 CS up, but that's a 3-on-1 Varus, and Roddy's actually relatively strong. And now Saber Avalon stepping too far forward. The dash has been cancelled, and the life of Saber Avalon has been cancelled as well. Or maybe not. Chase of Corruption comes through. Fate Spawn is going to keep the Milio alive, but not keep Saber Avalon themselves alive. And that's a kill over to Kiana.
Oh, he's doing the Trundle thing. Oh, never mind.
And he's doing the silent thing.
He's doing the coward thing. See, it runs very, very, very far away. Gets his recall going. Now the Herald coming out. Oh, and that's been picked up, so all the little guys come out with it. See if any of them actually live to see the light of the second turret. No, they don't, but the charge comes on through once again. Are we going to be able to pick up that second tower? No, we're not, but we get decent damage on it.
There are more little mites charging on into their doom. I swear those mites are... You know what is it, the Battle of the Somme? Or was it Battle of the Hague? In one of the World Wars where they just kept, like, sending people over the top?
That was the entirety of World War One.
Yeah, true. But there was like
the
one
whole
in
thing.
particular that was like really famous for it. I think it was Battle of the Somme. I
The
swear
Somme
the
is
might.
one of them, but like that's like it's just the whole thing. You have to be
Yeah,
so much
true.
more specific than that.
Yeah, fair enough. But anyway, that's what those mites do. They just charge over the trench lines and they just run into their death.
Oh,
It's kind of
absolute heroes. Except they never achieve it. They don't do anything. The only thing that mites
But
actually do is when,
sometimes they might, just like in
Well.
World War.
it's the only time I've ever seen them be useful is when you have like one minion and you're already on top of the turret. And so they'll tank like 2 turrets to keep that thing alive. And if you're playing someone like Trundle, it can be a lot. You can get a lot of
Fair
hits
enough.
off in that time. But other than that, yeah, I don't know.
Well, 8 kills to 5, Nuclear Vikings. Pretty much dead on even here with Belfast Storm, but we have a Drake in 20 seconds time. That's going to be the objective for both teams, and Nuclear Vikings starting to set up some vision in the river, trying to push Belfast Storm out. But well, where do Belfast Storm go? Out comes the Nature's Grasp, will lock down the Melia, flashes away, but in goes Laue with the CC. Kiana gets the kill, and Nuclear Vikings will make their exit.
Oh. Milky's gone.
I'm gone.
Oh, he's back? He's not gone?
I know, I did like the play, and then I was like, no, you stop talking.
Oh no, you cut out a bit. I thought you DC'd.
Oh,
Alright.
did I? Okay.
Ooh!
I apologize.
Ooh, a dragon! Hog!
Oh, Shin's here. Flag
Where
is
is that
oh,
one?
Azir is summoned out by the Poppy ult, and the turn is beautiful onto Saber Avalon. Nuclear Storm absolutely dominating this fight, and now looking for the play onto Shin. As Dusty is just going to run him down as quickly as he can. Will have a pillar
Done,
as
Lossie.
well, and there's a nice slow from Quay. Can Lindsay steal this one away? I highly doubt it. But it will be Nuclear. Oh, Lindsay goes in, looking for the play with the Emperor's Divide. That's going to be one kill. Lovely Cataclysm on top. Kiana will fall, and out of nowhere, Belfast Storm back into this. Dusty returns, and now looking to clean up this fight. Laue able to get the CC, and never mind, Nuclear Vikings have it under control.
Oh god, the knockback of the passive proc for Laue there. Ooh, gets him out alive. I was gonna say for Dunlossie as a fraud KDA player for not going in for the steal, but then it all made sense. He was waiting for Limsey to go for the engagement, they combo, and they get all the kills. But then they didn't get all the kills, as they did get a little bit peeled. And so it's back to Dunlossie being a KDA fraud as the Drake is picked up. And so Belfast Storm are not closer to getting that perfect 4-0 Drake. So a good couple of kills picked up and handed on over to Nuclear Storm there.
Can you call him a KDA
Nuclear
player when
Vikings.
he's 2, 3, and 5?
Attempted KDA player, yeah.
attempted but failed. Fair enough.
Fraudulent, I
can
tell
respect
you. Earlier he flashed into the Maokai ult. We all saw it.
that. Did he?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Flip it and chip it.
Very disappointed in him.
To be fair, it is only a 1k goal for the side of Nuclear Vikings. We do have a Baron up on the Rift. We'll see where
Yeah.
either team can go for that. As Dusty has
Oh, he's
spotted
doing the
Shin.
thing.
Shin is very healthy, but he won't be very healthy for long. So that being said, Dusty didn't actually heal up too much.
Yeah. See, I don't love the Titanic coming out from Dusty. It's very nice for bursting people and for fully stacking your, what do you call it, your lethal tempo very quickly. But you're versus a Scion. You're not going to burst them and you are going to stack your tempo anyway. And we can see now, not having the lifesteal is coming back to her. He got a hole breaker!
Yeah, side lane thing, boys.
I mean, it's actually, to be fair, maybe that's good versus Scion, because I don't know how the damage is, and if you're not going to die to a Scion, maybe this does work out. It's just the item's not great since it lost the defensive stats, but he hasn't been looking like he's needing the defensive stats. Maybe this is going to cook. Slight problem, he has bought him and immediately come to group, so not really getting any of the value,
It's
but
the
let's
curse
see,
of getting
see
a
how it
Heartbreaker.
works. It is. It's crazy. Okay, let's see how it goes in the 1v1. Maybe the damage is actually really, really high if you can hit someone 15 times in a row, which he actually can versus a Scion, so.
Well, that damage onto the Emilio, absolutely disgusting from Kiana on the way. That's not weird at all to say Kiana on the way. Is that a Storm Surge that's been picked up, or is that a Horizons focus for Kiana? I can't quite tell.
It is a Horizon focus, because it's on a cooldown. No, dang, Storm Surge has that long a cooldown?
We'll find out in a second. 3,
Wait,
2.
there it is.
Hey. Yeah.
A cheeky Baron.
Ravenel Seth Cap also picked up for Limsey, so a little bit of an item power spike for the Azir and for Belfast Storm, but Nuclear Vikings have started up the Baron.
I'm just
They are
looking at
going to
Shin's
back
health bar, trying to see if it just evaporates. Oh, he's just ignored him and got the turret. Okay.
Fair play, fair play.
Trundle moment. Okay.
I think they're fighting. Shin doesn't have much mana.
Oh, he's popped the ult and the ghost. Oh, that health bar's kind of going down. Oh, it was going.
Oh, he's forced to run away because now Milio is here, and he's just going to hit some rock.
Okay, the health bar did go. Okay. Alright, let him cook.
I mean, let's be fair. The health bar was going before anyway. I don't think that's like an
No, because you saw the
exclusive
last
Hull
fight.
thing.
The fight that we saw, it was not. It was kind of the problem. Is that Shin was staying very healthy and Dusty got very, very low. Wait, can we have a look?
almost
Zoe, can
like
you check
Dusty
does it show
needs
the
some
damage
armor
that
pen.
the Hullbreaker's done? Wait, what about Dusty?
Ooh.
Does it still have that? Does it still have that on the tooltip? Yeah, little...
I think so. If you hover over Hullbreaker, it should show it. I think.
Maybe it got removed. I don't know.
Boo.
Give us a look. Come on. Let's have a little gander.
I'm guessing it's not there. However, we do have another Drake in 40 seconds time. We'll see whether Nuclear Vikings can start to stack up these Mountain Drakes. It's Lindsay just getting a bit of a poke down onto Fruity Carrot. And again, for the side of Belfast Storm, you're looking to see whether Lindsay can find another one of those beautiful sliding glides, Emperor Divides, and whether the likes of Dunlosey and Saber Avalon can follow.
I mean, yeah, all you need to get is one good one. And we can send quite a few people in on through, get a cheeky little bit of a combo wombo coming on out, and we'll sort ourselves out. I mean, actually, are we even getting combo wombo? Maybe once the Hurricane is finished. But right now, like, Limsey gets the shuffle, and then it's like, well, Limsey is actually all the damage as well, because they're going to get boxed in by Dunlossie. And that's fine, but so it's kind of like you shuffle them to line them up to get them into the Jarvan ult, but then you're on top of them. So you're not actually in the spot you want to be to do the damage as Engage connects onto a tank. But
they
it's
want to
enough.
get the jungler. They want to get the smite out of this. Flash forward. There comes the Cataclysm, and now a forced to flash out of the Engage. Belfast Storm, they get the kill that they wanted. Are they going to look for more? Well, Shin has been somewhat caught out here, taking a fair bit of damage from Kiana, who lands the ult. Shin forced to flash over the wall.
What?
What was that burst? This is why we hate Wei, and this champion needs to be deleted from the game.
Where did he go? It was 100% health.
It's 100 to 0, Dim. Literally.
What?
I think there was another spell weaved in there as well.
I don't think there was. I think it was just the ult.
Yeah, that. What is that
the lightning
spell?
thing.
The one that just
one.
killed.
Yeah,
what's
it's
that
one of the
called?
Qs. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that was weaved into the ult as well, I think.
Yeah, no, it was just those two, and then like the Malignants. No, because there was actually a second hit. Yeah, I think. I feel like there was a second hit.
Item things.
Oh my
I'm
God.
sure Twitch chat can let us know. The Twitch chat is very smart.
He's gone. He's cooked. Was there a third thing? It was like the Q got a bit low, and then the big ult, and then I think there was something else. But I don't know what it would have been. Oh. Trundling?
Oh.
Maybe?
Dusty is.
If he has
saying,
Ghost,
you know,
maybe,
I'll
but-
1v2.
Oh my
I
God.
don't want to fight the Scion. I'll take on the Melio. We'll have his Ghost up soon, as the rest of Nuclear Vikings are just looking to take down the Baron, but working his way around the back is Dunlosey, and working his way in from the front is Limsey. Back door and front door entrances here for Belfast Storm. Limsey, though, going to take a lot of damage. Also, Flag and Drag his way out. Chains of Corruption will not land, but look how much damage is coming through onto the Melio. Limsey forced to use the ult defensively. Shut down, though, for Dunlosey, getting onto the backline, finding the kill on to Kiana, and here is Shin with the ultimate. Finds two members. The follow-up coming through as well. Flag and Drag finds the knock-up, and where is the damage? There's the shutdown, and the spears will fly from the Callista.
What?
A double kill for Saber Avalon as Belfast Storm pull themselves back into this game.
Oh my God, okay, pick ourselves up a couple of kills, and somehow everyone stays alive. Shin might be about to change that. Ooh, a little line comes on out, but Shin manages to dodge it. He'll get out alive, and the Baron will be picked up by Belfast Storm. Alright, we get a little bit going. Nice little shuffle comes on through, nice little re-engage come from Dunlossie, and fortunately Dusty has committed the cardinal sin of team fighting. Never do we do this one on Trundle. If he stays bot, So if that TP comes out from Shin and he's still there, woo. Yeah, game's over. Of course, I'm pretty sure Shin TP'd after, because you never TP first when you're against a Trundle, for that reason. But this now does hurt Dusty's split pushing abilities even further, because he doesn't have the old, the old TP. So he's not going to be able to go quite so crazy. He's not going to be able to threaten the back door. But at the same time, if Shin has Baron, he's holding that wave up anyway.
Go on, Dusty.
Dusty, no.
4-0 and 3.
They've both got Hull Breakers now.
Shin just yet. But he's actually not doing any damage to Shin right now. So that's not quite worked out for Dusty, and the Hull Breaker hasn't really...
I don't know why Shin has a Hull Breaker. Dusty running for his life as he knows the rest of the team are coming to collapse. And can he pillar him out of the EQ? Oh, he gives it a good go. Dusty wouldn't even commit the E.
See, Dunlosey knew what was happening. He's a smart guy. He knows all about the full clear into, early game. Dunlosey, you realise you got hit by that. You're inside the hit.
Dunlosey doesn't know where he is, bro. He just turns up and just gets kills.
Well, either way, it's Belfast Storm now who are on the offensive. They get an inner tower, not an inhibitor tower, an inner tower in the bottom lane. We've got a Drake in 2 minutes' time, so we won't have to posture around the river for at least a minute. And now Belfast Storm just looking to gain a bit of pressure in the mid lane and maybe try to get another tower somewhere around there.
I mean, where is there really to pick any up right now? As all three's in.
Limsy's out. I think land, but instantly cleansed away.
Oh god!
As here comes Shin into the backline. He is a very tanky side, and look at Saber Avalon go. Kiana has no peel whatsoever, and it's a free kill. The Flash Flag and Drag doesn't quite get the knock up onto Brody. The Nuclear Vikings are on to the back foot. Belfast Storm still have that buff and are going to continue to push through in the mid lane.
He's trundling. They've sent Limsy back. That's not enough. Limsy doesn't have ult. He can't clear the super minion. Oh no. Is Dusty going to back off? Yes, he is. He's going to back away. The one that's empowered by the... the Hull Breaker. But
Hull Breaker empowers minions though?
Yeah. It just doesn't empower you. It still gives them the resist. But it looked like Limsy actually was able to get through it. I kind of thought that Dusty was just going to run straight at Limsy. Force him to send the soldiers backwards to escape.
He didn't have Ghost.
And then call it a yeah, to be fair.
What is that new item for Brody?
Which one?
The one that looks like a weird ghost that's in the shape of a bow.
It is a bow.
Is it?
It's Terminus. They both have it. It's the it's new one. It's on hits. It's when you auto you get armor pen, and when you auto you get magic resistant armor. So it's kind of it just makes you. It's just good for long drawn out fights where you auto a lot.
Yes.
You get a lot. You get on hit. You get armor and magic pen, and you get armor and magic resistance.
Oh, here comes the choo-choo train from the side, beautifully blocked though by the pillar from Dusty.
Oh, Dusty has TP.
No
and he has a ward.
Just posturing, just throwing out as much damage as they can. But here goes Dusty, diving on in. Fruity Carrot in as well. Out comes the Chains of Corruption.
Oh,
so
no.
much damage.
Oh, the passive!
Quickly. Who's winning the fight? It's a 4v3. And Shin has been turned into zombie mode. It is a Nuclear Vikings who will win the fight. 3 kills for 1.
My gosh. Dusty went down to about 1 health, and then 3 people died, and he heals the full. It's huge. Picks that all up off the back of the passive. And goes ahead and grabs himself a Drake as well. 3 Mountain Drakes now being secured for NUC. A lot of free stats going on over to Dusty there. Turret being picked up on mid, and Dusty going to hold on to his TP. Not going to use that one to get the bot turret as all in goes the Maokai.
Still looking for the play on to Saber Avalon. But it is cleansed. He flashes away, now trying to turn this one around. Lao Wei is low, but look at Dusty go. Gets the inhibitor tower, now will back away. But Saber Avalon feeling himself a little bit, charging on forward. Will take a lot of damage though from the Huey spell. Is there going to be a flanking TP? I think there will. Shin has teleporting to the bottom lane. We've got to teleport to the top lane as well. What on earth are Belfast Storm planning?
Not 100% sure what the plan is here for Shin. Again, he has the Hull Breaker, so he will do good damage on the turret, but I think he does. He should end up going down here. Dusty can pop the ult. So he's going to go ahead and auto him. Doesn't want to commit to a full fight. Of course, the second you auto him, you get the Grievous Wounds from the Form Mail. It all goes a bit downhill. So he's just going to heal up to full off the wave and call it a day. Meanwhile, Limsy still pushing bot, though. Did get the turret. And has opened up the inhib.
I also think Saber Avalon needs to, you know that Kalista passive? I think swap it from Melio to Jarvan so you can start throwing Dunlozy into these fights.
I thought you were about the hop.
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
That
as well.
passive,
No,
yeah.
What did they call
Unfortunately,
it? The Bloodborne?
Oathsworn. Unfortunately, can't swap it.
I always thought you could rebuy that spear.
I think it's after 10, before 10 minutes you can, something like that. There's a time limit on it.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah, you can because you're like, oh, my guy's inting, he's got AFK, whatever. You can swap, but only early game.
I see. Fair enough. Well, Rip. This is why I'd never like Kalista with enchanters. Like, I know Kalista Soraka was like a thing, but I'm always just like, but you can't throw Soraka into a fight. It's sad.
And that's why that's why we play Kalista with tank. Engaged support.
Well, Belfast Storm.
Oh, to be fair, with Melio you just both save each other.
True. Such a great relationship they have. Either way, 33 minutes in, there is a Baron on the cards.
Oh no.
Gold is very even. Oh no.
I thought Timur was about to get rumbled. He's left behind when the blast cone goes off. Oh, just get Dusty to set up a wave. Just all I want. That's all. It's just a bit of trundling.
Dusty, go back to a side lane with your hold
Side
maker.
lane.
Yeah, and go and push back. He has a TP as well, to be fair, and Shin does not.
He just has to get a push going. That's all he needs. Just a bit of a slow push, and then he can come back, do what he wants. And the second that wave gets close to the base, boom, TP in, call it a day.
Yeah, Limsey almost on to 4 items, looking for a Banshees. Almost 4 items for Kiana. That Rabadon, once it's completed, if Hwei isn't hitting like a truck already, she absolutely will be soon enough. Baron Ash, though, burst down by Belfast Storm. That's what happens when you've got an Azir and Kalista on your team.
Well, goes down there somewhat rapidly. And there's not really a lot to do to contest it, because yeah, you're running into a Melio, into a Jarvan, into a Sun Azir, it's not really going to go too well for you. And so once again, unfortunately, the window for the turbo backdoor for Dusty hasn't quite come to fruition yet. But I think, you know, oh, hang about.
Looking for the play, flashes in with the Emperor's Divide, and pop goes Kiana on the Hwei. It's a 1-4-1, but that Hwei was so darn annoying, and this is going to be really big for Belfast Storm as they look to get the siege on through in the mid lane. We've got proxy farming going on in the top lane. I don't really know what's happening with Shin and Dusty at the moment. Dusty is going to be forced to recall, and Shin might just go and start whacking the tower a few times. But in the end, it doesn't look like Belfast Storm can get too much out of this 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Shin ulted out of the 1v1, but he didn't have a wave with him. Just to make sure to pick that one up as in we go.
Trying to get on to Saber Avalon, doesn't have a cleanse, doesn't have a barrier, still alive, trying his best to kite back so many spears through the hearts of Nuclear Vikings, but is it enough? It absolutely is. Saber Avalon, in the end, is alive. Doesn't get the kill onto Brody somehow. And somehow Brody ends up getting the shutdown, but it is still an inhibitor tower falling. And Shin will just run Brody down, and inhibitor will fall as well. Teleport's coming through. Belfast Storm are looking to potentially end the game right here.
Now they're going to try and give it a go. Kiana is up and probably can still absolutely one-bang New Mental if they hit that ult. So Tim's got to be careful. Bit of poke comes on out. A nice pillar, but Shin will be able to slip through the cracks. Gets himself out there. Limsey puts a bit of a push up in top, but he's not going to commit. Not going to go for the tower. Knows the Fruity Carrot is on the way. But he's not going to back off either. Is he maybe probably just a little bit away from his item? He wants to see if he can pick up an extra wave just to finish off that Banshees, or if he wants to pick something else up instead. But he's being a bit zoned off. This time he knows really what's happening here is we're getting a very delayed recall coming on out. But whilst this is all going on, Dunlossie pulls up down the bot lane, picks up that Drake alongside Timur, and we're going to deny the Mountain Soul for now.
We did get told before this game, Doctor, that this was going to be a slugfest. This was going to be a long one. Well, we've had 6 Drakes picked up. 4,000 gold between the two teams, but at this point in the game, that 4k gold does not mean much. Guardian Angel picked up by Saber Avalon, which means that he can just be a little bit more aggressive in the fights, not worry too much if he does get bursted down, if the side of Nuclear Vikings throw all of their spells at him, as Dusty taking a lot of damage. Limsey wants this, but can Dusty heal up? No, he can't. It's a shutdown for Limsey on the Azir.
Oh, he ulted the Banshees because I don't think he has anything else that can break it. I don't think there's anything he can do to get rid of it. No, the Chomp's an auto. It's just weird because KOE breaks it. No, the pillar doesn't count as like a spell hit. It's just like, oh, like you wouldn't lose Banshees to Mountain like spawning, you know? Which is weird because it does take turret aggro. So
bizarre.
I don't think he had anyone because he did pillar and he did Chomp, but
the Banshees were still up.
I'm going to assume that the Tiamat didn't break it either. Surely the Tiamat breaks it. Maybe it was a skill issue on Dusty's part. It doesn't matter too much because he's going to spawn in 20 seconds, but if it's actually unbreakable, if he has no way to break it other than ult, that's pretty rough for the side lane.
Yeah. Well, speaking of side lanes, Belfast Storm pushing in the top lane.
Oh,
looking to get the final inhibitor tower down. Have a look at Shin, who's pushing in the bottom lane. Dusty's going to have to match this, and while the rest of Nuclear Vikings head on over, Belfast Storm could then siege the top lane inhibitor tower.
I'm terrified for New Mental right now. Gonna be hit by one spell and it's all over.
Here comes the potential play. A little bit more damage onto the inner tower. That's a lot of damage on Saber. Avalon still alive. Healed up by the Melio. Chains of Corruption comes through. So much healing so quickly, but here comes the Sion looking for the play. Flag and drag. Down goes Laoway. Will they focus the tower? Will they focus the champions? They're trying to do both at once. The Lozi will fall. 2-4-1 in favor of Belfast Storm, but now they're on the run. Piercing Arrow almost finds its mark from Roddy. Belfast Storm crack open the base once again in the third and final place.
What health is that turret on?
Wait, is the turret still up?
It lived. It got pillared, or Shin got pillared off of it. I don't know how everyone healed.
And that tower heals as well.
It does heal up there. What's it at now? Oh gosh. It got like it dies to minions. Unlucky. But
right.
Yeah, Shin was trying to kill it in the passive, but with the Sion passive nerfs, it was not happening. He got pillared off, so he couldn't stack up his whole breaker. It was a whole thing. But crazy how much everyone got healed in that fight off the back. I think it was just the redemption, really. You know, just put everyone up to full on the Belfast Storm side, but
I think we need a bit of that beautiful thing called anti-heal.
Ooh, the whip. But oh no, Dusty's he might be doing it. He's made his way down bot.
Oh, to be fair, Kiana has a bit of anti-heal now with the Oblivion Orb.
You keep saying Kiana, bro. It's not in the game. Oh, we did it again. No, Dusty.
I think you might be right. There is just no way of breaking that. Baron is going to be up soon.
That time, I don't think he had the Tiamat up. But he's got to like not do that unless the plan is to.
Here goes Nuclear Vikings looking for a play. They're looking for the pick on it too.
Oh no.
Well, onto the Melio, pulled away by the big ball, but now it's Saber Avalon into the firing line. Does have a Guardian Angel to keep themselves alive. So much damage onto Laoway. They just cannot kill this Kalista. Saber Avalon, the knight in shining armor for Belfast Storm. But Kiana pulls one back, 2-for-1 in favor of Belfast Storm. That being said, Nuclear Vikings are going to have to back away. They no longer have a jungler. They no longer have a smite. And Belfast Storm will be getting, what, the fourth Baron of this game.
They're going for it, but Dusty's just bombing it down mid. He's going for the inhib, see if he'll be able to pick either of them up. But I think the Baron recalls might be a bit too fast. He could well get the mid lane one. Oh my god, he's getting the mid lane one hit. That's gone. All right, brilliant. He picks that one up, and he runs for his life, trying to get out, and just in time for his own inhib to respawn, I think. So be able to deny a couple of
creeps
there.
And we've got Soul in 20 seconds as well.
Oh, very true. Unfortunately for Dusty, Limsey's Banshees is back up. I was thinking maybe that's the plan, just ult him and then keep him in combat so that the Banshees can't regenerate and then get him the second time round. That's not going to work as he gets found out trying to recall and he's pushed back, so he's not going to be able to buy before the Drake gets done. There's not really going to be a contest. Shin putting up too much pressure in the mid lane means that Belfast Storm are able to finally pick up their soul with the maximum number of Drake shards available. 7 dragons before the soul gets picked up here. Fruit Carrot thinking about maybe going for an engage, but
possibly just trying to defend that wave.
And we're at the point as well now where pretty much everyone is at full build. We're just waiting for the final items to be completed for Limsey and Kiana. Belfast Storm pushing on forward in the mid lane. They've got the Baron empowered minions. There are no towers to defend the inhibitors.
Ooh, Dusty.
Dusty looking for the play, but he's just taking so much damage. He ulted out is Shin, but he can ult his way back on in. Here comes play. Emperor's Divide pushing Nuclear Vikings away, but it doesn't matter. Belfast Storm able to get one. Belfast Storm get two. Dunlosey looks for Fruity Carrot, 3 for Belfast Storm, and Nuclear Vikings are down to just 2. This is surely a 43 minutes in the final game of the day for the Four Nations tournament, and it will be Belfast Storm who come out on top and take the win over Nuclear Vikings.
Alrighty, finally managing to pick that one up, pushing on through at the end. There's just a little bit too much. Can't quite get through that one for Nuclear Storm. Nice Belfast game, they pick up the win, get the Baron push going on through, and suddenly at some point you're just going to walk into people. That Kalista a little bit too strong, the Milio enabling her a little bit too much, and not really letting her go down in any of those fights, or she's just wailing away at that front line.
And I guess you don't need to have a tank with your Kalista to throw it in. You've got enough PL, you've got enough healing. Kalista is just untouched. A very good game from Belfast Storm, and a close game as well. Full credit to Nuclear Vikings on that. But with that, for myself and Doctor, we're going to be handing back over to our analyst test to break down the game and sign us out.
Wow. What a game to wrap up the day, everybody. BFS taking one of the hardest fought wins we've had in this whole split so far after Nuclear Vikings, and we were so excited about the draft, guys, that we were talking so long about it. You know, we came into that draft thinking, let's just get straight into the game, let's get quick into it, and we wanted to talk about the draft, and it seemed like it was so impactful. The picks ended up being so pivotal throughout this game. So before we get into specifics about the game, I think let's just talk a little bit about some of the important draft picks that we had, right? We had the Hui mid, we had the Trundle top lane, were very important for the side of Nuclear Vikings, and Orbital, we spoke about the Trundle, right? So how do you think this pick went for Dusty? How do you think this pick was for him, and how do you think it has affected his effect? I guess that's technically still true way to say that, on the game.
Yeah, the effect of the effect was Dusty did what Dusty was kind of supposed to do. We talked about the fact that this champion is supposed to neutralize tanks, and for a good majority, it felt like Dusty had a handle on it. Early to mid, we saw presence pretty much in every lane, taking towers, trying to push those inhibitors. There was just a point where it felt like the team called for something else. There was a Hullbreaker made. We saw a pivot into Asterix. I think I was personally calling, if you're running Hullbreaker, just run the Bork, just go all in on this damaged Trundle, and just kind of all in. But the team sounded like they called back. We started seeing Dusty group, and I think that's where the Trundle pick started to fall off a little bit. We started getting a little bit frustrated, and not a bad call, don't get me wrong. I understand the game felt like it was falling away. It just felt like not what I wanted to see the Trundle do. So for a good majority of the game, did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, certainly a big step up for Dusty for sure. We had our doubts about this guy, but when they gave him the room to flourish, right? They gave him the counter matchup, and they, for a lot of that game, was allowed to kind of use that pick to its full effect in the split push. We definitely saw a lot more, so we're happy with what we've seen out of Dusty for sure. Let's look at the junglers now to follow on from that, and we do have a quick replay of an early dive that Dunlosey pulled off. And while that's running, BlackBlock, so tell to us about Dunlosey coming back into the league and being pretty impactful in that early mid game.
Really was. You can see in this dive, it's just well executed, and it gives this bot lane a lot of power that it felt like Belfast really played around. But overall, he was super proactive during the early stages of the game, and that's not really to say that Fruity Carrots wasn't. These junglers were both trying to get a lot done, but it felt like Dunlosey's ganks just more often than not were working out in a way that oftentimes you just weren't seeing quite from the way Fruity Carrots was getting the game going. Just overall, really impressive look from Dunlosey. It is great to see him back. Sometimes I feel like the junglers we have in the UKL are not as proactive as I want them to be. You have a lot of people who do like just farming themselves up and then getting into the game around level 6. Dunlosey isn't like that. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to get involved as early as possible. And it's just great to see players like that in the league, because it just picks up the pace of, I'm not going to say the game, because obviously that was a really long game, but it picked up the pace of the early game at least.
He was trying. You know, he's trying to keep that game moving fast, but eventually it just became a bit of a difficult task. And we've given our fair praise to Dunlucy, but Orbital, let's talk a little about Fruity Carrots as well, because this Poppy, once again in that early and mid game, was very, very active, getting a lot of plays started across the map.
Yeah, so early on, we are watching Fruity basically be that pivotal point. You're following behind on the likes of Dusty, making sure that some of those fights, like, we know what a Sion can do. We've all seen the videos, we've seen solo queue, we know Sion's can be annoying, but to not only be able to, I would almost say, deny the overwhelming presence of a Sion, but still influence, you know, mid and bot side, trying to get people back, and also early objectives, and still feel like you're on top against the likes of that J4 on the other side. I think that's something to be said. Granted, mid to late, we did have to see that almost dive back. Instead of being offensive, you had to go defensive. Still looked phenomenal. Like, Fruity being able to fluctuate between understanding I can be offensive and when I need to be defensive can be very difficult. To identify that a game state has now flipped from what you thought originally, to have that heads up idea and start grouping with the team and make it that long drawn out, it is not an easy task. Huge props to Fruity.
Yeah, for sure. I know, Bloxer, you were talking to us while we were on the desk watching the game, how much you value Fruity Carrots and how you have a lot of high hopes for this player. And I think we're all on the same board now, right? We're all on board with that one. Very strong game from him, especially up against one of the strongest junglers that we kind of have in the competition, a championship jungler, no less, in Dunlucy. But we've touched on the early game a bit. We've talked a little about the mid game. But when it came to the late game, it really became about two players. And it was in the mid lane. We have a head-to-head graphic here. Limsy versus Qiyana. Limsy on the classic Azir. Qiyana pulling out the way that we were talking about.
The damage!
That's
Orbital,
disgusting.
Orbital, talk to us about this way damage, man.
Oh my god. Okay, so I love mid lane mages. I play Xerath, I play Veigar, I play all the annoying mages. And these two are the pinnacle of annoyance. I don't know if you saw mid to late, but the way it is sneaky damage. 60,000, a good 40,000 came after the 25-minute mark. You don't really see a lot of the spread out, but the AoE and the sneaky slows and the electrical strikes on the QW is what's coming down a lot of the time. The build saw the burst, and the ability haste that comes out of Hui just allows for that affirmation of I got damage. Of course, on the other side, you're looking at Limsy. You're looking at the Azir that is well known as that carry champion. Once you hit late game, the soldiers are doing so much. Don't deny that 43,000 or the 44,000 damage.
Yeah.
The damage differences is that was primary damage that created space and opportunities, and it was a lot of that forward momentum. I mean, we saw at the very tail end, Limsy baiting out. I would say bait. I'm not sure if it was a full-on bait or not, but you go ahead and capture a few players and they pop the Banshees and you still get the shuffle off. It was the ability to create space with the units that caused that 44,000 to feel so much more impactful at points.
Yeah, so we saw that just the one-shots coming out of Hui on one side, the shuffles on the other. Bloxer, in terms of the Hui in the mid lane, as we touched on in the draft, we were saying we're starting to see more of it. We didn't kind of see it for our first couple of patches, the first month or so of this season, but now it's showing up and it's doing things like this. Do you think this has like a solid prevalent place in the meta, or do you think it's going to remain as this kind of slightly niche sort of counter pick right now?
I think it will remain a little bit niche, just while people are still figuring out. Obviously, it's been around for a little while, but in the same way that, you know, Xerath is never that massive prevalent pick unless it's super busted in terms of its damage. Yeah, because if you're not an excellent Xerath player, that champion is hilarious to watch miss everything. It's the same kind of thing with the Hui. I think it's going to become much more prevalent as people figure it out more so than something like the Xerath, just because of those slows, of the utility it also gives alongside all of the damage it can lay down. But yeah, I think the more that we see people beginning to pick it up, people are going to realize that it's super good for both utility and straight up damage, but you really need to build a team comp around it, I think. I don't think you can rely on it and be like, hey, Hui, you are our only bit of damage in this composition, or just like the Hui and an AD carry. I still feel like that's not quite right. You need something a bit more bruisery in the top lane to really make it work. Otherwise, I feel like it can just not quite give you enough. Not giving enough damage, obviously. We just saw how much it can do.
It's got that. Yeah.
It needs something to get it going, but I mean, once you get those 3-4 items, which is a late spike, oh my god, it's disgusting.
I would like to piggyback off of that because what you said, Black Bloxa, was literally shown in that game. The only reason we got to see Hui get to that point is because the front lines were so big. You don't see that normally, but I mean, you take a look at the Trundle, you take a look at the Poppy, the Maokai. These champions literally created a barrier multiple times that Hui was just free firing. If that was not a clear example of what you just threw down, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it was explosive, to say the least. Glad we're still seeing these new picks in new lanes. We did see kind of a new lease on life for some of our players and some of our struggling teams, really showing that they do have a lot of power under the hood to bring to bear as their seasons continue. So with that, we're going to wrap it up for the day. Thank you very much, Orbital, Black Bloxa, for joining me. Thank you very much, Project Gap on production, as always. Thank you, Milky and Doctor, for casting. I'll use the word casting those games in the loosest sense of the term, but we all had fun watching it. It certainly is an experience. Thank you everyone for watching, as well as always, and the UKL will be back on Thursday, same time, same place. Have a good rest of your evening, and we will see you then.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on free, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on free, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, Lambo with the 10 got